The strongest players alive are lined up against the first legendary rank monster this world has ever seen, and the fight is going wrong before anyone swings. The extermination squad is a highlight reel, armored woman, fist raised, man in a red cape perched on a rock, guy in a suit holding a drink. Then the monster lunges, glowing eyes and bared teeth, and a mind-type fear skill slams the whole squad at once. You are affected. The captain screams to calm down and finish combat prep, while humanity's best stand there rattled. And one voice cuts through it. Dead calm. Shall I begin? That voice belongs to Choi Hyun-sung, and 3 years ago he was nobody, an ordinary college student in a green work vest, toweling his face off on a job site break. 19 years ago, a dimensional gate opened. Otherworldly monsters poured through and mauled humanity, and with them came mana reflux, a terminal disease nobody had ever seen. The one bright spot players, people awakened with a power called mana, solving the damage one problem at a time. Then mana reflux got Hyun-sung's father. The inhibitor that slows it costs a fortune, and the real cure calls for a magic stone off a rare rank monster. So his mother takes a second job, and Hyun-sung grinds part. Time shifts, muttering, "I'm going to die," daydreaming about floating over the city, hands in pockets, demolishing every family problem bare-fisted. But awakening is a lottery, and if wanting it badly were enough, the whole planet would already be players. He hauls the laundry and tells himself to wash up and sleep. Then, in the middle of pouring rain, you have awakened. He begs for one good stat, opens his status window, and out loud in the rain, "What is this? This is too horrible. Even the most cursed player should total over 40. His stats read 18. The average is 50. 7 more level ups just to reach a normal beginner's starting line. And all he's holding is 5 unassigned points. He remembers lottery winners dying of heart attacks and finally understands how. Then the real gut punch. 99% of players land one of 3 classes. The truly lucky pull something like Buffer, a class fewer than 10 people worldwide hold. And in 19 years there has never been a single play, without a skill. Hyun-sung has none. He's the first. But his window carries something nobody else's does, points, some kind of game currency, and the number makes him stammer, "Whoa, billion." The points feed a shop whose catalog climbs past rare, past legendary, to a rank above legendary, one locked item sitting behind nothing but question marks. And then he finds the word that changes everything: elixir, omnipotent medicine, known to cure all, maybe even whatever is killing his father. Test run first, the shop stocks hidden stat, increase medicine. His first question is whether it's even edible, and he downs it. His strength stat ticks up by exactly 1, yet his clenched arm floods with far more power than 1 point should buy. That's the crack in the wall. He gets strategic rich players pay big for tank skill books. The shop has a sales window, and all sales are final, no refunds. He lists an item at a price he knows will sell, and starts refining his foundation into, his words, an incredible cheat character. He stretches out of his office chair. "All right, shall I go?" and heads to the registration desk. He has awakened, and he's here to register as a player. The receptionist nearly bursts into tears. "Elder, is he sure he's awakened? He must be mistaken. No one his age has ever awakened, and the oldest recorded awakening in the world is 58. Hyun-sung can only stare back with the question that breaks his world open. What does she mean, elder? Choi Hyun-sung lays his hand on the floating metal cross to register as a player, and the staff talk about him like he can't hear them. That old man must have dementia. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Let them mutter. His status window is tracking something they can't see: his lifespan. Back at his desk, the readout makes it real lifespan, less than a year and a half left. This is crazy. So he empties his life onto the table: smartphone, Nintendo Switch, a vape pen, even the tissue box, and asks the real question: would these things even sell? He needs points. But does this even work? The Switch goes first, works fine, still loaded with games, but it's still second-hand. Finger over the listing screen, he has to risk it. Done. The rest goes up too. This market is the same items sold every day, and if that's how its economy holds out, his junk drawer is inventory. Then it sells, it actually sells, and he was right, lifespan and points are linked. He can lose and gain them. Right on cue, the market blasts a notification. A god-level item has been registered, and far from Earth, a horned demoness with bat wings shoots up off her skull, covered throne, sword in hand, shouting, "A OD-level item?" Because on the buyer's side, Hyun Sung's garbage is a miracle. A silver-haired woman turns a smartphone over, quite valuable. Its numbers change over time, then squints does it hold magic that turns it into a mirror. What is a smartphone? A white-haired woman drops to her knees on a wooden deck. Clutching hers, oh my, a black-haired buyer slams both hands down, buy all of them, then seethes about missing the rest, no idea what they're even for. And a red-horned demoness stares, shaken. How can she not feel any magic from it? Meanwhile, the supplier is out at night in a cap and jacket, testing junk off the street. Ha! He knew it. Dead again. Doesn't matter, the shop appraises a broken old electric fan on the spot, normal grade, listable at a 9, digit price, minus a 20% fee. The catch, only 10 items at a time. Kind of upsetting. Still, with the time he has left, isn't this worth trying for curiosity alone? Business starts, and business booms. He thought no one would buy such things. How surprising, until mid-crawl across his desk adjusting prices, a blue screen freezes him. There's such a system, a complaint. Customer Baekwa, who purchased an item from seller Choi Hyun-sung, has reported it broken, and if complaints stack up, his rating drops and the whole business gets suspended. Hyun-sung goes straight into damage control, ma'am. Wait, it's not broken, it's just out of battery. The notice does not care. He's left sweating. This Baekwa person is definitely something. The fine print twists the knife unresolved for a week, and the business is suspended for 3 months. They could have at least given him time to read that. He slumps into his chair and thinks like a merchant. His customers must be players with skills like his, buying old electronics, meaning they're not from Earth. If dead batteries are the crime, the fix writes itself, bundle in a portable magic stone charger, then relist that smartphone once the suspension lifts. Should he sell the skill book? Not yet, thanks to the ID card. He isn't even registered as a maybe his buyers are aliens on a planet where technology lags behind, which makes tech and science products his most promising stock. So buy electronics. He pulls up Jungo Nara, the biggest second-hand market there is, where used prices run a whole lot cheaper. Then something on his phone stops him dead, eyes wide. Nice. The complaint clock is ticking, his lifespan is counting down, and Hyun Sung just found the cheapest supply line on the planet for customers who aren't even on it. Choi Hyun Sung spends his morning in a hard hat, hauling crates on a job site, and he's suspiciously good at it. A coworker asks where he worked before. All sorts of places, he says. What he leaves out is the other jobs selling used electronics to customers from another world. And right now, that business is on fire. Back home, he's debating whether to upload his next listings. 3 days later, the verdict lands instead. Complaints on 20 out of 20 items sold, 100% of his inventory registered as defective. Hyun Sung finds the culprit fast. He forgot about the battery. To a buyer who has never seen a charger, a dead screen is a broken product. The terms are brutal. The suspension starts 3 days from now, and if he can't resolve every complaint within 4 days, it becomes a 3-month ban. He sits with his head down. He can't let that happen. So he gets back on the laptop, testing how long the ancient battery holds, reasoning that anyone who buys this much garbage just to complain will definitely buy it. 3 days later, his fist is in the air, compensations registered, complaints resolved, business saved. With the fire out, he asks the bigger question, should he register as a player? The road runs through the player academy. The so-called training center Awakening doesn't make everyone a player. and if you can't pass, you won't be issued a player's ID card. Soon he's one of 5 recruits facing an instructor in a black suit with a wooden sword in a lantern-lit courtyard. 3 weeks later, training wraps with applause, great work everyone, and an after-party. But the mood around Hyun-sung has curdled. Just because you have a rare skill doesn't mean you get to act superior, they mutter. He's so proud of his skills. His entire defense. What? I only told the truth. Hyun-sung, let's go for a drink! Sorry, he can't. He'd like to go back now, he said. He won't go. He's skilled, though, that's a shame. He finishes what he came for play. A registration, nationality Korean, grade normal, insurance completed. Finally, it's done. Then the bill shows up. Borrowing the lowest level basic armor and a sword costs more than 700,000 won. There's an extra fee if he returns it late, and the dungeon itself charges too. Everything here requires money, and the real goal is earning enough for his dad's treatment fee. Outside the dungeon, recruiters are practically begging even at the lowest level. Tankers and healers are in high demand. We'll pay your usage fee. A tanker gets only the best treatment. Your safety is guaranteed. We set off the moment you join. Hyun-sung just smiles. With demand like this, he could join whichever party he wants, and there's no need for it. If anyone asks about his skill, he'll pretend it came from the skill mastery book he bought earlier. The official at the gate can't process it. No other party members? Monster hunts are a party effort. Even high-ranked players barely go solo. A trusted comrade to share the risks is top priority, because one mistake costs your life or leaves a lifelong disability. Reality is different from games. Hyun-sung reads the look this man thinks he's a fool. He walks in anyway. Behind him, the crowd blinks. Did he just enter the dungeon alone, and the official quietly decides he needs to experience deadly hardship to sober up? Inside, alone in a stone corridor in rented armor, Hyun-sung takes it in, so this is a dungeon. Then the dark pushes back. He's gripping something massive, straining, shouting that he's fine. While the Academy's warning echoes for normal people who lived normal lives, this is close to impossible. And that's when it hits him, wide-eyed he underestimated this place, because it's only the lowest grade dungeon. Choi Hyun-sung is deep in the Horned Rabbit dungeon, timing his own kills, and the math is embarrassing. Other parties take 3 to 8 minutes at the earliest. He's way over that on one monster. His response is not to slow down. With his stats, he figures solo is more than enough, so he pushes deeper, alone. He's not the only thing lurking down here, either. Somewhere in that dark, a horned silhouette with a single glowing blue eye is holding perfectly still, hiding. Because the Sword Guild has this dungeon staked out, and they are miserable. Assistant Lee Soo-hee, Team 1's healer Kim Ji-soo, whole teams rotating through support shifts, 15 days camped in the deep area, waiting for one monster to show its face. The orders are absolute if it comes out while they're here. They capture it alive no matter what. And the target they're burning 2 weeks on? A horned rabbit with glowing red eyes. Nobody can quite believe the 4th requirement is this thing. One of the hunters sighs that once it finally shows up, she'll get to breathe for a second, which is exactly when her junior freezes. Unni, isn't that person? The senior does a full double take and admits it out loud she was going to pretend she didn't see him. Too late. Choi Hyun-sung is standing alone in front of a huge gray-horned monster under a dark sky, and the entire stakeout quietly becomes his audience. Whoa, did he really come all this way by himself? He's even using a stealth skill. Maybe he lost his party, except no, there isn't a trace of panic on him, so there's actually a guy that brave. Hyun-sung, for his part, is just sizing it up even with his skills. This thing is on the same level as the ones he's already killed. He drops it. Then he stands over the body, catching his breath, and takes stock he has hunted this whole area, and not one item has dropped yet. So he says the quiet part that's actually driving all of this. This is for his father, his mother, and his older sister. He has no choice but to keep going. The whispering starts immediately. Isn't he a newbie? Because there's a rule every hunter lives by, the level 20 principle. Hunt monsters 20 levels below you and you gain no experience at all. Only monsters at higher levels pay out experience and items. Hyunsung isn't debating theory. He chains secret ambush into stealth. The stealth flat out fails. The monster shrieks in his face, and he calls the failure out loud and casts it again. The junior, meanwhile, is fully invested. Unnie, who do you think that person is? Her senior has no idea. Then can't they watch him a little longer? She has nothing to do at home anyway. The senior can only manage to strangle this kid, but the numbers they're trading are brutal at a 20-level gap. Monsters drop no items at all, and the odds of a corpse turning into a mana stone shrink right along with it. Whatever this man is grinding for, the dungeon is stiffing him, and he's starting to feel it. Fifth kill down, and Hyunsung stands there holding a blue crystal, genuinely confused. Was leveling up really this difficult? He should have leveled already. Even a party hunt should have gotten him there by now. Fine, it's not the same as experience in a game, but still, he should be finished. 5 hours later, he finally checks. People usually level up within a day or two. That's what he's always heard. Don't tell me. He opens his status window, and there it is in plain text: main occupation, none. Something on that screen is strange, and Choi Hyunsung is about to find out just how strange. Choi Hyunsung is sitting slumped on the dungeon floor with one word hanging over his head: ruined. He's doing the math on his last 10 days, and it's ugly. Everything he's earned came from sell and purchase, while hunting monsters has paid him almost nothing. He talks himself down like a man reading his own bank statement. Let's think with a cool head. This is not so bad. It is a little bad. So he gets back to work. Dusk settles. A horned rabbit shrieks, and Hyunsung heaves a huge silver blade through it in one swing. Then something new pops up: Horned Rabbit Hunter, a title. He's seen these on the internet. Titles hand out bonus stats for special achievements. Sure, anyone can earn this one, but it can be upgraded to rare grade, and that's not bad at all. What he doesn't know is that he has an audience. 2 women have been watching, and the younger one whispers to her Unnie that the atmosphere feels weird. He killed that horned rabbit in a single blow. Once or twice could be luck. This is not luck. He's dropped every monster in one hit, even with several targeting him at once. The senior clenches a fist and grins. It's been a while, but she's caught a big fish, and she's going to make him reveal what he is. Hyunsung packs up, debating whether to push deeper inside, and a voice cuts through the dusk. Hey, you. 2 women step out, one in dark armor, one carrying a staff. No need to be alarmed. They say they're safety guards on their way back from a mission protecting the dimensional gate. Hyunsung isn't soothed. They made no sound, and they don't seem to be carrying identification either. Their answer, a stealth-type skill to slip past the horned rabbits. He never heard their breath, let alone their presence. And that equipment is class, grade. Just who are these people? The pig-tailed one laughs and raises a finger. He was far too good to be hunting in a dungeon like this. She couldn't take her eyes off him. So mind telling them his level? Hyunsung answers a question with a question. Is he obligated to? Of course not, she says. Just curious. She's with the Sou Guild, you see. And Hyunsung knows nothing good happens if he opens his stats window for anyone. Sou isn't some back alley crew either. It's a household name in Korea, a top guild backed by serious corporate money. Her pitch let her see his stats window, and she'll actively push him into the guild. He declines flat, no plans to join. What he can't say out loud is why he's carrying a penalty that keeps his level from ever going up. And a play, like that, has to be very careful. She keeps pressing. Does he even know the Sou Guild? He knows. Any connections to other big guilds? None, and no real reason to join one either. For the last time, no plans, period. They hand him a contact number anyway. If he changes his mind, if he has the skills, they'll give him the best treatment. He offers a flat, I'll think about it, asks if he can leave, and gets a yes. Inside, he's celebrating great. It worked. Except it didn't. At the barred gate, Hyunsung glances back. They haven't come out yet, and reminds himself those 2 are in a different league. Behind him, the women have already decided even so, they can't just let him be. Let's go. Yes, Unni. Hyun-sung drops into a cab, and the gray-haired young driver turns with a smile. Where to? For now, please just get him out of here. He finally exhales. The level 1 play, who kills everything in one hit, thinks he just slipped the net. The net is already moving. Choi Hyun-sung is in a taxi winding up a mountainside, headed for the Blood Fox dungeon, a level 1 play, with no occupation on his record, commuting to Monster Country like it's a day job. The driver has hauled a lot of players in his time, knows every one of these roads, and sizes up his passenger in a glance. You must have graduated from the Horned Rabbit dungeon. Hyun-sung keeps it simple. Ah, yes. Thank you. And the man isn't even wrong, because Horned Rabbit Hunter is exactly the title Hyun-sung is carrying. Outside the dungeon, it's a hiring fair. Crews shout over each other. One party needs just one more tank to set off. Another is promising. We're looking for 2 healers. We'll double the ratio on the mana stones. One of the hunters asks Hyun-sung about his other party members, and his answer ends the conversation. I'm alone. He folds his arms and takes it all in. The atmosphere feels similar. Same energy as the rabbit dungeon. He's still not joining anyone. Instead, he checks what the Blood Fox dungeon actually pays, an in-depth team posting, rewards where a single drop is worth a serious pile of points, and glowing blue sword already in hand delivers his verdict. Nice. This is good. That night, he's standing in the dark across from a pack of wolf-shaped blood foxes, sword slung on his back, letting out one slow breath. Shall I? Start hunting now? He even sets a goal for the grind. Let's increase strength this time. 2 hours of hunting later, he opens his status window. Name Choi Hyun-sung. Level 1. Main occupation none. The level hasn't moved. The level never moves, but down in the stats. Health, mana, mental strength. The numbers are doing exactly what he wanted. Strength included, as expected. Nice. Which firms up his working theory. I guess it depends on the title. So he runs it back. Then, let's experiment a second time. 7 more hours inside a torch, lit den lined wall to wall with identical foxes, swinging until there's nothing left to swing at, and he finally slides down a stone wall with a long earned few. And the experiment pays out on every axis. My grade went up. So the title track doesn't dead end at rare grade. It keeps climbing. My strength stat increased by 1 too. The status window backs him up. Strength and agility both ticked upward, and then the drop that actually makes him blink a skill book. The decision takes half a second. I'll come back here again tomorrow. On the way out, the dungeon runs an honest checkout line, complete with a gray-skinned attendant leaning over the desk and a standard announcement. Please put the items you have acquired, including the mana stones, in the basket to your right. Hyun-sung complies like a model citizen. I'll take care of this too, and empties his haul into the basket. Mana stones. A lot of mana stones. And one more thing. That's when the man in the dark suit working the desk loses his professional composure entirely. This many mana stones? He looks up and keeps looking up at the armored figure towering over his station. And a rare grade skill book? But rare grade skill books have never appeared here before. Nothing like this walks out of the Blood Fox dungeon. Except it just did, carried by a play, whose record reads level 1, occupation none. And Choi Hyun-sung, 9 hours of foxes behind him, offers the one reply guaranteed to make it worse. There's nothing strange, right? Choi Hyun-sung, the man officially stuck at level 1, is standing at a reception desk with his hands in his pockets, listening to a clerk total up a payday that should not be possible. The magic stones alone come out to 840,000 won, and that's not even everything. The skill book he put up for sale hasn't moved yet, and she promises to contact him the moment it sells. He runs the numbers on the spot and lands somewhere around 1 million won in a single day. He thanks her, perfectly polite, and files the conclusion where his whole worldview now lives, being a play, is the best. Then it's back to the office, and the office is a patch of dirt where a red, furred fox monster is coming down on top of him while he crouches behind his sword. His mid-fight complaints are pure salaryman. The commute out here is way too long. Should he just look up a motel room near the hunting ground? Because today isn't really about the foxes. Today, Hyun Sung is upgrading his title. And the status window delivers. First epic grade mission achiever. Other people have cleared rare, grade missions before him, but nobody, anywhere, has ever taken the epic grade until now. Then he reads the rest, and actually yells out loud his total stats just increased by 100. 100. Finally. He decides not to interrogate a miracle. A good thing is a good thing, and meanwhile the same window that just handed him a world first still lists him, with a completely straight face, at level 1. By the time the last fox drops, so does he. He genuinely cannot do any more today. Maybe it's the word first doing the heavy lifting, but this really is great. So he stands over the fallen fox and tells it, like the two of them have a standing appointment, that's all for today, I'm coming again tomorrow. And then, goodbye, it hits him. Wait, this is amazing too. This title can still grow. If there's a first epic grade achievement, then somewhere out there is a first legend grade achievement, and he thinks he can take that one too. 10 days later, that thought has become a lifestyle. It's the middle of the night, torches burning around the hunting ground, and Hyun Sung is still out there holding the line against fox monsters, run so far past empty that his honest review of the grind is, "It was so tiring I thought I was going to die, but still, it was possible." And then, it's official and astonishing achievement. Legendary grade. Earned with foxes alone. The weakest play, or in the record books just brute, forced his way into it on fox monsters and stubbornness. Afterward, he checks the damage under a dusky sky, turning something small and blue over in his hand, and reads his own file like it belongs to a stranger play, name Choi Hyun-sung. Main occupation, none, and the titles line is now so crowded the window just gives up and adds and 5 others at the end. That's really amazing, and he knows it. He could still stack more of these. All he can do is laugh at his own status window. But under the laughing there's one small regret, honestly, he says. It's a pity. And when he finally explains why, standing alone with the sword still in his hand, it isn't modesty. It's appetite. Because there are still so many hunting grounds out there where you can find more honey. Hyun-sung has stopped seeing fox dens and started seeing untouched beehives, and he fully intends to raid every single one. Choi Hyun-sung stands with a hand on his chest, takes honest stock of his own body, and lands on a sentence most players never get to say out loud. He's pretty sure he could kill horned rabbits with just his bare hands now. Which is a bold thought for a man whose status still reads level 1. Okay then, that's enough field testing. He'll head back for now, because he has an appointment with a very large pile of money. He has to hit the auction house anyway, and today is the day the payout lands. Under a board advertising skill books sold by points, a clerk slides the paperwork over. Please check the amount and sign here. And the receipt printed under Hyun Sung's name does the Talking One rare skill book. Sale price 1.7 billion won. Actual amount received 714 million. The house pockets more than half, and Hyun Sung's review is immediate. This is rigged. They're taking way too much. He signs anyway. 700 million won is still 700 million won. Back at a cheap motel, towel draped over his head, he stares at his phone and runs the numbers like a man drawing up a war plan. Even in the lowest grade dungeons, just selling mana stones earns him around 10 million won every 10 days. Hunt monsters diligently, and pulling that kind of money month after month is completely doable. The points are already collected too. If this keeps up, he can buy the elixir sooner than he ever expected. Then the math turns personal. New clothes, he couldn't afford them. Neither could his mom. Neither could his sister. Not since the day his father collapsed. That ends today. Cut to dusk under a purple sky where a woman with shoulder-length brown hair is wrapping up her shift. Everyone, you've worked hard. Yeah, good work. A younger coworker calls her unknee and waves her off, and then she walks the path toward the gate alone and lets out one long, tired breath, the kind with years behind it. Then she stops, because standing there in a gray hoodie, a black bag on his shoulder, waving at her, is her son. Is that? No way. Mom. Son. She can't get over how much he's grown since she last saw him. He takes one look at her and asks why she's so thin. Has she eaten dinner? No, not yet. Neither has he. He came here to see her, and he clearly picked the right evening to do it. So Han-sung offers the obvious if they're both going to eat. Why not eat together? And his mom does the thing moms do. She deflects every single offer. There's no need. He must be tired. She can just eat at the restaurant where she works. She can't go home right now anyway. She has to get back there. He should go home first and order some jjajangmyeon, and tomorrow she'll cook a delicious meal just for him. He pushes back. You haven't eaten dinner either, Mom. And she bats that away too, like her own dinner is the least important item on the planet. So Hyun-sung stops negotiating because he didn't come all this way for jjajangmyeon. Mom, the truth is, I came because I have something to say. She waits. I have awakened. And his mom just looks up at him, a second of pure blank confusion, a question mark hanging in the air where a reaction should be. It's the biggest sentence her son has ever said to her, and she doesn't understand it yet. Dusk, and Choi Hyun-sung picks the walk home to hand his mother the sentence that rearranges this family's entire future. He's become a player. She just stares at him. What does he mean? And when it finally lands, her first reaction isn't pride, and it isn't celebration, it's worry with its sleeves rolled up. Players don't always make money, right? She's not wrong. But Hyun-sung came prepared. She doesn't need to worry, he tells her. He always puts his safety first, every single time. Then he flips the entire conversation on its head. Because the way he sees it, he's not the one in danger here, she is. Her jobs, plural, are too dangerous, and that's exactly why she can quit them. The factory work, all of it, done. He's the player now, and the dangerous work in this family is supposed to belong to him. And when she still can't process what she's hearing, he shows her why he can say it with a straight face. While hunting, he found a rare grade skill book and sold it. In his own words, he hit the jackpot. Take a look at this. It takes her a second to even push the number out of her mouth. 10 billion. Enough that Dad's hospital bill stops being a question, and every debt hanging over this family gets paid off right away. Not someday, right now. Her response is the one that stings. She'd heard that players need to spend a lot of money starting out, money she never had to give him. I'm sorry. Sit with that for a second. Her son hands her 10 billion, and her first instinct is to apologize for not being able to help him earn it. Hyun-sung doesn't let it breathe. Don't say that. Why is she apologizing? If it weren't for her and Dad, he wouldn't even be standing here, living healthy in the first place. She wipes her face by the railway crossing, and he puts a hand on her shoulder, and all she can manage is, "Thank you, son. So please," he tells her, "take it easy from now on, and look after Dad." Then they get home, and Hyun-sung calls it out at the door. "Nuna, we're home." His older sister barely gets a "you're back" out before she notices something is off with him. What's with him all of a sudden? He just grins and tells her he's got good news, so loosen up a bit, would you, which coming from him is apparently suspicious behavior. Good news undersells it by about 10 digits. Soon she's staring at a phone in total disbelief, repeating the number like it might vanish if she says it wrong. 10 billion. Is this real? And that's when Hyun-sung drops the part that actually matters, the one bigger than any bank balance. He's awakened. What? Something amazing happened, he tells them. So don't worry too much. They've all worked hard long enough. From now on, he'll handle the rest. And that promise gets tested immediately, because the sky has barely turned light blue again before Hyun-sung is heading right back out. His mom asks if he's seriously leaving like that, with nothing on him, and he waves it off. He can rent equipment nearby. "I'll get going, Mom." I'll be back by the time you get off work. And the level 1 play, who just told his family they'll never have to worry again, tilts his face up toward that pale morning sky and walks off to hunt alone. Choi Ha-yun-sung's phone is ringing, and it's going straight to voicemail, because the one downside of hunting a dungeon nobody has ever heard of is that nobody has any idea where you are. Back in the city, a young woman has been waiting by a glass door long enough to worry until a young man finally hurries in past her, apologizing for being late and blaming the traffic jam. She lets the fear out in one breath. "You scared me. Nothing bad happened in the dungeon, right?" Then another call goes out, this one to Ha-yun-sung himself, connecting to voicemail. He isn't picking up. 10 days later, Ha-yun-sung is exactly where nobody can reach him. He's in blue and gray armor, standing over a gray beast he's just put down, its red padded paws limp against the ground. And he's doing the math every hunter does. He can hunt for 6 more hours. Then the reason behind all of it slips out of him. "Father, I'll make sure you recover soon." And when he finally looks up from the body, he notices what's missing. There are no other players here at all. Am I the only one who's heard of this dungeon? Standing at the dungeon sign, he sizes the place up honestly. This would be really hard for newbies. He's heard the monsters here live in groups, and without the help of a guild or high-level players, hunting here would normally be impossible. Normally, Ha-yun-sung has stealth, and a swarm can't gang up on a man it can't see. So, under a starry night sky, he asks himself the obvious question, should I start hunting, then? He disables stealth, and the moment he's visible again, hexagonal light flares up around him as he throws on shield. Because his own honest verdict on this plan is simple: this is terrifying. He's right. Out of the dark comes exactly what he was warned about. Bat-like creatures with glowing red eyes. So many of them they look like an approaching cloak of darkness, the nearest one screeching as it comes. Using multiple skills at the same time is hard, and he's already holding shield up, but he calls fireball anyway. The blast rips through the dark behind him as he kneels, masked, fist raised, his sword lying at his foot. For a dungeon full of small monsters, this is more than enough. Go. The survivors screech loud enough that his entire reaction is one word: noisy. Then he's holding a glowing orb, energy particles drifting off it, while clawed hands loom out of the darkness around him. And for 1 second in this whole terrifying place, the only word left is wow. When the noise finally stops, Ha-yun-sung is standing in the open with a sword in one hand and a staff in the other, eyes welling up as he stares at what's left and asks the only question that fits what happened. Then the greed kicks in, and honestly, he's earned it. He starts counting futures, how many items and mana stones are going to come out of this. One more hit. At this rate, might he even reach legend grade in the time he has left? He's mid-daydream when a notification cuts him off. Unbelievable achievement. Rare grade predator. And down at the base of the cavern, red energy starts swirling up off the floor around a glowing red humanoid figure that was not standing there a moment ago. The dungeon without people just gained one more resident, and it is glowing red. Whatever a rare grade predator is, Hyun-sung is about to find out whether that achievement was congratulating him or warning him. Choi Han-sung is standing there with an actual tear rolling down his cheek, and it isn't grief, it's math. He's just confirmed how the trick works: catch a large enough number of even the weakest monsters, and the leftover magic power combines and spits out rare grade equipment. Better yet, it can appear again. Sure, it's only one weapon, but it's worth 2 skills. He says exactly what you'd say nice. For a play, or stuck at level 1, that's not a lucky drop. That's a business model. So of course he pushes it. If the weakest monsters in bulk can do that, what happens if he catches a lot of rare grade monsters at once? This thing has only come out once so far after the vampire sword, and that was just a rare grade. Did he underestimate it? The answer arrives as a roaring fireball that swallows everything, with Ha-yun-sung somewhere inside it yelling, "What the heck is this?" One experiment, one detonation, and yet a week later, He's shopping like a man who got paid anyway. Because he's not in a dungeon, he's at a realtor's. The agent out front recognizes him on sight. Ah, the one who asked about the 105 square meter apartment. Right, Hyun-sung's the one who called before. The only nervous question in the room is the obvious one: buying a house and spending that much money all at once. Is that going to be okay? Hyun-sung just laughs. Don't worry about it. If the money runs thin, he'll head to a different dungeon and collect some more. For everyone else, house poor is a lifestyle. For Hyun-sung, it's one dungeon run. A few days later, it's move. In day, 105 square meters of brand. New apartment. And the first reaction through the door is exactly right. Whoa, so big. Mom tries to be the sensible one. This much is enough. Don't you think this house is a bit? And Hyun-sung answers like a man whose plans go way past this. It's okay, Mom. Everyone should have a room of their own. And later, he'll get her an even bigger house. Hands clasp, smiles all around. Argument over. The first dinner in the new place earns a clean, delicious, and tomorrow's plan comes together right at the table. Take some rice cakes over to the neighbors. They just moved in. It'd be nice to greet them properly, and do it with Dad, too. Mom signs off. All right, that'd be great. And that is exactly when, across the city, a blue burst of energy explodes between two buildings. So much for greeting the neighbors. And then the quiet is over, because Hyun-sung is airborne over cracked, dusty ground, knocked backward through the air, blade still in his hand, while a rat-like creature lunges up at him from below. His read on the situation, delivered mid. Fall, you guys are faster than I expected. Not a scream. A field note from a man grading monsters on speed. When the dust settles, he's back on his feet in full armor, a bat-shaped weapon in his grip, and a black bag slung over his shoulder, already eyeing the next prize. Should he go for this title too? He doesn't get to decide. We meet again, Mr. Choi Hyun-sung. A man named Lee steps up and makes it formal. Let me officially introduce myself, Deputy Leader of Team 1, Seo-woo Guild. Then the ask, may I have some of your time? This guild already knows his face, already has his name, and came all the way out here to find him. Whatever Seo-woo Guild wants with a level 1 play, they want it badly enough to show up in person. At least 10,000 mana stones just hit the market from a single seller, and the meeting Seoul's guild master Ma Ji-hoon is sitting in has exactly one question on the table: what the hell is up with this guy? The best theory anyone in the room can offer. The most likely reason is a special skill, probably one that can get around the level 20 restriction, and the decision lands fast. This gets covered up, unconditionally. Which is why the accusations start flying in-house. Didn't you leak information to other guilds? The people outside don't know, and it stays that way. Jisoo will firmly enforce the rules. Someone is getting sent to meet the mystery seller in person, and if anyone knows him, they'd better come forward. An entire guild just quietly turned itself into a manhunt for one anonymous merchant. Cut to the merchant himself, Choi Hyun-sung, standing outside his own home while strangers press recruitment pitches on him. If you'd like to join a guild in the future, please contact here. If you're skilled, you'll get the best treatment in our guild. A woman in a gray scarf stands there with her arms crossed. A blonde girl is casually holding a spear, and Hyun-sung's head is stuck on the only questions that actually matter. How did they find this place, and how did they know my name? A woman in a black suit greets him with a polished, "It's nice meeting you, Choi Hyun-sung," and he goes straight for the throat. "Did you run a background check on me? Did you buy off the management staff too?" She apologizes, sincerely sorry if they've offended him, and asks if it's not rude, whether they can go somewhere more private. His answer: "I don't want to." "So can you guys go home?" He does not get his wish. Next thing, Hyun-sung is at a table with coffee, across from a laughing man in glasses, the team leader of Scout Team 1 from the Seo-woo Guild, who chuckles that he seems to have made him uncomfortable and once again sincerely apologizes. "Please reconsider. We will wait for your decision." Hyun-sung lets it go. Those words are enough for him to hear. What he actually wants to know is why they came to meet him at all. So he asks the one question that cuts through every recruiter's speech ever given: how much money can I get as my salary? The team leader lays it out. Seo-woo was once among the top 3 guilds in South Korea. They'll assess his level, stats, and skills once he joins, but they will guarantee a minimum contract of 10 billion won, plus an annual salary in the billions. Hyun-sung runs the quiet math, so they invite him first and evaluate his worth after. Do they want to make him the key play? Of the guild? Except none of this adds up. When the association issued his play, ID, they only disclosed his level, and that level is 1 on a card that reads male, Korean, grade normal. No matter how many newbies show up with a top level, nobody hands them an offer like this, especially with the risk of them collapsing. The only exception is Kim Hannah, and she was an exception because of a successful buff from the foreign play, which is exactly the part Hyun-sung cannot tell the man smiling across the table. Then the woman in the black suit, drink in hand, drops the real answer, the one that stops everything cold. It's because of the mana stone. Hyun-sung stares at her. What do you mean by that? Because if that's true, the biggest guilds in the country were never chasing his level at all. They've been following his merchandise straight back to him. Choi Hyun-sung carries a golden sword that glows and a status window that still reads level 1. And today the Sowoo Guild learns what that combination costs 100 billion won up front. It starts at a cafe table. Hyun-sung sits in his black suit, mug in hand, while a recruiter in glasses works the charm. What are you so worried about? There's no reason at all for Choi Hyun-sung SSI to lose out here. Hyun-sung, meanwhile, is chewing on the real question, why him? Is it because they know what kind of thing he has? A guild that size doesn't hunt down each individual's mana stones, which can only mean his information leaked, and he has no idea who did it. So he sips his coffee, nods along, and lets the man keep selling. Then the pitch lands, show us your status window, and right away Hyun-sung kills the dance. First, confirm the down payment. If they're so confident, they can pay him 100 billion won in advance. With that, he'll gladly show his status window and join their guild with ease. The recruiter smiles, sweating, and tries again. No, if you show us the status window first, then there's nothing to talk about. Meeting over. As exit strategies go, an unpayable invoice is a clean one. Outside, an open bag of red mana stones at his side, Hyun-sung files the verdict. His information has been leaked. From here on, he controls his mana usage too, since he might stand out too much. As expected, no good comes from getting involved. So naturally, the involvement follows him home. He's barely out of the shower, barefoot with a towel, when the phone on the counter rings from a number he's never seen. Who is this? It's me, Jin-sung, a scout for the Sowoo Guild, suddenly all warmth. So sorry about the mix-up at the cafe earlier. How about a meal sometime? Let's talk about joining. The same guild that wouldn't put a single one on the table now wants to buy him dinner. Hyun-sung's entire review of this man fits in 2 words, this punk. He lets out a long breath. The stones were never about guilds anyway. They're money, and money is the fastest road to the elixir he's after. Guild offers can wait by his own admission. He doesn't think he's getting any younger than this. Which brings us to today's job. Status window level 1, health points 100%, strength 70, fireballs sitting at plain old normal. On paper, a beginner. By his math, enough to drop level 6 to 7 monsters in a single hit. Today's target is the red mane wolf, surely stronger than the lizards he hunted yesterday, and he still likes his odds. I can win with 1 hit. That's the whole battle plan, from a man whose own sheet says level 1. Right on cue, the howling starts 2 of them, red-eyed and bristling. Then, deep in the dungeon, the day stops being routine. A young hunter with spiky brown hair stands sword up and ready. Ochansu, level 70, 1, first awakening. 71. Hyun-sung's window says 1. Shall we get started? Chanzu offers, and the confidence doesn't last, because something down there drags a strangled no way, no right out of him. It's not too late, comes a warning, right before the word monster gets thrown. and the dark finally shows why a hooded figure in full armor stands in the tunnel, sparks drifting down around it, holding a weapon that glows. Whatever a level 70, one hunter calls a monster, it's already waiting. A level 1 player has no business carrying a golden sword that glows like a cheat code, but that's Choi Hyun-sung for you. And today he walks into a dungeon he's used to having entirely to himself, only to find out those days are officially over. Before, there used to be no one here when I came in. That's the thought Hyun-sung is chewing on as he moves deeper in his dark cloak. Since the cataclysmic change, dimensional gates have been coming up for 10 straight years, and players have only gotten more comfortable with each year that passes. After the hero grade dungeon 9 years ago, the numbers stopped moving. They neither increased nor decreased. The gates kept opening, the players kept walking in, and somewhere along the line, nobody was scared of them anymore. So why is his quiet spot suddenly drawing a crowd? Is it just because this is a popular dungeon? He glances back, and there's his answer standing right behind him, 2 men, one bald and shirtless, the other in a vest. 10 years of data, and the one variable that changed is the company. His entire review of the situation is one word: worrying. The dungeon doesn't leave room for introductions. Wolf-like monsters come shrieking across the wooden floor, all teeth and momentum, and Hyun-sung drops into a low, defensive crouch under his hood while the spell calls crack off around him. Fireball, magic missile, 3 more wolves lunge straight through it, eyes glowing red, jaws leading the way, and a frustrated "come on" cuts through the noise like the monsters are the ones wasting everyone's time. And then it's done, faster than Hyun-sung expected, honestly. His takeaway from the whole exchange, delivered the way other people compliment the weather, the ability to absorb blood is definitely nice. Noted, filed, moving on. He pushes deeper and finds another dead end waiting for him instead of a way forward. Then the path opens onto a ledge, and below him there's a whole other operation already in progress. 4 more players, mid, hunt, one of them in green armor hurling himself at the monsters with a full-throated war cry while the rest brace for the clash. Hyun-sung watches from above, does the math and calls it. Let's get going then. Because the verdict writes itself, there's a group of players here already, which means, his words, he'll have to go find another dungeon. Below him, the hunt boils over into roars and screams and one long, unhinged laugh, a spiky-haired hunter grinning through actual tears, sword slung over his shoulder, visibly having the best day of his life. Good for him. Hyun-sung takes one look at the whole party and passes. He doesn't make it to the exit. His head snaps up, and the shock lands on his face before the words can get out of his mouth. What? This monster. The rest of the sentence dies into a grunt, then a groan, then one very small huh, the sound a man makes when the situation stops matching anything he prepared for. Whatever he's looking at, it is not another pack of wolves. 2 of them, 2 huge feline monsters, eyes burning red, squared up right in front of him, and Choi Hyun-sung, the same man who strolls through monster dungeons like they're a morning commute, says the quiet part out loud. Damn it, this is dangerous. When the player who files blood absorption under pleasant news looks at something and says the word dangerous out loud, believe him, it's 2-on-1 down here, and Hyun-sung is not the 2. Choi Hyun-sung has exactly one trick for surviving as a level 1 player, don't be seen, and it just stopped working. His headpiece cracks apart, shards falling past his chin. His eye blown wide, and the realization lands as blunt as it gets: conceal doesn't work. On these things, it simply does not work. Which means the man who walks through dungeons unseen is now standing in one, fully visible, with company. The bill for that comes due instantly. A black wolf, like monster with glowing red eyes, snatches him up and clamps him in its jaws, cloak and all, under a dark open sky. His shield sparks, a stun locks him in place, and the sum total of Hyun-sung's commentary from inside a monster's mouth is one flat word: shit. He blows himself loose, a fireball detonating at point blank, and his honest review is that he could have been in real trouble there. Then the rain shows him the actual problem, the biggest black-furred beast standing with two more flanking it, pointing forward like a general giving orders. And it talks. It wants the public attention of the Empire, and it plans to get it with an army of beastmen. Hyun-sung's math refuses to add up. This is only a level 15 to 30 dungeon. Where did a monster like that come from? So he leans on the only button he has. Two fireball blasts hammer into black fur, flame washing over the thing, and it comes through the fire roaring, barely bothered. It's so sturdy. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung is watching a different number entirely keep spending like this, and he will run out of mana long before it runs out of monster. The one piece of good news is why he's still breathing. Jaws like that should have torn him in half, and his gear simply refused. Sturdy, tier, resistant, and just barely enough. I survived, he manages. Then he looks up. The dark shape is already looming over him again, and the rest of that sentence dies into a choked wheeze. Which brings Hyun-sung to the desperation shelf of his inventory. This might cut off a bit of my lifespan, but I won't get anywhere like this. He starts slamming elixirs, boosters for every stat he has, and these are not premium goods. The label on them reads common rarity, weak consumable. It is the cheapest gamble on the shelf, and he takes it anyway. Quickly, one after another, watching his stat total climb, until he lands on a satisfied, this is it. Got it. 20 minutes later, the beasts are still out there snarling at each other, and this fight has turned into a siege. What it's really turned into is a grudge match. I will catch you even if you chase me off for 100 days, Hyun-sung swears, and he backs it with volume. Fireball. One more time. Fireball. Nice. The monster shrieks, and the plan crystallizes. If he continues like this, he'll be able to catch it soon enough. For one shining moment, the level 1 play, is winning on pure stubbornness. Then the plan meets the fine print. A fireball lands and nothing happens. It doesn't work. The wounds he spent all that mana carving are sealing themselves shut right in front of him. The thing is regenerating. Hyun-sung barely gets out a huh, and never finishes the question, because the last thing he sees is a clawed hand pressing flat against the dark, sharp and patient, and very much not dying. He promised this monster 100 days. Judging by how fast it heals, the monster just accepted. Choi Hyun-sung's answer to a 3-headed black panther trying to eat him is to go shopping. The beast is mid. Lunge, red eyes glowing, all teeth and momentum, and he's scrolling through his skill list like a man comparing prices at the market. Are there any better skills he can use? The thing seems weak to fire, and one listing jumps out a skill that creates a spear with immense magic penetration. The price hurts. Expensive. His entire risk assessment takes half a second spending. This much should be fine. Buy it first, think later. Then the spear is in his hand, glowing hot, a shield on his other arm, his dark cape snapping behind him, and the grand battle cry of the level. One play, is one desperate please work. Fire spear. The monster roars, the hit lands, and it's working. All right, for one clean moment, Hyun-sung is actually winning this. Then the beast shakes it off, roars again, and comes back for another round. Damn. So he plants his feet, golden light gathering around him, and makes it simple. Out loud, it's either you or me. Let's do this. I can do this. Except he can't, not yet, because the next spear doesn't come. He's run out of mana. He drags up his status window and the numbers tell the whole ugly story. Health points 100%. Mana points 4%. He is completely healthy and completely unarmed at the exact same time. Sweat pouring, monster circling, the new plan writes itself, and it's a plan he has to survive long enough to use my health points is fine. I can win as long as I wait for my mana. Meanwhile, back at the gate, the cavalry is not exactly saddling up. A blonde woman stands with her hands on her hips while an armored man in a black cape crouches over the ground, reading it. There are footprints here, and the report attached to those footprints is grim: no contact from the safety officials on the other side of the gate, which probably means they were killed by whatever left these prints. We got blindsided. This is not a normal monster. So the real question gets said out loud: would this group even be enough to take it on? Are they seriously suggesting they just sit here doing nothing? That question splits the room. One of the players shouts the obvious. Then what happens to the players still inside the dungeon? Another wants no part of it. He's not dying to fulfill some moral obligation. Why should he care? Then go by yourself. We can't. It nearly comes to blows, a spiky-haired man squaring up until a woman with short brown hair plants her hand flat on his chest and pulls the pin back out. Both of you, calm down. This isn't the time to be fighting among ourselves. So while they argue about morals, nobody is walking through that gate. Which matters, because inside, Hyun-sung's clock just got worse. The heads grow back. He has to kill this thing before its head regenerates. Does it think it's some mythological hydra or something? And his mana recharge rate is brutally slow. So he's stalling for his life, dodging a monster that keeps coming and coming and coming, until even he has to ask, does that thing not get tired? Then his mana finally scrapes together enough for one more throw, and the math gets very simple. One spear, one shot, no help coming. The three-headed beast roars and lunges straight at him, and Hyun-sung lines it up already knowing exactly what the stakes are. In his own words, if this misses, I'm dead. A glowing golden sword, hazy light, and Choi Hyun-sung standing in the middle of it looking like the ace of the whole play, world, which is a nice image, because he is about to spend this entire fight one bad minute away from losing it. Down in a cavern. The reason is waiting for him in the dark, a monster like a black panther, a slab of muscle and shadow with its eyes locked on him. Hyun-sung, hooded, meets it with a golden spear glowing in his grip, the light throwing his shadow long across the stone, and his opening red isn't about the monster at all, it's about the clock. If this drags out for too long, I'll be at a disadvantage. A long fight is a lost fight, and he knows it before the first blow lands, so he squares up and makes it simple. Let's see who'll win. He takes the first swing, and the answer comes back up through his arms. The impact rings like he just hit solid metal, sparks spraying off the strike and lighting up the air between them. This is a little crazy, he mutters. Whatever that hide is made of, it was not designed to be cut. He clicks his tongue and launches anyway, kicking off into the air with the golden sword flashing. And from up there, the thing under him finally shows its real size. Massive, a wall of living shadow filling the dark beneath his feet, and Hyun-sung hanging over it with one glowing blade. It answers the way monsters answer. It rears up and roars, orange eyes blazing out of the fire, lit dark, sparks whipping off its body as the sound rolls over everything. Hyun-sung comes down, pulls his hood low, and just watches it for a moment, then lets one slow breath out. Not panic. Pacing. Then his face tells the truth. The rest of him is hiding, teeth gritted, sweat cutting down his jaw, because the wound he just paid all those sparks to open, it has already healed. Sit with that for a second, because Hyun-sung certainly has to. Every hit he lands, the monster quietly takes back. All that ringing steel, all those sparks erased, like the fight is resetting itself between swings. And now his own opening line comes home to roost. A long fight is a fight Hyun-sung loses, and a monster that heals every wound makes sure every fight is a long one. He is standing in exactly the fight he said he couldn't afford. You're really persistent, he grits out, which is his polite way of telling the thing it refuses to die. Damn it. So he stops playing for points and reaches for the knockout. This should do it. No more trading blows, no more testing that metal hide. He pulls everything he has left into one cast, and he names it for what it is. Now, this is my final spell. And final is carrying both meanings at once. They're his strongest, and the last thing in the tank. If this doesn't put the monster down, nothing he owns will. The spell tears loose. A huge V of golden light ripping downward through the dark, sparks erupting off everything it touches, one cast with the whole fight riding on it. And then the light settles, and the image we're left with is not the one anybody ordered. Choi Hyun-sung on his knees, cloak sagging, glowing orange embers drifting around him like the ash of everything he'd just spent. No roar, no monster in view, and no answer either, because if that final spell wasn't enough, the man kneeling in the ember light has nothing left to follow it with. Choi Hyun-sung stands hooded under a dark sky, gazing in profile at a blue blade floating against the dark, and puts it plainly, this bastard is a named monster. Past tense on the danger though, the thing is already down. A huge dark humanoid lies sprawled under a starry snowy sky, with Hyun-sung a small cloaked figure beside it, tallying the take. 2 titles off a single kill, and yet, compared to the effort it cost him, the drop is only a rare grade. Then he reads what the rare grade actually does. Gripping a dark blade with a red hilt, he walks the description line by line. He won't die unless his head is completely destroyed, and all of his wounds will recover unless he dies. Which leaves exactly one question worth asking. Does that mean he only needs to protect his head to become close to an immortal? In reality, it does. It's a rare grade growth type skill, rare grade on the label, equivalent to an epic everywhere it matters. He's never seen anything like it pass through the auction house, and he can already picture what would happen if it did the eyes of every tanker on fire. Better still, there's only one, the only one. More importantly, by his own verdict, it's getting better. Against the starry sky, his fist goes straight up. Then this one too. He checks the title next. It runs on stamina, and stamina is the one resource Hyun-sung holds in surplus, so the ruling comes down fast. Jackpot. This monster was actually a good one, he decides, his gloved fist landing with a sharp crack for punctuation. Even the floor here is fine. If it's a normal grade, it can be upgraded to a higher grade. That's not bad either. So the final tally stands 2 titles, a near immortality skill, 1 very dead named monster. Then the dark stops being empty. A young woman startles as the alert goes up, play detected, while behind her a man and a helmeted soldier make their introduction. They've come from the play association. And their answer to actually finding a play isn't to close in. It's the opposite. Let's retreat for now. Whatever they know about this dungeon, it's enough to make caution the whole plan. Indoors, the situation report explains why. Recently, a high-level monster has appeared in the main wolf dungeon, and the number of players who have died is already in the double digits. The hope on the table is blunt: get out of this dungeon faster. And when the question comes back, is that true, Leader Shin Yuna? The woman with the long brown hair and the axe in her grip doesn't soften it. It is. Which tees up the obvious follow-up: is there even a clue to be sure this monster really is high-level? Nobody gets to answer, because a report cuts in first, found a play, Yuna's people want the basics. What direction are they from, and how many of them this time? The answer lands wrong twice. It was one person. Just one. And the direction they're coming from, there's nothing out that way but the red mane wolf. The response is a stunned, half-formed, because that math doesn't work. And far below, in a dim flooded stretch of the dungeon, a black and gold boot set with a glowing blue gem comes down hard in the blue water, the impact rippling out around it. One lone play. Walking straight out of the red mane wolf's territory like the double-digit body count never happened. An armored huntress stops dead in front of a landmark that should not look the way it does, and all she can get out is, "These people, whatever happened here does not add up." And the man she finds in the middle of it, looking like an absolute mess, is Choi Hyun-sung, the level 1 play, this whole world keeps writing off on sight right before he quietly makes their problems disappear. She hurries over with the standard checklist. "Are you okay? You look like a mess. Did you happen to meet those guys?" Hyun-sung gives her a flat, "Yes, I'm fine," while he quietly takes her measure the way he measures everything, level 5 then. On paper, that makes her the strong one here. She apologizes for startling him and explains what those guys actually are: high-level monsters that have no business appearing in the Red Mane Wolf dungeon. What she needs to know is where they are, whether they are still near this place. Then she catches herself mid-interrogation, because grilling the man is a rude way to treat her own benefactor. Out comes a healing item, pressed into his hands. "This will heal your wound. You can use it on your injured hand." Hyun-sung stares at it. Isn't this an expensive item? It is, and she is not taking it back. So he accepts and offers something better in return. Rather than that, I have something to say. It's about the monster I encountered. She tells him to say it right away. So he points the way it went and hands her the only intel that matters, plain and calm. Its fur was pitch black. It was a huge leopard of a thing, as big as a house, and it went that way. The huntress goes very quiet. She has never seen such a monster, and she says so before she thanks him. From anyone else, this would sound like shock talking. From Hyun-sung, it lands like a field report. Left alone with his thoughts, Hyun-sung runs the honest math. Nobody else gets to see. It's a relief he caught it when he did. If he hadn't, the damage would have kept climbing before the hunters ever arrived. And the reward is good too, which he is exactly shameless enough to appreciate. But one thought refuses to sit down. The one that slipped away has tasted blood once already. That could stay a maybe, or it could turn into something serious. Then he glances over, surprised at how fast the armored team is already wrapping up. That was quick. Cut to the hunter squad under a pink sky, where the leader in white and gray armor makes the call. Let's report this to the association first. We never know when it will come and attack again. Nobody argues. A high-level monster showing up where it never should is not something you sit on. One of her hunters takes the job with an "all right, I'll do it," and another nudges her along. Leader, we should get going now. But as they move out, her mind snags on one loose end. Come to think of it, did that person from earlier get out safely? I think he lost his party and barely survived. So that is the official read on Choi Hyun-sung. Lost his party, barely survived. Meanwhile, the level 1 player walks off with an expensive healing item, a reward he is quietly pleased with, and the only accurate description of the monster anyone has. And that monster, pitch black, big as a house, the taste of blood already in its mouth, is still out there. The last anyone saw, it went that way. The party that left Choi Hyun-sung alone in that dungeon is finally growing a conscience. Outside, a young man in blue and white armor with gold on his shoulders can't let it go. He wants to check on the player who got left behind. He's alone in there. He might be in trouble. The rest of the group lands somewhere between "he'll be fine" and "where are you going?" But the call gets made anyway. Everyone stand by here and keep watch. A woman with a spear says what they're all thinking: he's probably safe now, right? Then the search comes back with the one answer nobody had ready. He's gone. He's gone because Hyun-sung walked himself home. He stands outside, hands clasped, running a self-check like a man reading a receipt. The recovery rate works well with his healing skill, better than he expected, actually. Then he steps through the door and the questions start instantly. You came home early today. What happened to your face? His answer, under his breath, shit. In the kitchen, a woman with long brown hair already has a phone to her ear, and the call is not casual. An accident? Something happened? People died? She tells whoever's on the line that Hyun-sung is home right now, while the man in question waves the whole day off. Nothing. He just pushed himself a little too hard, and pivots to what actually matters to him. Is there any food I can eat? She scolds him for skipping lunch and promises something in a minute. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung is doing quieter math. He used a lot of points today, and this is a bit troublesome. It'll be bad if things like this keep happening. She hangs up and turns the full interrogation on him. So that's why he came back early. He's putting himself in danger, and just like she thought, this is too dangerous. Hyun-sung plays it all the way down. I didn't even get to see it. No need to worry. And when the why comes out, his answer is simple. He's doing this because he enjoys it. But behind the shrug, he's picking at a real problem they should have determined who was missing by accounting for the people that made it out. Wasn't the information updated? Somewhere, the count is wrong, and Hyun-sung knows it. Back in the dungeon, that count is exactly the problem. A monster, tracking specialist, a player named Kim Dong-soo, dark suit, working the dim rock like an investigator, has the ugliest case on the books. 2 safety officials died here, and they couldn't even put up a fight. So is Cerberus still in this dungeon. The entire place has been thoroughly searched. There are signs of a fight. signs body, strengthening arts were used, but no signs it ever left. Even Dongsu admits it straight. Even he doesn't know what's going on. The uniformed players on site promise to help out, and Dongsu takes it with a smile and a raised hand. He's honored to have such dependable people by his side. They insist they're just doing what anyone would. The trail itself reads clean enough. Cerberus attacked some low-level players while they were hunting here, then moved over there. So the plan is simple: follow its tracks for now. And that's when Dongsu stops cold. This is a bit odd, because the ground tells a story nobody reported. Cerberus attacked a play, right here, and the play, didn't die. They fought back, traded blows, and drove the monster off. And the detail that puts sweat on a specialist's face and a shout in his throat, the play. Who fought here wasn't a group. It was one single individual. One play. Went blow for blow with Cerberus and walked away. And right now, that play, is at home asking what's for dinner. The one dungeon Choi Hyunsung needed the whole world to forget is now crawling with investigators. A woman with a long staff moves down the dark corridor of the Red Mane Wolf dungeon, a man in a dark suit beside her, and she can already feel it, traces of flame magic in the air. Her read the play, who fought the Cerberus was probably a magic swordsman, and quick, high agility. And right here is where the Cerberus took the fatal wound. It bled quite a lot. The picture keeps sharpening. There was a fight. A magic type skill was used, and all the safety personnel were attacked that day. Off to the side, one young guard turns his head, a bead of sweat on his cheek. Hyunsung, listening to strangers reconstruct his own night out loud. They walk the kill backwards. A brutal close-range fight. The monster finished off with a magic skill, and no corpse left behind, so it must have turned into a mana stone. They thought magician at first. Now they're certain. Magic swordsman. What they're describing, a caped figure with a sword on a cliff's edge, a giant black paw crashing down, one golden arc of energy. They've rebuilt entirely from bloodstains. Then comes the worst sentence in the building. Whoever it was hunted an over-leveled monster alone, so judging from this hunt, his level has to be at least 24. Hyunsung's head snaps up, sweating. While the team circles the same verdict, the logic doesn't add up. They're right, it doesn't. The real answer is level 1, and it's standing next to them in a guard uniform. Then the suspicion swings his way. Aren't you that player who still hasn't renewed his ID card, the one who's supposed to raise his level before the mandatory renewal deadline? The armored woman with the blue pendant shuts it down. This is not the time to fight among themselves. The guard only started moving once the squad came in, and a player like him has no reason to hunt in a low-level dungeon. She just defended Hyunsung with the most reasonable argument in the world, and every word of it is wrong. Then comes the real headache. Heavy monsters leave traces when they move, and even lightweight players leave traces when they fight. Look at this footprint. But the player's trail vanishes the instant the battle ends. Whoever did this fought a monster to the death, and then simply stopped existing. So the man in the dark suit bows deep to his superior, apologizes for his lack of skill, and makes a promise he will find out every player who entered the dungeon that day. They pull back, and a notice goes up behind them: Red Mane Wolf Dungeon, temporarily closed. One name on that entry list cannot take the attention. Meanwhile, the board gets bigger. The Player Association has the numbers, some of the best skills around, and influence that swelled during the catastrophe. Elsewhere, players got squeezed with lowball down payments dressed up as patriotism, while clueless punks sat in the high ranks. So the guilds, private organizations, grew in power instead. One man rebuilt his from the inside, promising to be a supporter, drawing in new players, replacing the old executives until the bad old image began to fade. And in one of those guilds, a red-haired young man in a white fur collared coat weighs the rumor everyone is chasing a player, registered less than 2 years, hunting monsters alone in the early stages, is a strong player. And if the association ever got someone like that directly under its control, the conclusion lands clean. He's definitely got potential as a contracted player. The investigators want his name, the guilds want his signature, and nobody in either room knows they're all hunting the same level, one dungeon guard. Choi Hyun-sung is packing 2 suitcases to leave town. He's cleared every dungeon near home and finished off the Red Mane Wolves, and those were not the only Red Mane Wolf dungeons out there. One problem traveling means bag inspections, and what he's carrying cannot survive one. He sits, chin in his hands, and lines up the worries. He needs a way to hide the sheer quantity of magic stones he's holding, and his passive skill, growth, is still a locked box. There's no information about it anywhere on the internet. He can't even hurt himself to test it, and the question keeps circling: how is he supposed to grow this skill? The stones are the urgent part. Checkpoints inspect belongings officially to block monster eggs, plant seeds, that kind of thing. Though Hyun-sung's red is the real reason, is tax evasion, and at this one a massive gray-skinned humanoid looms over a poor suit clutching his briefcase. Best to avoid the workers. He doesn't trust the Play-er Association people from the dungeon entrance either. Least of all the self-introduced team leader from the Sowu Guild's first scouting team, whose parting we'll meet again is still hanging in the air. He's pretty sure there's a cartel between the Play-er Association and the guilds anyway, so he handles it himself. He remembers an essential skill in his shop, digs through the listings, there must be a way, and finds it. The price, 699,999,999 points, 1 point short of 700 million, no refunds, no exchanges. His review: it's so expensive, he buys it anyway. One press of his hand against a sparkling purple surface later. Space. Nice. The subspace runs wider than he thought, roughly the size of the Goshiwan room he lives in, and Hyun-sung grins at a glowing purple orb. Running the world's shortest security audit, it should be fine, right? It has to be, because at the checkpoint a staffer in a black scarf throws up a hand. Wait, you are Choi Hyun-sung, right? Yes. A fingerprint scan flashes blue, everything checks out, and the man carrying who knows how many magic stones in a pocket of space walks through with a polite thank you. Meanwhile, inside the Sowu Guild, his name is already on the table. Guild Master Jung Sung-woo wants to know if any newbies have caught Ma Ji-hoon's attention, and second team leader Seo Daewung has exactly one candidate, a Play-er whose information is nearly impossible to get because he's been hiding that well. Conclusion first, I think he's someone we need. Then the details. The Play-er named Choi Hyun-sung reached a dungeon rated for levels 15 to 20 in less than 2 months. It isn't certain, but it's highly possible he's already broken past level 20, and he did it solo. One snag: negotiations with him are stuck on the contract. The down payment he wants is 100 billion won. The reaction: that's outrageous. Who has 100 billion under their name? But the money isn't the real deadlock. The difference of opinion is, Ma Ji-hoon will only decide to sign after seeing the status window first. Choi Hyun-sung will only reveal his status window once the down payment is in his hands. Jung Sung-woo exhales, no way that guy changed so easily, as indecisive and dense as ever, then says the sentence that moves everything: I won't make the same mistake. So the order drops: approach Choi Hyun-sung directly, put the money in his hands the moment he signs. If his status window has a problem, they take the payment right back, and if he's the real thing, he'll earn it all back anyway. All right. Which leaves one nervous voice asking the only question left: are we really going to do this? They are. 100 billion won is on its way to the level. One Play-er. Choi Hyun-sung is standing in the haze with a golden sword glowing in his hand, and in a few days, a guild is going to call this level one Play-er with 100 billion won on the table. First, though, he has some cleanup to finish. A purple explosion rips through the dark beside him, and he barely turns around. Thank you for your hard work. He has finally graduated. Confirmed. Done. One guild he never has to look at again. A few days later, the skill book he's been waiting on finally releases. The one so popular it sells to normal people too, because anyone can learn it. Finally, it's here. Hyun-sung picks up the blue and green book and does what any Play-er does: he tries to learn it. Instead, glitched messages flood his vision, and he's staring up in shock. What is happening? The skill acquisition failed. Failed on a book anyone can learn. Nothing much has changed, except one thing. His own skill book, the skill book of immortality, has definitely grown. Recovery wind, normal grade, didn't teach him anything. It got eaten. So he runs the experiment, raising a hand with a small cut on one finger. It was consumed because it enhances recovery, fine. But it doesn't make much of a difference. So how much did it actually increase, and how many books does it take before it does? A skill book runs millions of one a copy, and his math comes out dry, the price isn't good. Cut to a city street at night, and Hyun-sung's phone rings. Hello, Mr. Choi Hyun-sung. His first instinct is that it's spam. Who's this? The answer straightens his spine. I am Seo Daewung, the second team leader of the Sowu Guild. Because Hyun-sung told these people not to contact him unless they could meet his requirements. And Daewung's reply is simple. That's right, we accept. Are you talking about the 100 billion won down payment? Of course. Hyun-sung actually has to check. Are you serious? Dead serious. Daewung wants to meet up and sign the contract immediately. In a deal with this much money involved, you don't wait. Hyun-sung pumps the brakes. Could you send the contract first? Meeting would be difficult right now. He'll make contact once he's checked it. The message lands right away, Seo Daewung. Sowu Guild, please contact me once you've finished reviewing. And Hyun-sung lets out one long phew, standing alone on the cobblestones with 100 billion won sitting in his inbox. So he gets it reviewed. A man in a white shirt and black tie goes line by line through the papers while Hyun-sung sits on the couch, and the verdict starts out great. It's a really good contract, and the benefits are solid. However, a few clauses are stretched in the other party's favor. Tarnish the guild's reputation, and the contract can be terminated, and who decides what counts as tarnishing? Solely the guild leaders. His reviewer's word for it, unreasonable. Then it gets uglier. The contract can also be terminated if the player's skills and core are judged poor, and if it goes, the down payment must be compensated back as a penalty. The reviewer doesn't even know the number. Hyun-sung does, and a penalty equal to the down payment gets a 2-word review out of him, these bastards. The advice is clean, ask them to remove the nonsensical clauses, and there won't be any losses. He can proceed with signing. Hyun-sung locks it in. He needs to tell Daewung for sure. And right then his phone lights up. Please wait a moment, I've received a call. He looks down at the screen, and the name on it isn't Seo Daewung. It's Sowu Guild. Go Jin-sung. Same guild, brand new name, calling before Hyun-sung has said a single word about the contract. Ah, yes. Choi Hyun-sung is leaning on a wall outside, phone to his ear, while the Sowu Guild tries to talk him down from a number in the billions. The call opens friendly enough. Ah, Mr. Choi Hyun-sung, how have you been? And goes downhill from there. He has to think about the practical issues, and no matter how big the Sowu Guild is, an amount like that is challenging to agree to. Hyun-sung's reply that much might not even be enough. What? For real? Yes, for real. Because he has actually read what they want him to sign. The exclusive agreement between the contractor and the Sowu Guild runs exactly as long as the exclusivity itself. Main contract details stacked on top of exclusive conditions, page after page of it. Hyun-sung stands across a desk from a man in a suit, arms crossed, and works through the terms line by line. And buried in that fine print, he finds his real target. So his counter lands with the calm of a man ordering lunch. Is it possible to make him a new agreement, keeping the first one as the base, just without the poisonous clause? That single request lights up the guild's phone lines. Even Go Jin-sung, team leader of the first scout team, gets a call, and the matter climbs all the way to Guildmaster Young. Have you decided yet? The guild wants to know. Hyun-sung's answer is a masterpiece of nothing. It's difficult to give a definite answer right now. Then he starts playing the room. Standing under a blue sky with the phone at his ear, he mentions, almost as an afterthought, that from what he hears, the relationship between those two is not that good either. But now, he doesn't think there's any need for that. They should check that out first. The conversation can come after. And suddenly the guild is the one chasing him. A text message just went out. They should meet up right away, unconditionally. Yes, Mr. Choi Hyun-sung. Have you gotten a closer look at the contract? The polite phase does not survive. When a recording enters the conversation, the answer from the man in glasses is a shrug. You can hear it is really quite easy to edit voice recordings these days, isn't it? Then the crack. Are you trying to play with me? Hyun-sung stays exactly as warm as the paperwork. We can stop this if you don't like the conditions. And that down payment still seems a little low. That's not enough. Make it more. And when they push for an answer, Hyun-sung asks for the one thing the Seoul Guild can't put a price on: time. All right, please give him some time. They do. 1 month later, they are still waiting. In a dim office lined with bookshelves, a man in a dark suit stands at attention and delivers the report nobody wants to own. First off, Choi Hyun-sung is not showing himself. He is not signed with anyone. Early on, the guild had access to the dungeon records and could find him that way, but those records are managed by the state, and no matter how much reach a guild has, it cannot view them any time it wants. Every vice guild leader has his own faction, and none of that reach is finding him. The man behind the desk boils over. Are you such an incompetent punk? Do whatever is possible and find him, and that is where things stand. Choi Hyun-sung raised the price, demanded the poisonous clause gone, asked for time, and then vanished. The top guild in Korea wanted him under exclusive contract. Right now, they would settle for knowing where he is. Choi Hyun-sung stares off into the hazy light like a man whose day is about to get complicated, and it is because somewhere indoors, a man in a suit currently has a death grip on an office chair, and the name burning a hole through his teeth is Ma Ji-hoon. His people greet him with a polite "hello, team leader," and the best he can grind out in return is a flat good. The chair takes the rest of his feelings. They're all on Ma Ji-hoon's team now. All of them. All because of that, damn it. And then the line that actually matters: I need to find him immediately. He never says who. Hold that thought. Cut to Hyun-sung under a wide blue sky, one gloved hand raised toward a screen only he can see, doing his accounting. The batteries all sold well. The points from this hunt are quite fair. If this keeps up, selling everything he has will be quick. There's just one bottleneck, and it's a big one. No matter how well the store does, he can only pull in 600,000 points a day. And the marketplace itself isn't helping. He has to upload his items one by one every single time, while other sellers register hundreds, thousands of items in one go. He can't even clear out his own purchase window, and there's one name in there he is especially tired of seeing: this Rikumo's guy. It'd be nice if this worked like a game, he sighs, and the bigger question keeps circling: will anything actually change once he levels up? Then he does the real math, and the real math is brutal. He needs 10 billion points to reach the next grade. 10 billion on a 600,000 a day budget. So the plan writes itself: hunt a little more. And a little more looks like Hyun-sung in his dark cloak, dropping straight out of the sky onto a huge green monster between the cliffs to the sound of one very long scream. The locals here are green, reptilian, purple-tongued, and standing around like they'd rather be anywhere else. And honestly, Hyun-sung gets it. No wonder only a few people hunt here, he thinks. This is definitely a chore. The chore proceeds anyway. Magic missile, fireball, a full-grown explosion blooming right in front of his hood. Then the spears come out, 3 of the creatures charging him at once. One of them already airborne and shrieking. All it takes is, and a curved red blade slices through the air, trailing red sparks. And that is exactly when his screen pings. What is this? He's got a bad feeling about it. A blue blade whips past his face close enough to leave sweat rolling down his cheek, and Hyun-sung, mid-battle, monsters on every side, makes an executive decision. Let's check the complaint first. Yes, he is doing customer service in the middle of a hunt. The complaint is a masterpiece. This buyer has only ever purchased batteries from him, and he's telling Hyun-sung to cut the price in half. Hyun-sung stares at a 2-pack of batteries like it's evidence in a trial. Why should he listen? Every single time he uploads batteries, these guys buy them anyway, and now they're filing complaints, even dragging up his old listings that never sold, the razors, the Tamagotchi. The audacity is genuinely impressive. So Hyun-sung reads between the lines and says the quiet part out loud. I knew it. So you're going to try to shut down my business, huh? Right on cue, a notification flashes across the big blue screen. Something has just been registered. Hyun-sung's entire reaction is one word, okay. Then he's standing alone in the dark, turning a small transparent device over in his hand, text glowing across its surface. And he asks the only question that matters, should I try this? Armored boots crack down onto the stone floor, and the man wearing them asks one question, do you think you can beat me? Fair warning, his weapon isn't a blade. It's money. And money is about to meet Choi Hyun-sung. He wasn't born on top. He remembers sitting on the ground at night under a sky of drifting green light, watching a figure walk away from him with a spear in hand. His unique skills made him strong fast, but no matter how much effort he poured into collecting them, skills alone were never enough to reach the absolute position. Points were. So he stacked points until he became the absolute of the planet he lives on. Now his whole business is sweeping up the points that can only be found on each planet. Newbies grind them out by hunting. Once in a while an unusual one appears who grows by buying class books and skill books instead, and it doesn't matter how good they are, because in front of overwhelming capital, talent folds. His playbook is filthy file complaints against a seller until they eat a 3-month suspension, hoard items from the newbies in the meantime, and of course, he monopolizes all of it. A suspended seller learns fast that in the end, there's no choice but to sell at his set time and his set price. In his own words, it's the same as a point shuttle to me. And he runs it again and again. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-sung has noticed that somebody attempted to sabotage his business, and with this many items selling these days, he needs to buy and restock quickly. So he walks into an ordinary supermarket called S-Mart and empties the shelves down to nothing. The clerk sends him off with, I'm out of stock, thank you, goodbye, and may your business prosper, which is a very polite way to hand a man his ammunition, because this is now a full-blown purchase war.
Hyun-sung's red is simple. Other players have started buying too, and they'll eventually catch up. So if he's going to overdo it anyway, he raises a single finger in silence. Will the guy still buy it even doubled? He does.
The system pings him accumulated points, over 6.2 billion. At first, Hyun-sung found this whole hustle disgraceful. That feeling is dead. I'll triple the price this time. Complaints have risen compared to the last sale, and continuing only gets riskier. Maybe he should start switching items and adjusting. Instead, he smirks by the window and gives the situation the only summary it needs. So he's a giving tree, huh? The listing goes back up. Buy this if you can. On the other end, a bandaged hand is strangling the grip of a dark blade. The price quadrupled at the last minute, and the monopolist grits out that 4 times is the most he can tolerate. Recovery will take time, and stock this small takes forever to turn back into profit. It is genuinely making him choke. So he coaches himself the seller has to be almost at his limit. Maybe he's already fallen to his knees, right? Then he opens the listings. More than 70 batteries registered goods that read like next-generation technology to buyers out there, and clearing all of it costs 2.1 billion points. Again. And the thought that finally breaks him isn't the number. It's this, what if this jerk uploads again the moment I purchase it? If he were confident he'd win, he would spend the points. He isn't. A tear slips down his cheek. He lets out one long sigh, and the absolute of an entire planet, the man who buried newbies under overwhelming capital, says the 3 words Choi Hyun-sung has been farming him for I give up. Choi Hyun-sung runs a shop out of a little shed. His customers buy from beneath castle spires, and today his complaints department has finally gone quiet. They must have given up, he figures. Then the notice drops. The items have been put on sale, and the response is a stampede. Buy these now. Hyun-sung has a good laugh about the whole thing because he had to release the goods earlier than planned, thanks to one customer in particular anyway. Business is healthy. Sales on his existing products keep climbing, and he's already eyeing the next wave. I'll have to start selling those too. And the demand side is not exactly discerning. Under a castle's glowing sky, a gloved hand picks up a handheld game console, turns it over, and lands on flawless customer logic. I don't know what this is. Let's buy it first. Then Hyun-sung checks his balance, and the number stops him cold. Accumulated points just over 14 billion. That's enough to shop all the way up to epic grade. Right above that sits a legend grade elixir, a consumable, one use and gone at a price blowing past $1 trillion. How expensive legendary really is, he decides, is beyond imagination. A luxury item, not a necessity. So the road is long. The store turns out to have more than a sell button too. He finds purchase reviews, and one name is under all of them. Barutuk? Barutuk is everywhere, posting the top reply on every single product, how expensive. Newbies should buy it. Hyun-sung scrolls through his one-man review section and gives his customers their due. They're quite sharp. His read on the catalog: some products can run continuously if you link them to magic stones, but those are expensive even here. And while the response to the arcade game machine isn't half bad, he's not putting those up yet. Window shopping for now. He's asleep in bed when the phone lights up. She's calling at this hour? It's his mom. Yes, Mom? And she has a strange question. Hyun-sung? Do you know Seo Daewung from the Seowu Guild? He doesn't. She fills him in. The man introduced himself as the second support team leader of the Seowu Guild. Then the part that snaps him fully awake: he's coming to their house. Hyun-sung keeps his voice easy for her sake. Don't do anything for him. I'll call him separately. He'll explain everything later. His mom asks exactly one thing in return: all right, just don't overdo things for us. So he makes the call himself. On the other end, a man in a black suit picks up, already smiling. Hello, I can finally contact you. Hyun-sung skips the pleasantries entirely. It's me, Choi Hyun-sung. What are you doing? Why did you approach my mom? Do-woong's answer is pure salesman. He only came to tell Han-sung's mother that important decisions like these should be discussed with family. They're concerned about his father's health. It's too much for Han-sung to decide alone. He came with good intentions. Then, with a chuckle, "You sound rather excited. Let's calm ourselves first. Han-sung doesn't take the bait. The one who should sign the contract is me, not my mom." Of course that's true. Do-woong concedes, but... So Hyun-sung lays it out. Even after sending a contract like that, he's still talking this way. He took the thing to a lawyer, and the lawyer found a number of problems. This does not involve his family, and Daewung, the man who sent it, goes smooth as glass. What contract? What kind of concerns do you have? Now, why can't you be more cooperative? Meet us anytime you want. Hyun-sung stands there, phone to his ear, patience draining out of his face. Are you really asking because you don't know? The Seowu Guild got caught holding a dirty contract, and its answer is to smile, play dumb, and keep walking toward his mother's front door. The Seowu Guild is on the phone with Choi Hyun-sung right now, still trying to close the deal. And it's dying for the same reason it always dies: buried in their contract is a clause forcing him to open his status window. The one thing Hyun-sung shows nobody. Their man in the black suit keeps his voice warm while sweat rolls down his temple. No need to worry, Mr. Choi. The clause is just a provision, just in case. Please think it over thoroughly. Hyun-sung has thought it over. If the contract didn't require him to open his status window, it might even have been a good deal. But he doesn't believe for 1 second the Seowu Guild would ever drop that clause. So if that's all they have to say, he's ending the call. Oh, and he's changing his number afterwards, so there will be no point in calling this one again. Then the parting shot. How dare they be so rude? And a warning to go with it: show up at his door again, and he will not just stand by and watch. Back at the guild, a hung-up phone is treated as a scheduling problem. The leader wants to know if they've tracked his location, and a man at a desk confirms it. Yes. Where is he? He's here. And the plan the leader lays out is genuinely cold, put Hyun-sung through a real sense of crisis, so the guild can be the one to get its hands on him. Don't worry, he won't die. That's the comforting part. Hyun-sung, unaware, has his own agenda for the day, sell as much as he can. That means hunting, and the map includes ground that sits squarely in Osung Guild's domain. So the hunt begins. In a vast, icy cavern, he raises both hands at the jagged ceiling and calls it, "This is enough." On a stretch of open sand, green-skinned bruisers come charging and meet a single glowing hand. By a waterfall, he reads the results. It's over, faster than expected. Good. 5 hours later, he's already picking the next stop, today's goblin dungeon. What he doesn't see are the three men watching from the stone steps above, one in a dark cloak, one in green, one shirtless with his arms crossed. Is that him? It is. Let's follow him quietly. Yes, Hyungnim. The dungeon itself is a first even for him. He's never seen one in a dense forest like this, just two broken stone arches under a sunset sky. So he goes in the quiet way, stealth. Once he judges he's far enough, he starts. 4 goblins stand in the trees with staffs and clubs, and he opens with magic missile, then fire, and the shrieking is immediate. But these goblins don't just line up and die. They scatter, crawl low, regroup, and Hyun-sung, fire orb burning in his palm, says it out loud. They're surprisingly smart. The goblins return the compliment, admitting this intruder is strong, and one of them kneels with a hand to its mouth, sending out a call. Hyun-sung tracks the sound straight to its source. From there, huh? Time to wrap this up. He crouches over a downed goblin, broken blades of blue light hanging in the air above him, then extends one hand, a burst of purple, and it's done. And that is the exact moment a voice he doesn't know comes rolling through the trees. Who the hell is making such a fuss in our hunting grounds? Is anyone there? Hyun-sung came here to sell loot. Somebody out there thinks he's been robbing their house. Choi Hoon-sung has just cleaned out a goblin dungeon, and the bill arrives on legs, a pack of players informing him that this is their hunting ground, the place where they hunt every single day. So in exchange for hunting their monsters, he can leave his gear behind. And his magic stones, of course, since those came off their turf too. That's the deal, as far as they're concerned. It's only fair. Hyun-sung finds the whole thing genuinely funny. He entered this dungeon and paid his way in exactly like they did. So since when is it anyone's private hunting ground? His verdict comes out flat. You guys have made a big mistake. They lecture him anyway because they're convinced the mistake is his. Inside a dungeon, modern weapons, guns, bombs, anything electronic simply don't work. And when trouble breaks out between players in here, all anyone has to go on afterward is each other's testimony. There will always be players who take advantage of that. They strip victims of their items and equipment, and in the worst cases they kill, and even a fatal accident tends to get dismissed as just another death caused by a monster. The visual aid is already lying on the ground, a broken helmet and a shattered sword, the leftovers of whoever heard this speech before him. You're going to pick a fight after seeing this? Hyun-sung's takeaway is not the one they wanted. So these are the dungeon bullies he's read about on the internet. He never thought he'd actually meet them in person. Crazy people. The leader gives up on talking, then, let us show you. His guys bark out a yes. One of them charges in leading with a spear, and Hyun-sung files his one-word review of the whole attack slow. The big ornate spear slams down and blasts debris across the ground and hits nothing. The follow-up dies in the wielder's throat, because Hyun-sung is already somewhere else entirely, sword resting on his shoulder like this is a warm-up stretch. They scream die at him, and then they're just screaming. One ends up flat on his back, spitting damn it, while looking straight up at the man now standing over him. It ends the way it was always going to, one blonde swordsman left, crouched over his blade, and Hyun-sung standing calmly right behind him. The last of the group's fight comes out as a strangled these bastards. And this one-sided fight has an audience. From somewhere out of sight, a figure with a headband watches and grades the performance. They seem to be doing well. Then a colder thought, although it might be better to just go and kill him personally. Then a quiet oh, because whatever was supposed to happen down there is clearly not happening. Back in the forest, Hyun-sung plants a purple-bladed sword upright and delivers his own sentencing. Cutting off one of your legs should be enough. That buys a very different tone from the survivors. Is he part of some security team? Hyun-sung's flat? What answers that one? And the mumbling trails off into a single nervous word guild. Right on cue, the rest of the roster walks in. A guild leader arrives, flanked by a man laughing under a purple hood, another shouldering an axe, and a tall, cloaked figure looming behind them all. The question comes down like a gavel: did you do this to our guild members? Hyun-sung doesn't blink. These guys are the ones who came at me first. So the shakedown crew turns out to be an entire guild. The boss wants answers he isn't going to like, and the watcher in the dark still hasn't decided whether to come kill Hyun-sung himself. Round 2 is already walking toward him. Choi Hyun-sung has just blocked a full swing from the biggest opponent of his life, and the man's response is to laugh in his face. Haha. Good man. You dare to block me? Fine, then he will at least take one of Hyun-sung's hands. That's the discount offer. The full price is everything else. It stings because Hyun-sung's whole plan was modest. He finished the second job he took, and he told himself not to mess around in the goblin dungeon. Instead, he is squared up in a forested canyon against a giant in a brown cloak, and one exchange is all it takes to run the math. The man is stronger than him in every way, power and speed both. Hyun-sung's vampiric sword is a full greatsword, and this guy still moves faster than he can swing it. This is nothing like the wannabe gangsters he has been dealing with. And without his shield, that opening blow would already have ended things. The giant hangs in the air above him, sword raised against the orange sky, and Hyun-sung's whole read on him comes out in one flat word: strong. The gray-haired swordsman takes being blocked personally. How dare an insect like him do that? And while the big man rages overhead with his sword up, Hyun-sung asks himself the only honest question left: how the heck did it come to this? And lands on the only honest answer: let's just get out of here first. A fire spear goes off, the blast erupting right under the airborne swordsman, and Hyun-sung runs, coughing as he goes. But one detail from that exchange refuses to sit still in his head. The blow that caught him was not a fatal one, and a swordsman that's strong does not pull his blade just to save some points. So what is this man actually after? Found you. 2 words roll through the dark, and Hyun-sung, sword glowing faintly between the black trees, still coughing, grinds out the only reply he has left in him. This bastard. This bastard again. Perched on a tree branch in the night, shield in hand, he finally puts the pieces together. The man has not been aiming at anything that would actually kill him. Something is strange about this whole hunt. So Hyun-sung does the most Hyun-sung thing you can possibly do while a monster of a man combs the forest for him. He opens his shop and asks the real question: what should I buy? The gray-haired man comes strolling through the trees, all smiles, sword slung across his shoulder. Yeah, there is no point in running away, so just give up. Then the grin widens. Well, you already look like you have given up. Stupid kid. Here is what the stupid kid is actually thinking: I have to completely immobilize him. And there it is in the listings, a hero rank book called Survival Instincts. The price is a whopping 20 billion for just 60 seconds, and the fine print has zero mercy. Once an item is purchased, it cannot be returned or exchanged. Yes or no. 60 seconds bought at 20 billion against a man who outclasses him in everything, but it's obviously a yes. So 20 billion vanishes on a single purchase. No refunds, no exchanges, no safety net. Down in the trees, the giant keeps grinning at a kid who looks finished. Up on that branch, the kid stares straight ahead with his eyes burning because the book is already his. Good. He can get him. The ambush in the Goblin Dungeon just ended in the strangest way possible. The gray-haired man who attacked Choi Hyun-sung is flat on the ground under an orange sky, and the woman in armor standing over him greets her audience with a polite hello, Mr. Choi Hyun-sung. His men are still reeling. What the heck just happened? Who was that? And Hyun-sung's entire response is an "oh" because he knows that face. It clicks a moment later. Familiar looking, that girl. She's the one he once handed a rare rank potion to, and she remembers it better than he does. She thanks him for his help with an actual tear sliding down her smiling face, sword resting easy on her shoulder, and apologizes for causing him so much trouble the last time they met. Then she admits the strange part. She has been following his footsteps from the moment he started this work, and she makes it official. Her name is Shin Yoon. Head inspector for the play, Association. She has been watching Hyun-sung to find out exactly how skilled he is, and she tailed him all the way into this goblin dungeon. He barely gets a "what, do, you, mean out" before she moves on. Let's get out of the dungeon and talk properly. As for the men lying around them, yes, these bastards are repeat offenders. So Hyun-sung asks the question that actually matters: were they aiming for his life? He doesn't think they meant to kill him from the start, but have they committed similar crimes before? Yoon, Ah's answer is worse than a yes. She has no hard evidence, but these men were identified as the main suspects in a string of disappearance cases. Her professional conclusion: those disappearances are murder cases. Which leaves the one thing she still has to dig up: why they do this sort of thing. From here on, that is the reason they have to uncover. Then she glances down at the gray-haired man conveniently sleeping at her feet. "I know you're awake. Get up." He surfaces with a groan. He opens by lawyering. Is it even okay for an association official to beat up a good play, like this? He was only protecting his guild members from an unfair assault. He was unconscious for the rest. He will be filing an official report to the media. Yoon, throws her head back and laughs, eyes closed, genuinely delighted. He should have gotten up while she was being nice. Then the warmth drains out of her. Can he really not read the atmosphere? Does he not understand where they are? If she kills him right here, there will be no evidence. Or does he honestly believe that Mr. Choi Hyun-sung, the man he attacked, would run to the police on his behalf? She is only sparing him if he is useful to her as a witness. Unless he wants this place to become the grave of him and his entire guild, it would be better for him to go along. He tries one last stand. Is she threatening him right now? An official of the play, Association, threatening to kill an innocent play, To Yoon? That is just a punk who still hasn't come to his senses. So she turns back to Hyun-sung, sweetness restored. Could he please leave the two of them alone for a bit? And while he's on his way, make sure none of the knocked-out men run off, since it would be troublesome if even one got away. Hyun-sung agrees. All right. He is barely out of earshot when a massive curved blade with a jagged edge slams into the ground, and the man who was going to call the media transforms on the spot, screaming, begging, "Don't kill me. I am really, really sorry." Whatever the head inspector's idea of a private conversation is, it starts right now. The ambush is over, and Choi Hyun-sung is still gripping his dagger, stuck on the part that scares him. That man wasn't caught by a single one of his skills. So, what are these people aiming for? Is it the Seowu Guild and the Cerberus? The recruiters pitch replays. Change your mind, join the guild, contact me, and what if the guild itself is behind this attack? They're high level. How is he supposed to deal with that? He thought becoming a player would solve everything. It didn't. The Players Association isn't exactly fair or trustworthy, and word is these bastards received a fortune from the Seowu Guild. Damn it. He needs to grow stronger. Shin Yuna lays it out flat. They were ordered to cripple him, and the guild planned to win him over afterward while acting like they knew nothing. Thankfully, she caught them in the act and secured evidence to prove their crime, enough to counterattack the Seowu Guild. But first, let's get out of here. Then, do you have a moment, Mr. Hyun-sung? Yes. The talk moves indoors. Hyun-sung asks the obvious. Why was she looking for him at all? Because of the Cerberus case. Then how did she know he was in the Goblin Dungeon? She went through the dungeon entry records. Isn't that illegal? No, the Players Association is in charge of those records and may check them when necessary. A very comfortable rule to be on the right side of. The investigation was unofficial, so she secretly followed him into the dungeon to assess his skills herself, and then, in her words, an accident occurred. After seeing what he pulled off against Zhang Wuyan at the end, she was certain Hyunsung is the one who killed Cerberus. So you wanted to test my limits, he says. Yes. He braces and asks if hiding that fact is a crime. It's the opposite. The association has been looking for him to reward him compensation for killing Cerberus, and along with the reward, an offer. Hyunsung cuts straight to it. Is this a recruitment offer? It is. The down payment is 100 billion won, exactly what the Seowu Guild put on the table, plus full benefits as a under the Players Association, equipment rental free of charge. He knew it, but she asks him to hear the terms first, because there are conditions. The main one is a single test, and she promises it simple, honest answers, given in front of a person she appoints. The skill is called Contract of Truth. Players who carry it have abilities unrelated to battle, so they usually work in the police force or as prosecutors. A hand rests on your head under a ring of white light. Tell the truth, nothing changes. Lie, and it glows red. Though even she can't promise it works on a high-level player, that depends on who the high-level player is. So Hyunsung asks the real question, why go this hard to recruit him? Her math is blunt, of course he's worth 100 billion won. He became this strong in a matter of 3 months. And Hyunsung starts sweating, because the louder question is one he can't say out loud. Is this about the 20-level rule? If so, would they still recruit him? She tells him a decision this important deserves real thought, and that she came with good intentions. True, he thinks, but he's weaker than Zhang Wuyan. Giant guilds are already looking his way, and somewhere a man in a black suit is smiling into a phone. She asks if he's made up his mind. Yes, I have. A great choice, she says, and gestures to a purple-haired woman, the appointed one, who steps forward. She will now use the Contract of Truth, one last formality for a man built out of things he never says out loud. Do you consent? Yes, I do. The Korea Players Association is about to put Choi Hyunsung under a truth spell, and he agrees to it, which should tell you how much faith he has in his own poker face. Shin Yuna, the woman in the black suit across from him, asks his consent to cast the skill, then rests a hand on his head. Here. The Contract of Truth settles over him, and it is, in a word, uncomfortable. Please sit down comfortably, she says, and answer my questions. Ah, yes. She doesn't warm up. She opens with the number she already knows. He's about level 140. Did he really awaken just 3 months ago? Yes. Then why is he hunting in low-level dungeons? It's nothing. Does he know how to break the 20-level rule? No. Under a truth contract, short answers are the only safe size. Then the question with no exit, does he have any unique skills? The real reason he hunts low-level monsters, this one, he has to answer. Yes. Did he use that unique skill to avoid the 20-level rule? Yes. Can he give it to other players? No. Yuna lifts her mug and calls it. No further questions, he's told the truth, and they're done. Then, almost warmly, he really does have a unique skill. She kind of expected it. She even gives him something back. Every player who possesses a unique skill has reached the top of the rankings. All of them. Each unique skill belongs to a single player, and no, she can't tell him what they are. So it's true, it isn't just him. So Hyunsung flips the table with one polite question. Don't you also have your own skill, Shin Yuna, Nim? She doesn't flinch, she lawyers. Information on players with unique skills is restricted, kept secret under the national security law, and even a high-level player doesn't get to know everything. Translation, nice try. Then heels click across the gray floor and the pitch begins. This isn't just an association recruitment, she says. This is national-level scouting for Hyunsung specifically. He points out he never said anything about joining. Her answer, from the moment he mentioned having a unique skill, he doesn't really have a choice anymore, and you don't have to look so serious. The paper lands a Korea Players Association exclusive contract, with conditions she calls practically unheard of outside the national level. Every mana stone and item sale during the contract stays his. The mandatory clauses amount to almost nothing. Emergency standby pays way above normal, plus a dispatch allowance during incidents. Hyun-sung stares at it. This is a contract? Yes, it is. He asks the obvious, not every play, under the association's signed conditions like these, did they? No, Hyun-sung is actually a pretty big deal, and if they offered this to everyone, they'd end up bankrupt. Now, go ahead and sign it. Then his eyes find Article 6, the contract period, and he says it with a straight face, isn't a lifelong contract what you call a slave contract. Yuna looms over the desk and tells him he's got it all wrong. They're recruiting a play, who could become the world's best, and only a fool would try to save money on him. Her math is simple, the 20-level rule doesn't apply to him, right? His unique skill means he can keep speed, leveling. Hyun-sung blinks. Huh? His unique skill? Is it about the contract's duration? She asks. He only asks whether the contract can be modified a little and lets the misunderstanding stand, because it's not her fault. What she believes is partially true. He's the only one who knows which part. Then her eyes go wide as the real weight of him finally lands. Before Choi Han-sung appeared, there was exactly one play, in all of Korea with a unique skill. One. And now she's sitting across from the second. The Korean Players Association wants Choi Han-sung badly enough to offer him a contract that runs for life, and the recruiter in the black suit explains why. Players with unique abilities get discovered, and losing one to a foreign country or a rival guild is something the association can't afford. She knows the terms don't sit well with him, so she's willing to hear him out. Please, speak your mind. He does. Hyun-sung wants to change the contract period, a year, not a lifetime. You know that's impossible, right? Fine. How about 2 years? She counters the way big organizations always do. With money, she'll raise the down payment into the billions if he'll just take the life contract, which supposedly has more benefits than obligations. And this is where Hyun-sung plants his flag. He won't be blinded by a big sum of money and trade his future for it on the spot. If it comes to that, he'd rather not sign with the play, association at all. She visibly flinches. It's nothing personal, he explains. He just doesn't know much about the association yet. So give him a 2-year internship contract first, and if the association causes him no losses by the end of it, he will definitely renew under the same conditions. What he needs right now isn't hundreds of billions. It's somewhere he can stay. That one is above her pay grade. She'll report it to the higher ups. So can he wait a while? Take your time, he says. Which makes this a reversed internship contract, the intern deciding whether the employer passes probation. The higher ups take his suggestion with one rider. If a scouting request ever comes from another country or play, association, he shares that information with the Korean Players Association first, no matter what, and any renewal happens under these same conditions. He understands. The paperwork goes through Choi Hyun-sung, and she extends her hand. I look forward to working with you. Next morning, the perks kick in. All of his equipment is rental now, so the first order of business is changing items, and the association warehouse pulls a genuine wow out of him because they really do have everything. His own sword and cloak are rare grade, so he swaps out everything except those two. He tests the edges of the deal. If he were a direct member, could he rent all of this? Not quite. Rental grade depends on a player's rank, but he's an exception. While his gear is in for repairs, she shows him how the association operates, and over drinks he chooses on which team he'll be assigned to. He needs to choose well. The actual job handle accidents inside dungeons, settle disputes between players, and, since manpower is short, help out the support team. Can he even carry out missions like that? Don't worry, she says. At his current level, she'll still consider sending him out, starting with low-level dungeons. And since she's now his immediate superior, she'd like to hear about any difficulties at work. So he tells her before the contract, he ran into a bit of a problem. He even lost his hunting spot in the dungeon. Her read is instant. So he fell afoul of the Sowu Guild. Her response is everything he never had. The association can deal with the matter immediately, make an example of the Sowu Guild, and she'll even provide him with accommodation, though she admits the problem is deep, rooted, and Hyun-sung waves the whole thing off. Oh, it's fine, he's not the type to hunt heavily in dungeons anyway. Seriously, Mr. Hyun-sung, aren't you surprised? Now she's the one sitting there stunned because that is a lot of trouble to shrug at. A top guild is circling this man? The association just offered to swing its full weight at them, and the level, one play, calmly sits with his iced coffee like none of it is his problem. The Korean play, association is buying Choi Hyun-sung's silence right now, and they're being very polite about it. Across the table sits the association's negotiator, long brown hair, black suit, laying out the terms the money covers his fees, and in exchange he keeps this whole arrangement a secret. At minimum, he tells them which dungeon he's hunting in each time, and officially, the paperwork will just say he relocates frequently. Hyun-sung's only pushback is the obvious one. Is this really okay? She isn't done giving. Take this as well, and whatever she's handed him, it fits perfectly. Then the headline, a contract with the association, 2 years. The catch fits in one line. When he is called, he must answer, and he must accept. Hyun-sung asks the question that matters: when does he get his sign-up bonus? It's already been sent, and since the contract only goes into effect after he's received the money, he's officially theirs the moment it lands. Understood. Can he go now? Not quite. First, financial planning. He wanted to buy some skills anyway, and she thinks that's a good idea. Invest the entire 20 billion bonus into skill books, as many as he can. The association runs its own skill bookstore now because skill books are still hard to come by, supply nowhere near demand, and a good one sells instantly. She'll guide him there herself, and she even hands over the car. Treat it as your own. Drive comfortably. I'll see you next time. Drive safely. Then the warmth turns off. Korean play, association, the president's office. Does the president regret that they couldn't make it a lifetime contract? Of course he's regretful. They needed to seize Hyun-sung no matter what, and no matter what, 2 years is too short. Which drags the negotiator's own leash into the light. They wouldn't even know about unique skills if not for her, and that, she says, is exactly why they should have treated her better. We treated you well enough. No, they exploited her at first, and she should have made her own contract with a time limit, like Choi Hyun-sung did. The president doesn't apologize. He justifies handle things any other way. And that information would have leaked to other nations' play, associations and private guilds. They already yielded on this contract because of her suggestions. Without her interference, they could have locked Hyun-sung into a lifetime contract for cheap. Fine, she says, then change her contract to a limit as well. That's impossible. Does she think he does this for himself? It's all for the country. Her review is short: you're a villain. She wonders what sins she committed in a previous life to end up here. He asks where she's going to work. All that's left behind is a cheech. Back at a desk, Hyun-sung's first move isn't a skill at all. It's a one transfer to his mom's account. With this much, his dad's medical fees and living expenses are taken care of for the next 10 years. No speech about it. 10 years of his family being okay, settled in one quiet transfer. Then the shopping starts. Buy this Nature's Recovery, a passive skill book that raises his injury recovery rate. The logic is pure function. Actives have to be used, passives are always on, so passives are what he stocks. Even if a book can't be absorbed, there's no downside to just having it. He keeps the picks at rare rank, the same rank as his Book of Immortality, and lands on what he calls the perfect amount. With the one handled, Hyun-sung smiles at his next idea should he do some shopping with points. But the last face of the day isn't his, a young man with a spiral tattoo coiling up his neck, white jacket hanging open over a black tank top, staring straight ahead. No name, no words, just the stare. Choi Han-sung, the hunter stuck at level 1, starts his day getting a hero's welcome, not at a guild, but at a second-hand home appliance store where the suited owner lights up and shouts, "Welcome" at his favorite customer. And the sales rundown explains the enthusiasm. The makeup and perfumes sold watches are moving surprisingly well. The game consoles and laptops are popular and a whole lot of stock is already gone. Hyun-sung asks about the batteries. Everything is set, fully charged. Fully charged matters to him more than it should for used electronics, and his own quiet answer says why. Let's use everything. Then a masked dealer in round sunglasses closes the loop. The points transfer has gone through, reduced price, direct payment, and if there's any other product Hyun-sung needs, he should feel free to reach out. The one condition: keep the same volume of stock ready next time. Hyun-sung agrees with a polite thank you. So that's the hustle. A level, one play, quietly converting perfume and wristwatches into points. And he needs a mountain of them. By his own math, pushing every stat to 200 will cost roughly 5 billion points, but a stat increase feeds every single skill he owns, and everything from low-level elixirs on up can be dumped straight into the Book of Immortality with a guaranteed effect. Even Hyun-sung stares at that number and admits this is insane. Meanwhile, his list is still a wall of common, with exactly one rare shining in it: the Spear of Light. That evening, sitting on his bed, his phone rings. It's Shin Yuna, and she has news worth picking up for. Using the evidence she gathered back then, she has filed a complaint with the police against the executives of the Seowu Guild, and the arrest warrant hasn't even been used yet. The evidence is confirmed, she tells him, so it's only a matter of time. Avoiding arrest is impossible. The people who once stood at Seowu's side have already turned their backs, and the man at the center of it is being tracked by the police and the players both. Hyun-sung actually smiles into the phone. Going up against Seowu alone would have been a nightmare, and now he doesn't have to. Thank you for taking care of it. He offers to treat her to a meal next time as thanks, and Yuna immediately checks the fine print. He's not just saying that to be polite, right? Of course not. Then she'll be waiting for his call, and she hangs up, fully planning to hold him to it. Alone again, Hyun-sung runs the damage. The entire down payment from his contract is gone, and the skill book got consumed along with it. His take is pure Hyun-sung: if he's poured this much in, he deserves to develop faster, so when in the world does it change? Then it hits him right. There's still one last skill out there he has to go find. Lying back, he does the depressing math on ranks. It already takes this much to push a skill toward heroic, fewer weaknesses, room to grow even further, so he can't begin to imagine what legendary will demand. Tomorrow is the first day of emergency standby, so the plan is simple: just sleep. The blue window has other plans. A notification glows in the dark. One of his passive skills has developed into a rare. Great news. Except for the words sitting right next to it, destroyed at the same time. Hyun-sung freezes mid-celebration. Destroyed at the same time. Something of his just got stronger, and something else was destroyed to pay for it. And the window isn't saying what. Choi Hyun-sung reports for his first emergency standby duty at an office so understaffed that his arrival counts as a small miracle. Are you the one on duty today? Yes. First assignment. First emergency standby, and Hyun-sung will admit he's a bit nervous. The man on shift has been begging management for new recruits, and they really did send one. He offers a hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Seo Tae-a Chul. Ah yes, Choi Hyun-sung. The job comes with one simple rule: if the problem is a dungeon below level 100, you wait right here for further instructions. Then there's the silver-haired woman who has been talking to him casually, informally, from the very first sentence, presumably because he looks like the youngest person in the building. Hyun-sung finally asks it straight: did I offend you somehow? Because if so, I'll apologize. Seo Tae, Chul fills in the org chart instead. She's the one in charge of every dungeon level 100 or lower, so when the dispatch call comes, Hyun-sung goes with her. And then the ages come out. Hyun-sung turned 27 this year, which technically puts him in oppa territory for her. You really look young for your age. The informal speech dries up on the spot. Oh no, it's fine, followed by a very quick I see, I'm sorry. For his part, he doesn't really care either way. Seo Tae. Chul walks him to his space, a bunk room where standby personnel are free to sleep or read until the world breaks something. The place doesn't look like much, but apparently it pays quite a lot, and Hyun-sung is already scheming about applying for the night shift so he can just live here. Because privately, the math has changed. His stats window finally reads level 2, and by his own estimate, he wouldn't have any problems now, even if he went in alone. He gets exactly one long nap before the phone proves him interesting. Most reports here come from beginner dungeons around level 50, where the gap is maybe 10 levels, routine, survivable, boring. This is not that. In a level 60 deer horned tortoise dungeon, a monster in the 70 to 80 range has appeared, a hulking werewolf with glowing red eyes. Hyun-sung asks the same question, are the two of us really the only ones being dispatched? The two of us, she says, should be enough. On the way, she explains why the safety net is built upside down. Dungeons of level 80 and above get no safety personnel at all, because players who grow up protected get significantly worse at handling trouble themselves. So the protection stays down in the low-level areas, watching over the players, still getting their first jobs. Past that line, you're on your own by design. At the site, she gives him exactly one instruction. If you're slow, I'll leave you behind, so follow quickly, and then she's gone. Hyun-sung, watching her tear across the ground, can only manage a whoa, this is crazy. She's really fast. A howl rips out of the dark, the thing with the dog-like snout comes into view, and somewhere in the chase it turns into a genuine argument over whose sense of smell is better. And then, blue sky, quiet. The fight already decided. She takes stock like it's routine. The armor's elasticity is really good, and it should be because it cost a lot. But the debrief lands on something much colder. Before that thing died, it wasn't just the one, it was calling its people. They agree to head back, and the calm snaps on a single word, what? The dungeon behind Choi Hyun-sung has just changed its own name and its own level, and when he asks if that happens often, the answer he gets is the bad kind of honest. Lee Soo, young, silver hair, cat ears, leopard print, calm as the clear blue sky behind her, tells him it does happen when something like this happens. However, not that often, which means whatever is out here with them right now is not routine, and both of them know it. The plan they land on is simple: deal with these bastards first, make the report later. Soo, Young calls it, I'll go first. Hyun-sung gives her an all right, and right on cue a howl rolls out of the trees. Just now, huh? A huge dark creature is already there, standing on the gray ground ahead of them, growling low. Soo, Young puts a hand on Hyun-sung's arm and claims it before he can open his mouth. It's a werewolf king, a monster sitting somewhere between level 100 and 110, so there won't be a problem, right? I'll take it. All Hyun-sung can do is look at her in surprise. That is the kind of thing she says the way other people call shotgun. So the work splits. Hyun-sung takes the pack, and soon he's standing over a heap of downed wolf monsters that are still snarling at the edges, asking the only fair question, is it still not over yet? Looks like soon. Then he makes the mistake of watching her fight. What the hell is with that magic? That is a fierce battle. Maybe he should go help her, and he never gets to finish the thought, because the werewolf king is suddenly looming over him, red eyes glowing, its roar bursting the air right beside his head. And across the fight, Soo, Young, takes a hit, red sparks everywhere, her face twisting in pain. Hyun-sung's answer is instant, fire missile, the blast detonates, and the werewolf king is already gone, clinging to a tree trunk above it all, looking down at the explosion like it was rude of him to even try. Then he's at her side, and there are tears on his face, which tells you everything about how this is going. Heal. He pulls out the potion he received last time and uses it on her. "Ms. Su Young, are you all right?" She coughs, still with him, and through his teeth, "For the monster, you damn bastard." Because Hyun-sung has done the math, and he says it straight to the thing's face. "Did you send your lackeys to buy you some time? You were waiting for me to join in. You could have overpowered Lee Su Young from the start. Sit with that." The Werewolf King was never fighting for its life. It was sandbagging the entire time. The whole brawl was bait, and the catch it was waiting on is the one hunter in the field whose level reads 1. The gray, furred king bears down on him, and Hyun-sung pitches forward under it. He answers with a red, bladed weapon swung hard. Up close his jaw is clenched tight, and he grits it out. "Shit! This situation, what the hell?" And the howl rips out of the king again, long and loud, like the fight is only now starting. So Hyun-sung stops trading swings. He raises his hands against the cloudy sky, something dark clutched in them, glowing sparks charging the air around it, and he starts stacking spells like a man loading a magazine. Magic missile, ice missile, fireball, fire spear. He gives the Werewolf King exactly one promise: "I'll get you one by one." Then the last words out of the level. "One play, mouth, open up." Choi Hyun-sung is standing under a starry night sky with a massive blade in hand, squared up against the Werewolf King, and his read on this fight is already ice cold. "I won't need to use any potions." The king is stronger than the norm. It slips the next attack clean, and it avoided that well, so Hyun-sung raises the stakes. "Let's see if you can escape this rare skill too." It can't. An explosion swallows the beast whole, dark smoke, orange sparks, and as it snarls and scrambles, the verdict is in, too late. One last ragged growl through red eyes, and the Werewolf King is finished. Now, let's see what the Werewolf King dropped. Something blue falls from above, and Hyun-sung reaches up to catch it, an item that lets him transform into the Werewolf King himself, minutes at a time, with strength, agility, and vitality all boosted while it lasts. What the heck is this? Transform my appearance? And from the looks of it, the penalty is a little too harsh compared to the stat increase. Kill the wolf. Get offered the wolf's face. He reads the fine print and shelves it. But first, let's go back. Back with the others, the first thing he asks is, "Sue, Young all right?" She is. All of her external wounds have disappeared, though they're taking her to the hospital just to be safe. It would have been a disaster if it weren't for him, and when Sue Young thanks him for saving her, Hyun-sung goes sheepish, hand to the back of his head. He's part of the emergency standby. Of course, he had to help. Later, the two of them sit across a desk, cups in hand. Right after wrapping up yesterday's incident, Hyun-sung went off to hunt and only came here once he was done. Earning money while resting seemed like the better idea, since rare rank items are exactly that, very rare. Sue Young is thrown. She thought Mr. Hyun-sung was the son of a rich household. Not even close. He was working labor jobs right up until his awakening. His father isn't well. He was admitted to the hospital, and the family ground through hard labor to pay the bills. Sounds like the family's finances weren't too good. And she admits why she assumed otherwise. The higher-ups had quietly passed down an unofficial order to take good care of him. Silver spoon treatment, except the real reason is better. "You know Captain Shin Yoon? Ah, she's the one who scouted me for the play, Association? A top prospect, scouted by the captain herself. Seems Miss Shin Yoon, has been paying a lot of attention." Then Sue Young does the thing he never saw coming. She apologizes. "Unnecessary prejudice," she says. She's very sorry. She behaved badly because she misunderstood him. Misunderstood? So she explains. On a past dispatch, a senior executive's son ran the site recklessly and put the whole crew in real danger. And when it went wrong, the crew members were punished while the son who caused it all walked. Ever since, on every dispatch, she tried to take control of everything herself. Hyun-sung shrugs it off. "That's all right. You didn't wrong me anyway." She smiles and thanks him, and his private verdict lands right on top of that smile. Her true nature seems gentle, also completely gullible. His exact word is dumbass. Then she leans in. "I'm curious about something. Can I ask you about it? She cushions it before it even leaves her mouth if it's hard to answer. It's fine if he doesn't. That's the runway you only build when the question underneath is heavy. We never hear it. Instead, we get a stranger, black tank top, white jacket hanging open, a spiral tattoo winding up his neck, staring straight ahead and saying nothing. No name, no words. Just a new play, on the board. For once, Choi Hyun-sung's life is quiet. One full week, not a single incident, and what he does with it is about to put a killer in his path. First, though, what he learned about Lee Soo, young her skill is Beastman, an active skill that transforms her into a snow leopard and boosts her strength, dexterity, and constitution all at once. So she can run sub-tank and damage dealer both. The downside, low magic power and willpower, so she's vulnerable to magic attacks, and she didn't need to tell him that last part, but she did. His verdict, flat on a green mat, hands behind his head, this is doable. He took the hazing pretty well on the first day, nothing has come after him since, and peace turns out to be boring. So the plan writes itself: buy another heroic, rank skill soon, earn more points. Electronics sales have fallen a bit anyway, and go hunting. Meanwhile, an association surveillance team officer stops a man in a dark suit and asks for his play or card. The man flinches hard, hands it over like it's nothing, and gets waved through with a polite, "Have a great hunt, sir. Yes, work hard, hold on to that face." In the dungeon, Hyun-sung admires his shopping. Firestorm, a rare rank area of effect skill, was a good purchase, and combining it with his rare rank shield is even nicer. Then a stranger's voice grades his build for him. Isn't that just a cheat skill? Hyun-sung whips around, hand raised, red-orange sparks flying, sword at his back. Who are you? The man savors the question. Hyun-sung doesn't recognize the face. That's understandable, he says. His senses are good, though. And wouldn't it be nice to know whose hand you die by? The name comes like a courtesy, Jung Sung-woo, the motive like a shrug. Just think of it as him venting his anger. Hyun-sung fires back. You think you'll be fine after doing something like this? Then the sharper question, did you forge your identity? Sung-woo practically takes a bow. Look at what he's wearing. Does he look like a player? He'll use a different name anyway. He's leaving this country, so don't worry about that. And he's certainly not worried about a rookie player who hasn't even hit level 50. Then he lays out the plan, proud of it. Honestly, he was thinking of messing with Hyun-sung's family first. He wanted him to really feel it, but killing them would have made leaving Korea harder. So he targeted Hyun-sung the moment he went into a dungeon, where a missing man won't be missed for a few days. Unfortunately, you were prepared. Hyun-sung's whole answer, you bastard. The fight is already on. Hyun-sung is already healing, which means he's already been hit. Sung-woo reads him like a stat sheet, regeneration speed quite fast, a new skill learnt, and all this talk just buying time to heal. But did you really think you would be able to beat me if you fully recovered? For one honest second, there is nothing clever in Hyun-sung's head. Just, I'm going to die. So Sung-woo goes surgical, sever Hyun-sung's left arm, and there's no recovering like before. He never gets there. Something in front of him changes, and for the first time all fight he sounds caught off guard. Oh ho, I didn't know you had a transformation. Impressive. Suddenly Sung-woo is the small one, blade in hand, startled, staring up at a towering shape whose face the dark swallows whole. Even now he can't stop scoring. Looks like your stats increased a lot. The last picture this hunt leaves behind the towering beast is down. A massive wolf-like monster, red eyes still burning, a star-shaped hole punched clean through its chest, a sword raised high above it, and one final question falling with it. Did you think you could escape? One quiet week. That's all Choi Hyun-sung got. A rider comes tearing through the smoke and falling debris on the back of a huge wolf, beast, one hand buried in its fur, sword held out front, and walking straight at the towering shadow ahead of him, blade in hand and energy arcing around him, is Choi Hyun-sung, who takes one look at the thing and files his full threat assessment. It's definitely doable. That earns him an amused little ho. Oh, from the man watching. The bigger the monster, the calmer Hyun-sung gets. The wolf beast roars, purple eyes glowing, and its master decides the kid deserves context. But kid, do you know what my nickname is? It's Lightning Blade. One finger rises against the storm, lightning crawling over it, in case the branding wasn't clear. This is a ranker, the famous kind, and he hasn't come to fight Hyun-sung so much as to shop. Because then the pitch starts. Billions of one come up, even trillions. 20 levels come up. What a shame, he sighs, while the beast wraps its legs in blue energy and raises one massive foot to stomp Hyun-sung flat, just to keep the negotiation honest. Then the offer lands plain as a contract. If you tell me, I'll let you keep your life. Just the method of how you were able to get this strong is worth as much. You can trust me on this one. Hyun-sung faint smile, sword still ready. Shut the fuck up. You think I would believe that? And credit where it's due, the ranker doesn't even pretend. True, I wouldn't believe it myself either. However, I'll let you die an easy death. For one honest second, Hyun-sung actually weighs it. Should he just admit his unique skill exists and beg for his life? No, revealing it buys him nothing. If anything, it's a downside. So the sword answers instead, red spraying across Lightning Blade's white clothes, and Hyun-sung offers the closest thing he has to an apology. It's painful, right? Even more when it's done by a beginner like me. The blade drips red in the dark. Lightning Blade, bleeding out, would rather be dead than give this kid a single thing, and he says so with his whole chest. I'll never tell you anything. Just kill me already, you trash bastard. Hyun-sung considers that. That's probably true. So he grants the request like it's a work order. I'll finish you off cleanly, just like you asked. And right behind it comes the sentence that tells you who the actually terrifying one in this wreckage is. He'll have to collect the other parts too, since he needs time to get rid of the corpses. Corpses, plural. The end is not dignified. Down in the dirt on his knees comes a strangled, what is this? The wolf beast rears up roaring, red eyes blazing, red motes drifting off it into the dark. What is this bullshit, damn it? And then silence, and the level, one play, sums up the entire encounter in 2 words: I survived. Except surviving was the easy part, alone afterward, hand twisting his own collar. Hyun-sung's mind starts to race. If it becomes public that he killed a ranker, everyone starts doubting his level and everything about his ability. He can't tell anyone outside. How does he deal with Jung Sung-woo? And Lee Soo, young, she's close to him in level. Every name he knows just turned into a problem. So in the dim light, hands clasped and glowing orange, he settles it out loud, calm as a verdict. There's no reason to reveal my secret. A ranker called Lightning Blade just vanished off the map, and the only person alive who knows why has officially decided to keep it that way. Choi Hyun-sung is staring at a message that has no business existing. The kind of thing that only happens with monsters, and it's asking him a question. Breath of lightning, heroic rank. Learn it, yes or no? Of course I'll learn it. The fine print on the active skill book is absurd. Every skill and action he takes, strengthened by lightning. He tests it on a plain magic missile, and what forms in his glowing hand is not plain anymore, huh? The level of the skill changed completely. It applies to players as well, isn't this insane? Then the system keeps going, an unbelievable achievement for climbing more than 200 levels alone, a new title, First Rebel, and stats surging into the 200s. He raises his hand against a storm, dark sky, and blue lightning answers it. One catch: the mana consumption is too high. While Breath of Lightning runs, his other skills have to wait. Alone in a dark cavern with his fist crackling blue, Hyun-sung aims all of it at one man, Jung Sung-woo. He needs to get stronger. However, I'll let you die an easy death. A few days later, the internet finds its villain, and it's him. One post reads like a hostage letter from a superfan: "I really love this game. But Choi Hyun-sung has been making an excessive profit lately. The camping batteries are a problem. The man who just wired lightning into his entire arsenal is getting boycotted over battery prices." 1 month later, the comments are still split. Half insisting a fair-priced item is no waste, half joining the boycott. Hyun-sung, meanwhile, is on his tablet, shopping for 2 skill books. A passive that makes you more sensitive to killing intent. Another that turns your magic power dark, attack skills stronger, healing weaker. He'd buy both if he could. 60 billion points in total, but he lacks the points. Let's think about it and decide tomorrow. Because today is his once-a-week break. So the remote comes out and a hunter drama goes on. Actors crying, "Please date me." And move, I need to save her. And I love you, Guildmaster. They really suited up in rare gear for the filming, so there was talk online about that too. And under all of it sits the date, the 20th anniversary of the catastrophe, the day everyone half expects something to happen. But just like the 10th anniversary, there are no special incidents, only a few reporters spreading false news about the number of dungeons being reduced. Then, what should I buy? The ground moves. Is there an earthquake? Under a clear blue sky, a man is yanked off his feet by something huge and white, and the street starts screaming. It's monsters. A father runs with a child in his arms, a woman beside him, green-skinned creatures pouring in behind them, and a flaming humanoid erupts up the road. The players who reach the fight can't cut loose. They're too close to the civilians. One of them roars firestorm and curses, while a man in a yellow hoodie drags a bleeding friend clear of a horned monster, and Hyun-sung, with staves and swords flashing across the rooftops behind him, asks the only question that matters: "What can I do?" The country doesn't wait for his answer. Every player in the nation is notified. Martial law has been declared. Then a man with spiky brown hair steps to a microphone, a tear running down his cheek, and forces the announcement out. "From this point on, I declare an emergency mobilization order." And the last face we're left with belongs to nobody we've met. A man with a spiral tattoo coiling up his neck. White jacket hanging open over a black tank top, staring dead ahead as the order goes out. Rain hammers down on dark water, and something enormous is moving underneath it. Choi Hyun-sung, the player whose level has never once budged past one, stands in the downpour, curved blade in hand, sizing up the shape surfacing to meet him. I guess this one's the Lizardman King. He opens hard. His blade comes down as a fire shield blooms to life, a sphere of flame hanging over the shadowy monster, staring up at him from below. Then he stops budgeting entirely. There's no time to save his mana, so he fires a breath of lightning at point, blank range, a breath attack at a distance where nobody sane would use one, and the field dissolves into snow and flying debris. Because the king didn't come alone. Horned, feline monsters swarm in, one lunging at him with a staff as the ground cracks and glows under the impact. Hyun-sung's red is brutally simple. There is no one else who can handle even the regular ones. If he doesn't stop them here, there's no hope. He just needs to hold out. So when every last one of them converges on him, his honest reaction is relief. They're all coming at him, and that's exactly how he wants it, because the armored warriors holding position in the distance stay out of the meat grinder. An hour of holding that line alone grinds him into the dirt. Hyun-sung is down and gasping, and a horned monster with glowing eyes looms over him to hand down the verdict. You're the only one left. It's meant as a death sentence. He hears it as good news. Hyun-sung gets back up wrapped in crackling blue energy, and his answer is almost bored. A 1-on-1 is a piece of cake. Let's end this quickly. Under a crescent moon with the ruined city at his back, it's done. Hyun-sung stands panting over the blue, furred dragon, like carcass of the Lizardman King, and reaches out a hand toward it. The situation doesn't seem too bad. "Give me." An ornate blue book materializes in a swirl of glowing light. The Lizardman King's cold breath, and when he asks if that's really rare rank, the confirmation comes back: yes, It's rare rank. He learns it on the spot, strength and mana already flooding back into his body. The king came here to kill him and ended up donating its signature breath instead. Hyun-sung scans the horizon and notes it looks like there was one more, but for now, all clear. The word goes out, we have cleared Namyeong. Elsewhere, a man in a dark suit stands before a ruined skyline while fighter jets streak overhead and the bigger picture lands. The second cataclysm temporarily paralyzed the world economy. Electricity, petroleum, the basics, ran short everywhere. So Korea, with its big cities as the center, built defensive lines, minimize the area that needs protecting, reduce the number of victims. Cold math, but it's the math keeping people alive. Which drags the war onto Hyun-sung's other battlefield, his store. Everything he put up in the window has sold out, and with food and water shortages dragging industrial production down, he can't resupply. No stock means no business, and no business means it's going to be difficult to get stronger through points for a while. For a man whose growth runs on points, that engine just stalled. He grips his chest as blue energy crackles around him, and the level 1 play answers the end of the world the only way he knows how. Let's be diligent. The raid on this gate arrives by helicopter, low over the rooftops, and the plan being run through over the rotor noise is textbook. Is everyone familiar with the area they're in charge of? Then narrow it down from the outside and deal with it slowly. Of course, we've arrived at the site. Clean, professional by the numbers, the kind of plan that holds right up until the gate stops following it. On the ground, a man in a dark coat takes point. He'll be heading down first, and from here, command goes to each party leader. Understood. And the operation opens exactly the way it's supposed to. A wall of fire erupts across the street, flames towering over the buildings and the bus stop, boxing the monsters in. Choi Hyun-sung, black jacket, watches the flames climb and gives it his honest review. This is going well. Then the fight starts feeling wrong. One big raider lunges in with a blade, a smaller one raises a feathered weapon, and mid-exchange comes the mutter, something strange. A breath of lightning cracks off, and the trolls, pugnacious trolls, the breed that never backs off, are running away after being attacked exactly once. That is not troll behavior, and nobody's letting it slide. I can't let them run away. Here, spear. An orange blast goes up after the runners and blooms into a full explosion, which makes things easier. Hyun-sung raises an arm as monsters burst into orange sparks around him and keeps the tally going 15 down. Then the ground answers. A blue rocky fist punches up out of the gate into the open sky, debris scattering around it, and the confidence dies mid-sentence. One of the raiders had just breathed out a hope that with this, it's all finished now. Instead, the numbers come out choked, above level 250 at the absolute floor, above the level of the man reading them. Why is that coming out of there? Because it's one of the highest level monsters in the world, heroic rank. Cut to the control center, a wall of monitors, a grid of faces, where the math is even uglier. Roughly 5,000 players in Korea have completed high-level advancement, and the gates are opening faster than that number grows. Military firepower can hold down the low and mid-level monsters. The high-level ones need players, and there is a growing shortage. It's an emergency, and it's about to be plural. The reports stack in real time. A new dimensional gate at Seoul Station, wyverns pouring out in a flock, and the TS Guild holding that area is built from tankers and close-quarter dealers, the exact wrong toolkit for things with wings. They're urgently requesting assistance. The Yua Guild, mostly wizards, is waiting nearby, so the order drops. Yua moves in. Yes, ma'am. It keeps coming. Harpies flooding out in Yuan-san Dong, another gate tearing open, and then the report that quiets the room, a heroic rank monster again. A blue drake has appeared at the troll level gate in Osan Gyeonggi-do. That is the exact patch of map this whole raid is standing on, the area where Hyun-sung currently is. Excuse me, team leader. And the detail that makes it personal, the one who reported it, is Hyun-sung. His team hasn't just flagged it, they've been consistently requesting backup this entire time. The answer that comes back is not backup. As of this moment, all operations in Osan City are cancelled. Every player is to leave. Yes, ma'am, and the order goes out over a face in profile, eyes down, saying nothing else. So sit with where that leaves things. A heroic rank monster is climbing out of a troll-level gate, commands official response is an empty city, and the level 1 player who called it in is still standing inside it. Hyun-sung asked for backup. What he's getting is an evacuation. Every player in the city is being ordered to leave. All operations are cancelled. Somebody on the line is asking when the backup is coming and getting nothing worth hearing back. And Choi Hyun-sung is sprinting down the middle of the street with a tilted building hanging in the air above him, shedding debris as it hovers. That's the picture, a full evacuation, everyone running one way, and the reason for it already snarling right behind him. Blue scales, horns, glowing eyes. A dragon-shaped monster fills the dark, and out of an entire city of fleeing players, it has picked exactly one target. A massive limb punches through the window right beside Hyun-sung, and all he can do is laugh at his own luck. Why the heck is it only chasing me? And then stop laughing, because the answer is gaining on him. The thing introduces itself by slamming into the ground hard enough to launch a car into the air. Armored blue bulk cratering the road in a spray of debris. A blue drake. Jagged wreckage comes raining down on Hyun-sung, Damn. And a moment later he's on his knees in the monster's shadow, holding nothing but a short curved blade, running the math out loud. How the heck did it find him? Does he really have no choice but to fight this thing? Damn it. He lands where he always lands. All right, let's have a go then. The drake goes first. Breath of lightning. One blast, and Hyun-sung is airborne, hurled backward over the city street like a piece of loose scenery, the monster looming behind him, and the only review he can give it is "the heck is this?" So he picks himself up and works the problem. Where could its weakness be? He's already tested the armor, and damn it, the scales are too strong. Fine. If the plating won't crack, aim under it, the stomach. The drake comes tearing down the street toward him, kicking up debris with every stride, and Hyun-sung goes for the soft spot. Not even a drop of blood. The underside is sealed as tight as the rest of it, and on top of that, the thing is fast. Then the drake stops chasing and goes bigger. It plants itself on top of the buildings, lightning crackling around its head, and unleashes a full electric blast down into the city, tearing through everything under it. Hyun-sung gets exactly one word out: shit. And then it's quiet. Hyun-sung is flat on his back on the scorched ground, staring up at nothing, a single tear sliding down his cheek. I can't. He manages. Everyone will. He doesn't even get to finish the thought. But he refuses to let it end there. What is this? No, it doesn't matter what it is. I can't let myself fall down any further. And that's when the words cut through the blood loss. Passive skill, Book of Immortality, unique hero rank has grown. Hyun-sung is standing in a pool of his own red, and it isn't just sitting there anymore. Particles of it are lifting off the ground, drifting up around him. He can feel it happening. I feel like I'm healing, little by little. Sit with what just happened. The blue drake hunted one player through a collapsing city, shrugged off his blade, and broke him against the pavement, and all it actually accomplished was feeding the one skill that refuses to let Choi Han-sung die. He's bleeding, he's back on his feet, and the healing has already started. The drake had its turn. Now it's his. If this keeps going, he's done. That's the only thought Choi Han-sung has left, swaying in the churning red haze. Damn it. Then he goes down, backward, onto ground already splattered red, and answers himself on the way down. That cannot happen. Here's the ugly part while he's refusing to die. The people in charge have already signed off on it. In a blue-lit command room, an armored woman gets the report. Hyun-sung is dead. She can't square it. How? She ordered them to back away the moment the withdrawal came down, didn't she? The suits lay it out flat. Choi Hyun-sung was tasked with blocking the dimensional gate, and he was positioned closest to the blue drake. They presume he simply couldn't get away. Then she asks the one that matters, has the bereaved family even been told? Not exactly. The list of dead players is what everyone's fixated on, and the death declaration itself hasn't gone out, so they figured the family already knows. All she can offer that logic is one disgusted ha. Meanwhile, the corpse in question is very busy. A dark blade streaked with red drives forward through the wreckage. A rabbit-eared creature crouches in the shadow of something far bigger, and Hyun-sung gets to say it. All right, I'm not losing health anymore. There is a lot of blood on that ground, and it's working for him now. He looks up as ghostly sevens drift around him. What, then nice? Red and gray streaks scream past him shit, while everyone outside is asking the same thing, just what the hell is happening right now? The blue drake rears up and roars, and the hunters beneath it can only stare. Why is it acting like that out of nowhere? Because of him. A crescent slash rips the air over a hunter in a purple jacket. A white blast hurls a body over the city street, and Hyun-sung comes out of the smoke, clutching something small and white, eyes locked on the monster. That's definitely a blood vessel. Found it. A fire blade flares red through the chaos, and a body pitches backward beside the glow. Hyun-sung slams down into the debris, flat on his back, and coaches himself. Keep recovering like this. All right. Then the finish. The rabbit-eared creature dips its head. Hyun-sung squares up, sword at his feet, facing the looming purple mass, and everything detonates. Out of the sparks, something dark with glowing red eyes comes up roaring one last time. The notifications answer, and they do not stop. Passive skill, the Book of Immortality has grown Soul Heroic rank. Breath of Lightning jumps to Soul Heroic rank right behind it, enhanced, and Hyun-sung just stares, because the rank and even the name of the skill have changed. Then the titles land. Unbelievable achievement, a kill taken alone across a level gap that shouldn't be survivable. Reward first level destroyer, rare rank, stacked straight on top. A named monster of a higher level, hunted alone, with a level difference of more than 300. First level destroyer, heroic rank. His life story with a rank on it. Is this the end then? That was no normal monster either. The system keeps going. The rare rank vampiric sword has been restored, a fragment burnt away to bring the blade back, its rank shifting right along with it. One more. A blue book glows in his hands, Scale of the Thunder Dragon, hero's rank, a passive that significantly raises physical defense, skill resistance, and attack. Hyun-sung reads the offer and smiles. For the first time, all fight. Of course I'll acquire it. This is really nice. So the association is drafting his death notice, and the dead man is standing in the crater with 2 titles, an upgraded lightning skill, a restored sword, and a dragon scale. Somebody should probably tell them he's feeling much better. A monster just died in the middle of the city, and nobody laid a hand on it. All the stunned crowd can manage is what the hell just happened, because they watched a blue drake, a thing most of them have never even heard of, roar all by itself like it was sick, slow down little by little, and then, out of nowhere, drop dead. Then somebody spots the impossible part. There's a person standing right where the drake fell. Choi Hyun-sung, alone in the smoke on a wrecked crosswalk, very much not dead. The officials have already buried him. Captain Shin Yoon, is still holding on to the last easy words from that hunt. After this one ends, a long rest, a holiday, and to her own conviction that Hyun-sung isn't someone who'd die like that. The suits across the table see it differently. He's already dead anyway, they tell her. So isn't it better to limit the outflow of money as much as possible? The destruction costs are quite high. Shin Yoon, stares at them. Are you guys really human? One of them mutters that Captain Shin is being too harsh, and her follow-up shuts the room down. They'd handle it exactly the same way if she died too, right? They're closing the meeting when an aide bursts in with new information. The blue drake is dead. The room's first guess, hunted by another ranker party, is wrong. The play, the Drake swallowed, went to work the moment he went inside. He attacked its internal organs and killed it from within. And when they demand to play name, the answer detonates Choi Hyun-sung. The man himself is taking inventory in the street. Well, I'm a bit of a wreck, except when he checks, there isn't a single injury left on him. A bystander presses a green cloak on him to wear. He takes it with a thank you, and then he flags down a couple of strangers. Excuse me, could he borrow a phone? He wants to give his family a call. Mom, it's me, Hyun-sung. Pure disbelief on the other end. Is it really you? Are you really my son? He keeps it light, apparently. There was a little error. He was living completely well, but his name went on the death list. He's been eating and sleeping fine. Why are you crying? I told you I'm fine. She tells him the play, her association already called the house, something about reward money, but none of that is the point for her. Thank you so much for coming back alive. Good effort, son. He returns the phone with a quiet thank. You? Then, business. First, he checks how the vampire's sword has changed. Its third option now reads reverting item, and Hyun-sung realizes he won't have to worry about a weapon ever again. Next, the breath of the Thunder Dragon, only one additional option, but it says growth is possible, and that word is carrying a lot of promise. And finally, the one he was waiting for, his title, First Level Destroyer, has climbed to heroic rank. All stats increased by 20, mana up another 4, his whole review something like a bonus. Which leaves exactly one problem. He's sweating, half in tears and done. When is he going to get some clothes? He wants to go home. Then arms wrap around him from behind and a voice spills over. Thank goodness. You were really alive. My goodness. Shin Yoon, the one person who refused to bury him. The reunion lasts exactly as long as it takes her to register what he's wearing. The thing is, he starts. No clothes? And Hyun-sung, one tear sliding down his cheek, gives the only answer he has: everything he owned melted in the Drake's gastric juice. Choi Hyun-sung has just brought down the Blue Drake solo, and the first question waiting for him isn't how, it's whether he's single. Yoon, stands in white armor among the shattered weapons of the fight as her squad comes strolling up like it's a social call. A red cloak gets pressed on Hyun-sung. Please wear this for now. Oh yeah, thank you. And right on cue, wow, what a touching reunion. The teasing goes straight for Yoon. This person is the boyfriend you've been hiding, right? I didn't know you were into younger men. She is not amused. Stop messing around. I informed you all that the operation was cancelled so you could go back and rest, didn't I? Why are you here? Their defense, we came because we were curious. After seeing something like that, how can we go back? Then the huntress in the purple hood looks Hyun-sung over and skips the pleasantries. Goodness. By the way, you're really my type. Do you have a girlfriend? Please stop joking. I'm not joking, though. Yoon. Shuts the circus down. Everyone gathered because they're curious how Mr. Choi Hyun-sung defeated the Blue Drake, but what he needs right now is a break, plus a hospital stop in case there's something they don't know about. And that helicopter they all flew in on? We'll use it for Mr. Choi Hyun-sung's emergency evacuation. A click of the tongue from the squad. Hyun-sung's entire contribution, all right. Left behind, the hunters admit they were pretty rude, but still, just how did he hunt the Blue Drake alone? And watching how Ms. Yoon, takes care of him. The spiky-haired one says it plainly, he's definitely not your average player. Meanwhile, the internet is on fire, and every post is aimed at McAvis, the battery seller. One user mocks the boycott, all over a battery that costs only 30 million points. Another goes full manhunt McAvis, you damn bastard. If anyone knows which dimension McAvis is in, please report it. The complaint movement wants his business force stopped. The other camp calls the boycotters fools who picked a fight they couldn't win. Even Jin, So Pyong, who started the boycott, is posting an apology now, while the comments beg, please, register the item again. Step back for the bigger picture. The second cataclysm hit Korea hard, but far softer than other countries. Infrastructure got rebuilt, research began on the changed monsters and magic, and once the electricity came back, things began to move. Which brings us to a dim warehouse aisle, where a masked man in a dark suit walks the shelves. There's quite a lot of stock. The seller is all smiles. Thankfully, their market didn't suffer any losses, and the batteries were kept fully charged. Hyun-sung doesn't haggle. I'll purchase all of them. Thank you, dear customer. Then the quiet part supplies are thin, so the price should go up, and the batteries hit the market marked up. Outside a motel in a green hoodie, Yoon-sung watches the notifications stack sale complete. Sale complete. Still selling, even at the increased price. I guess I can increase the prices much more then. A few days later, he's back, masked, asking for more, and the vendor manages he only ordered the usual amount, but with the factories returning to normal operations, he'll place an additional order right away. He even offers to call when stock arrives. No, it's all right. I'll just come back. Thanks for your concern. Yoon-sung is already ahead of him, phone in hand. The perfect play is a direct trade with the factory, except he tried before the second cataclysm and they hung up. No individual trades. He called again, promising bulk orders, and got told no business, no orders at all. So the level, one play, weighs it buy a storehouse and register as a corporation. Just open an energy, strengthening store, then he freezes mid-thought. Wait, Choi Ha-yoon-sung is having the most dangerous kind of good week. His mart is packed on a weekday, his stock sold like hotcakes, and he's about to blow every point he owns in a shop that sells superpowers. A few days on, Hey Mart is thriving, and the manager claims the credit. Since he's the manager, of course, it would do well. Ha-yoon-sung looks at the weekday crowd and hands him the win as he thought. He can leave this place to him. The only loose end is a battery order that should have reached the warehouse by now, so that gets confirmed, and the woman with the long brown hair smiles through the talk of what else to order. The quieter headline matters more after flying off the shelves all week. Sales have finally slowed almost to a stop, restocking can happen slowly, and the mountain of points Hyun-sung has been sitting on is finally free to spend. So he settles cross-legged on a couch in the storehouse, tablet in hand, and takes inventory. About 5 heroic rank skills so far, and exactly one of them attacks. Breath of the Thunder Dragon is a lingering skill that deals its damage over time, which is great right up until he needs something he can fire without restraint. So, what should he buy? The shop math is on his side for once compared to passive skills. Active skills are cheaper. Space teleportation skills, on the other hand, are seriously expensive, and, he admits, probably worth the price. Verdict: buy both. The teleport he picks looks like the best of the lot, even though carrying another person only unlocks at heroic rank, and the restrictions are stacked high. Items once purchased cannot be returned. Yes. Now shall we test it? Blink. One step and he's somewhere else. His whole review is a startled whoa. Quite handy, the long-distance version can wait for later. Back in the shop, the attack listings scroll past flame attribute, ice attribute, thunder attribute, until one stops him cold black lightning, heroic rank. 3 times the power of skills that run on mana alone, with a warning attached. It eats stamina and mana both, so hunters short on mana can pay the difference in stamina. Seems pretty good. Let's buy it. No returns, no exchanges. Yes. Then, The message that comes back says he has failed to gain Black Lightning. Instead, Breath of the Thunder Dragon, his unique heroic rank active, has grown. The dragon didn't make room for the new skill. It swallowed it, darkness attribute and all, exactly as he thought it would. And the change he was hoping for lands too. The protective membrane that used to trigger itself automatically and eat his mana can now be controlled. It's done. Which is why the next words out of him are, "Let me go visit the dungeon." He drops straight in, shark, like monsters surging up beneath him, some already clutching broken weapons, and his entire verdict on the carnage is this is good. 5 hours later, he's tired, every point is spent, and he feels better for it. One last notice caps the day, unbelievable achievement, heroic rank, and the reward is a title. He'll call it a day. 30 minutes later, he's back under the Hey Mart sign at dusk, and she's still here. She hasn't left. The long-haired woman asks if he was hunting until now, and gives him a good work. The batteries are stocked away in the storehouse, so the plan becomes going home together, a quiet thanks passing between them. Then she asks him to sit down for a minute. She has something to tell him. It's about what happened back when he was Choi Hyun-sung came back from the dead, and tonight his older sister finally tells him what dying cost his family. When the news came that he'd been killed, their mom fainted right away, and when she woke a few days later, she just kept crying. And the real problem came after that. A penalty notice from the play Association served on a dead man's family. She protested dozens of times. The answer never changed. There is no legal problem. The lawyer she consulted said the only move left was to apply for a waiver of inheritance. The association even said it would collect the money Hyun-sung had sent home for living expenses as illegal gifts. They were told to vacate. Then, out of nowhere, everything got resolved nicely. A woman called Shin Yoon came, apologized, even got down on her knees and said there had been a mistake in the process. Mom made her promise to never tell him, but looking at it now, his sister doesn't think it was just a mistake. Neither does he. Thanks for letting me know, Nuna. He'll look into it. Cut to the play Association Tower. He's early, he called ahead, just in case. But Captain Yoon isn't back from her outing yet, so a staffer parks him in her office to wait. He passes on the tea. The door clicks shut, and the polite visitor drops the act. Well, shall we start? Psychometry. Search code Choi Hyun-sung. Blue light pours down, and the room gives up its memories. It's been reported that he died, and then there's Yoon on the phone, furious. Why would you do that to Choi Hyun-sung's bereaved family? Is this what we do for a play, or who lost his life fighting for his country? Withdraw those instructions immediately. The voice on the other end just shrugs, those are the rules. He doesn't want to do it either, but those are the rules. He even teases her. Got a little riled up, did we? Her answer, if the order isn't withdrawn, she leaves the association too. He calls that a breach of her contract, asks if she's siding with the government and hangs up. He'll contact her later. The call log hands Hyun-sung the name. Secretary of the Department of Dimensional Management, Lee Hang, Gu, this piece of trash. You're dead. Yoon, walks in apologizing for the wait. It's fine, he came early. So why the sudden visit? He thinks the agreement needs to be destroyed. He's learned everything Secretary Lee Hang, Gu, was plotting. She apologizes in the man's stead, begs him to let it pass just this once, and swears she'll change the rules so nothing like this ever happens again. His answer is softer than she expects. Things only got fixed thanks to her. If anything, he should be thanking her. She doesn't have to apologize for that man. But there's something he wants first. What is it? An apology from Secretary Lee Hang, Gu himself, directly, in person. Elsewhere, a gray-haired man's eye narrows over that demand, this cheeky bastard. Lee Hang, Gu holds court over 2 sweating suits. He was only performing his duties in accordance with the rules, so what exactly did he do wrong? Is he right, or is he wrong? The suits trip over themselves agreeing. Right, correct, such great generosity, and yet that greenhorn goes around not realizing his grace. They should teach him a lesson, but why should the secretary apologize to a greenhorn at all? The thing is, his solution, if the kid wants an apology, tell him to come here himself. The secretary is busy with work. Tell him to come quietly. His men get half a sir, out before he snaps that they're dumbasses just babbling. And then, alone, hands folded over his mouth, Lee Hang, Gu admits the real reason. I can't go looking for him. Hyun-sung asked for an apology in person. What he gets instead is a summons from the man who tried to bury his family. Choi Hyun-sung has been summoned by the very minister whose orders got him killed, and the man thinks a mumbled apology will cover it. A staff woman in a black suit meets him at the government office. You must be Choi Hyun-sung, about the same age as her grandchild. The minister is asking for you. Hyun-sung follows. The other employees here are just normal people, which honestly suits him fine. Then comes the apology, such as it is. The minister clears his throat. Yes, he is sorry, but as the person in charge, he had no other choice. Official duties. Hyun-sung quietly fires off psychometry, a glowing blue readout, and the truth spills out. Every person involved in his case was in cahoots. What a dirty old man. So Hyun-sung stops being polite and starts listing receipts. The damaged equipment claim happened while he was performing official duties. The minister broke the law more than once or twice, then stacked a penalty fee for non-compliance on top. And the big one, I was literally killed doing what you ordered me to do. The minister goes off. What made you think you could make such nonsensical claims? Who do you think I am? How dare you speak so insolently? Hyun-sung does not blink. Who has been speaking insolently from the start, minister? That does it. The old man detonates. He used to be a congressman. A punk like Hyun-sung is less than a bug. The kid only luckily awakened, and then, at full scream, I am a minister. A minister! Hyun-sung, standing over him now, honestly weighs whether he should just kill this man. He goes colder instead. That mouth is not just there for decoration. Show a little more common sense from now on. Oh, and you can sue over insults like these. He recorded every remark the minister just made, and he will be filing a formal complaint. See you at court. The minister's face drops through the floor. A few days later, the internet is on fire. A ledger of corruption has spread everywhere, and what started with common players has grown into small and mid-sized guilds collectively striking a scam against ordinary people, they are calling it. While the country melts down, Hyun-sung is studying a skill readout, an active skill where rage takes over and you attack without sparing your own body, fighting strength rising, and something about it catches his eye. Then his phone rings. Yoon. While they talk, he is admiring psychometry's fine print information from the past, embedded in objects browsable as hologram video and audio. It is really good. Very useful going forward. Yoon gets to the point. Can he come to a small coffee cafe near the station? He is already moving, 30 minutes. At the cafe, she does not warm up. Straightforward then, the scandal that just blew up. Was that his doing? Government officials are reacting very sensitively, and he is the one suspected because no one but Hyun-sung could create such a thing. All he gives back. Why does she think so? Her answer is a list of bad endings: trespassing, larceny, aggravated punishment under the special play, or law if public opinion swings against him. Hyun-sung shrugs. He is not the culprit, so he does not need to worry. Please be careful anyway, she says. Then she lays out the real board. The people vested with rights do not want players holding authority, and this incident just gave them a proper warning, which means Hyun-sung has made a pile of enemies, and their wariness of him has spiked. Better to stay silent for now. He agrees, good thinking. He does not want to take on unnecessary suspicion either. Then, in the very next breath, well, this is completely unrelated, but which is exactly how Hyun-sung sounds right before he does something that is not staying silent. North Korea's capital is gone, and the thing that took it is already looking south. In dark water over what used to be Pyongyang, a hooded, slug-like creature sits coiled beside a faceted stone, red script hanging in a gray sky, while the last argument drifting through the gloom. Has it finally gone down? I don't think so, comrade. Already sounds like a eulogy. Then the silhouette that actually matters stands up, a spiked, armored dragon planted on the ruins of the city. An emergency call goes out to Korea's players, and the responses split fast. Some have to leave first, others insist on going together. Whatever this thing is, it is not staying north. The official version comes from a man in a dark suit at a podium. As the news has already screamed, Pyongyang has been devastated, and the North Korean leadership has collapsed. The North's rankers and high-level players were all wiped out. Waves of monsters now fill every gate, and there is a real possibility that the high-ranked monster behind it all, Imugi, reaches the south. Around the room, one thought keeps landing. This is more serious than anyone thought. 10 days later, Gyeonggi, Do, Paju. The situation report wraps up, and the briefer finally explains why only rankers and high-level players were summoned separately this way, the front lines. They are the wall against Imugi pushing down toward the south, and against the monsters pouring in from North Korea. At one of the desks, a play, in a red coat, takes it in with a face that says this is exactly as bad as it sounds. The front line itself is less speech, more grind. Players slump around a park, side camp and vent. How long will we have to do this? How many have we lost so far? This looks terrible. One brown-haired guy admits that thanks to Nuna he gets to replenish his items out here, and honestly, he feels a bit self-conscious about it. Morale is a rumor. Cut to Dandong, China, where the reason for all of it stands in the shallows, a muscular, purple, scaled dragon of a monster, its reflection wobbling under a cloudy sky, growling low like everything alive is just one more annoying bastard in its way. On the human side of that water, a swordsman with long gray hair takes the update with embers drifting around him. Imugi is heading here at a very fast rate, the same monster estimated to have destroyed Pyongyang. His entire reaction is a calm, is that so? Then come the numbers, and one of them changes everything. The assessor dispatched to North Korea succeeded in analyzing the monster's rank, and the rank is legendary. Standing against it 181 rankers placed along the border plus about 3,000 high-level players who have completed the fourth job change. Under a starry sky, two young men stand back doing very different math, succeed in this hunt, and a first, in history, achievement will pop for sure, the kind that raises your stats by a lot. One of them says the quiet part out loud, I will take this opportunity into my hands. The hunt opens exactly the way confident hunts open. Buffs bloom down the line. Victory, haste, burning spirit of fire, and a fighter charges in shouting about showing this thing the greatness of and never gets to finish because the dragon answers with a glowing slash of energy that cuts the charge short. Then the real weapon lands, and it is not a claw. It is a notice you have been hit by a mental attack. Bodies engulfed in fear are paralyzed for 10 seconds. 10 seconds of standing perfectly still in front of a legendary rank monster. That is not a debuff, that is a countdown. Choi Hyun-sung pitches forward, eyes wide, and gets exactly 2 words out. What shit? Choi Hyun-sung is standing over a purchase screen, staring at the words refunds and exchanges are not possible, and he has no idea how fast this buy is about to be tested. He came in wanting a wild instinct skill, but after his first achievement, he's changed his mind. What he needs now is spirit resistance. The one on offer from a seller named Steve is a heroic rank passive that significantly increases resistance to the spirit stat. There are only 2 of them out there. The reviews are genuinely good, and Hyun-sung decides this is the best choice he's going to get. He hits yes. He'll give it a test run later. The test run comes to him. The selection venue is packed with far more applicants than he expected, and he collects a few sideways looks and one annoyed click of the tongue on the way in. Most people's reasons for being here are simple: get accepted as a participant, and it pays off even if you barely lift a finger. But he clocks a guy in a pink hoodie and a gray-haired woman wearing the kind of serious faces that say they applied for reasons of their own. A cloaked official with a circular brooch confirms his identity, Mr. Choi Hyun-sung, and waves him down the hall into a room that, fluorescent lights and all, looks to him exactly like an interrogation room out of a movie. Then the question is he ready for the test? He barely finishes his yes before a mental coercion skill slams into his mind and slides right off. 2 notices flash the coercion has been perfectly resisted, and the passive skill book, Unyielding Spirit, has activated. The no refunds gamble just paid for itself in 1 hit. Hyun-sung's entire reaction is that it? He's told he's passed, announces he'll be leaving now, and strolls out, while behind him the examiner presses a finger to her lips, admits he's a truly unfathomable guy, and calls in the next contestant like nothing happened. Then the world gets much bigger than one shop receipt. A few days later, near the ceasefire line, after discussions with world leaders, the South Korean government sends fighter jets across the ceasefire line airspace, and down below, squared up against armored figures, a brown-haired man with purple energy crackling around his hand admits that the rankers and their modern weapons are enormous. He's been having a hard time facing them alone. The way he lands on alone makes it clear those days are over. Nearby, wolf, like monsters, snarl at each other, and these ones talk. A week later, Beijing, China. An explosion tears out of the mountains, and the officials start arguing in real time. Mobilize Beijing's rankers now. No, that's hasty. And underneath it all, the real fear, what if another legend, rank like Imugi, appears while everyone is committed? Because the fight on the ground is already ugly. A bat-like monster with glowing eyes roars into the starry sky, a red-haired swordsman in white squares, off with a shadowy figure whose hand burns with orange light, while something armored looms over them both. A blue dragon bellows. On a shouted now, energy blasts hammer down onto a monstrous creature. And then blood. Red sprays across the ground, a fighter recoils in shock, and a young man in a blue cloak ends up staring at the night sky with tears on his face, while a woman in white watches him, worried. What's left of the team is counted in the members who are still alive, and through the tears comes the decision they're going with Plan B. Plan B is a single order, screamed into the wind by a dark-haired man in a maroon scarf. Chase it toward the south. Whatever China couldn't kill tonight isn't dying, it's just getting new coordinates. Every ranker China could throw at one monster just lost, all of them. And the survivors are dragging that monster straight to the formation Choi Hyun-sung is standing in. It starts as breaking news out of inland China, expert reports, ranker feeds, and a lot of confused muttering. Did it already cross the water? What was that just now? An earthquake. A hunter in purple and white armor whips around, and everybody behind him is suddenly staring in the same direction. Then the report gets specific. The Imugi is moving at high speed, directly toward their formation. Everyone get ready for battle. Why their way out of nowhere? One spiky-haired ranker is already glowing about it. It's definitely time for his first achievement. Doesn't this mean they get a chance to catch it? And he's told flatly that this is not the time to enjoy the situation. Because the Y is ugly. All of the Chinese rankers were defeated, and the small handful who managed to run away are luring the Imugi here on purpose. A hunter in a red scarf is livid. Those bastards failed to kill it, so now they're dragging it to everyone else, and isn't that a criminal offense? A woman plants her spear and orders everyone to calm down and prepare for battle, while behind her the shouting continues. They're literally bringing their trash into the country. Then the air itself goes wrong. A hunter grips his chest, panting. It's nearly here. It'll attack any second. A notice confirms it. Fear has been used. One breath later comes a second notice. The Imugi's fear, rendered totally ineffective. Hyun-sung stares straight ahead without so much as a flinch. It works as well as he thought. The fight opens like a detonation. A white-haired ranker wrapped in green aura throws himself through colliding blasts, warnings flying to watch out for the bursts of fire around the Imugi's body. A red-haired swordswoman leaps in blade first, with enough spare breath to call the buff skill quite nice. Not everyone is having that much fun. Melee dealers and tanks are pretty much flying around, and a blue-cloaked hunter ends up slumped against a rock, getting an "Are you all right?" and grumbling that, of course, they got put with the long-distance damage dealers. And Hyun-sung? He's sweating just watching. He can't even follow their movements with his eyes. This is on a whole different level. How nice must it be? His consolation plan is very him, at the very least. He'll try absorbing the blood spilling onto the ground later. Grinding achievements is the only method he has, stacking points until his stats can keep climbing without elixirs, and as purple energy coils around his fingers, his read is that this will be easier than he thought. Then the order drops, attack, and a dark-clothed hunter rips a green energy wave across the rocky shore. When it fades, the barrage has cracked a single glowing hexagonal layer, one, and then the strikes stop. For a heartbeat, it even looks winnable. One hunter figures it'll all end soon. The Amugi answers by lunging, jaws wide, debris streaking off its body. It's going berserk, and berserk is exactly what it sounds like, defense traded away for pure attack power. Hyun-sung pulls purple energy into his hands. Then it gets worse. A glowing sword comes down, and the notice that answers is the wrong one. Skill activation failed. Failed? Something strange. There's no time to figure out what, because the last thing anyone gets out is a scream. Everybody, watch out, and then the sky itself comes apart in one colossal impact. Choi Hyun-sung's raid problem just got smarter. The Amugi is shrugging off the front line's attacks and going straight for the mages and the healers. A dark-haired fighter takes it with a pained grunt, the blonde in the red hat and green scarf grimacing right behind him. And the best anyone can spit out is this bastard. A legendary rank monster that hunts the backline first isn't acting like a beast anymore. It's picking targets. Hyun-sung's answer is to blink out of its line of sight. And that's exactly when the notices start ruining his day. Fear straight from the Amugi's glare, the same skill he shrugged off completely when this raid began, except this time the dose sticks. He will fall into a state of fear for 20 seconds. His passive, unyielding spirit fires back, but not fast enough for the part that matters. Blink has been cancelled. He's standing in the open with nothing but a shouted "damn it" between him and the monster. And the monster is faster than he expected for something this big. He's barely dropped to a knee on the snowy slope before its bulk whips overhead. Then a massive rock comes down right on top of his position, and the whole mountainside vanishes into dust and debris. When it settles, Hyun-sung is hauling himself up to a ledge, peering at the sky where the thing is still moving and taking inventory, and the inventory is grim. He nearly died. His blood rupturer sword is gone, just gone, and he didn't expect this thing to have mental skills beyond fear. He slumps back against a rock, groaning at the wreckage around him. It's a mess. Fine. Recover first, fight later. Except the notices won't let him rest. His sole heroic rank title has just been upgraded, and all he can manage is a flat no way. Out on the field, a raider is already flying at the Amugi with a glowing weapon, explosions blooming off its hide, and Hyun-sung reads the whole battle in one line. The winner has already been decided. Then he finds his missing sword. It's jammed into the Amugi, stuck exactly where he stopped that tail attack, which means he never lost it. He left it inside a legendary rank monster. And suddenly the notification spam makes sense, because the alerts keep going off, and the only explanation he can come up with is that the blood rupturer is doing what its name promises, consuming the blood of a legendary rank monster, one upgrade chime at a time. The rest of the raid smells the finish too. Two swordsmen, one in purple robes and one in gray, are carving into the armored monster's bloodied hide. A white-haired fighter blurs across the field, and one last raider drops out of the sky toward it, sword first. The Amugi crashes down through the clouds like a felled building, and the cry goes up everywhere at once: "We won!" Then the loudest notice of the day: unbelievable achievement. A heroic rank hunter has helped bring down a legendary rank monster. And the reward is a title: first legendary rank monster hunting contributor. Around him, the raiders are roaring that they finally did it, and for a raid that opened with its own healers being hunted, that cheer is earned. For one breath, this is a clean, total victory. But the celebration isn't how this one ends. Something with bat wings and glowing red eyes tears through the dark in a spray of red sparks, and the last thing standing on the mountain is Hyun-sung's ornate red and black sword, planted upright in the earth under a pink sky. Freshly fed, and nowhere near his hand. Choi Hyun-sung just became the first player in human history to own a legendary weapon, and the system will not stop congratulating him. Achievement banners stack up first legendary rank weapon, first legendary rank skill, plus a title to match, the one who obtained the first legendary weapon. He turns the sword over under a twilight sky, wondering what changed inside it. Then it clicks. This is why he needed those first 3 achievements. And a soul rank achievement he never knew existed means other players are holding soul skills and items of their own. He raises the blood rupturer's sword to the sky and thanks it out loud, as expected of a legendary rank item. Rewards vary by raid contribution, and the first ranked contributor is him. Wow. He talks himself down fast. Let's not get carried away by greed. The rest of the world is less calm. Breaking news: the raid against the Amugi, a legendary rank first in mankind's history, was a success. But the Korean government seals every detail, participant list included, so no play, information leaks. Naturally, that makes it worse. Foreign rankers recklessly buy plane tickets into Korea, purchase requests for the raid items pour in, and everyone wants to know who actually killed the thing. And what does the man who killed it get? A notification: Imugi raid compensation, 300,000 received. The items from that same raid can cost hundreds of billions of points. On his couch, Hyun-sung repeats it like a mantra: let's not be greedy. He's already got enough.
Right on cue, his phone rings. It's me, Shin Young. And Hyun-sung is instantly sweating and red. It's not like that, he insists, a little too fast. She gets to the point, like she always does. Is he interested in obtaining a legendary rank item? He answers with an actual tear in his eye. Are there even players who aren't? But there's a condition.
The government intends to acquire every item the Amugi dropped, and no play alive outbids a government's wallet, exactly why she's calling him. Hyun-sung hears where this is going and blurts it: is it a lifetime contract? It is. Right now, she and Hyun-sung are the only raid contributors in the association. So why doesn't she just monopolize the items herself? Because one of the skills doesn't match her. Her mana attribute is divine mana, her key skills are built around it, and this item would suit him far more. Details unlock for contributors one day before the auction. Any earlier and people start hunting whoever holds the goods. He'll decide after he sees it. A few days later, she hands him the skill book in person. Technically, it's a thunderbolt, enormous power, no big penalty, and it doesn't even have a cooldown. She's confident he won't regret it. His one doubt: can a heroic rank skill absorb a legendary one? And if he refuses, the government just sells it to another long-distance damage dealer they're already courting. Time is short, so Hyun-sung names his price. He'll take the deal if he can terminate the lifetime contract later by paying back the item's down payment. If not, he's rejecting the whole thing. Young smirks and counters not the same amount. The down payment plus legal interest counted from today to the termination date. He checks the fine print out loud. The legal interest rate? 5% a year. Simple interest? Compound, of course, and that, she insists, is already a huge concession. Then let's agree. He'll take it. Great, that's a contract. She heads off to report to the higher-ups, and on her way out mutters at geez, this guy is something special. Choi Hyun-sung, the level 1 just signed his life to the government for a legendary thunderbolt, with his exit already written into the deal. The Black Dragon's spear has just been hammered off at auction. Congratulations to the winner. And the whole hall is buzzing because somebody in this room dropped nearly 2 trillion on 2 items. In a world where most players can barely afford 1 skill book and 1 weapon. The whispers start immediately: are the big companies making their play? Nobody glances at the quiet guy with the spiky brown hair. Then the announcer brings out the final lot. The Black Dragon's legendary skill, and Choi Hyun-sung's honest reaction is: this is crazy. Crazy because the mystery buyer spending close to 2 trillion is him. Am I really going to be tied to the Players Association my whole life? That's the debt he now owes, with a compound interest rate of 5% stacked on top. The dragon's spear, the dragon's skill, and a bill that follows him out the door. Meanwhile, Shin Yoon Ah is stuck on a puzzle she can't put down. The first achievement messages never appeared. At the raid, the first time anyone hunted a heroic rank monster, even the title of first heroic rank achiever never showed up. She was certain first place was hers, and she got second. Everything she earned came out rare rank, 5 rare, rank first achievements, and not one raid contributor claimed first place either. Something is strange here. Then her logic lands somewhere dangerous. This situation is impossible unless someone already hunted a legendary rank. Her own reward from the dragon says it plainly, a title for the one who contributed to the first legendary rank monster hunt. Contributed. Someone else got there first and took the real titles, and she has no idea she keeps ending up in the same room as him. Ms. Yoon, congratulations on winning the item. She collects her prize, and outside, she and Hyun-sung trade the usual goodbyes. You've looked at the skill, right? I'll get going then. Get home safely. And then she can't do it. She stops, and she confesses. The government tried to hand her the first in history achievements. They arranged the auction lineup, the item she wanted placed first, Hyun-sung's items held for last. I'm sorry, she says, and Hyun-sung's entire response is pardon? He works it out on the spot. She probably already had a first in history achievement of her own. The government learned about it and made its move. And considering the wall of rewards he's already carrying, unbelievable achievement, heroic rank, first legendary rank skill, heroic rank, legendary weapon, heroic rank, honestly, that's understandable. So he tells her whether it's her point of view or the government's, he understands, and she doesn't have to apologize. She just stares at him, stunned. He really isn't greedy at all. She still crosses her arms and lays down the law. Nothing like this can ever happen again, while Hyun-sung quietly files the real headline. She could have buried it, said nothing, and he would never have known. She's such an honest person. Shin Yoon. Later, alone, he raises a hand against a clear blue sky. Subspace. Out comes the question that's been itching at him all day. Will the two skills combine, or exist separately? One flicker of guilt. He does feel sorry for her, for taking everything, and then shall we learn it? Learn punishment? Legendary rank? Yes. The system fires back a failure. He has failed to learn punishment because it isn't being learned at all. It's not absorption. It's fusion. His breath skill and the dragon's legendary skill fuse into something brand new. Breath of the Dark Thunder Dragon, unique legendary rank, and Hyun-sung looks up with the calm of a man collecting on a theory, just as he thought. Choi Hyun-sung just got paid, and he wants to see what the money does. Joining the Amugi raid was the best decision he's made. Every reward collected, stats upgraded by a total of 450 points, and the new skill is amazing too. So shall we test it out? His fist crackles with purple lightning, glowing purple blades carve through the dark, and the man stuck at level 1 can only look up and say, "Whoa." Whatever this skill touches, the monsters just disintegrate, so naturally his first thought is finding somewhere to swing it harder. Are there any appropriate places nearby? Something like a vampire bat dungeon. His phone answers before he can. A text from Yoon, sent at 8:05. Please contact me as soon as you see this. When he calls, she skips the small talk. Mr. Hyun-sung, you're out of the dungeon now, and gets straight to a dungeon in the northern area. What do you mean? She lays it out, and Hyun-sung doesn't haggle. I'll help. She's so relieved she nearly trips over the thank you, and the association will have a helicopter ready to leave right away. Hyun-sung does the quiet math. Dungeons keep popping up and there aren't enough players to cover them. The situation really is an emergency. All he offers out loud is, "I'll give it my best." So a military helicopter carries him over the forested mountains of North Korea, and mid-flight, a notice lands. Accumulated acquisition points have exceeded 300 billion. The mercenary system is now available. There's something like that too? The status window shows nothing new. Choi Hyun-sung, no main class, legendary skills with dozens more stacked behind. But the new shop is very real. Mercenaries for hire, all the way up to heroic rank, where the fee runs into the hundreds of billions of points for a 2-hour minimum. Just 2 hours? He drops down to the rare rank, which is still painfully expensive, and finds the cheapest listing on the shelf, a profile called Savage, Sharp, Fanged Soldier. 3 hours minimum, 299,999,999 points. One line on that profile bothers him though. This mercenary is a runaway. A runaway from what? Hyun-sung decides obtaining information comes first and pays the fee. 180 minutes on the clock. Light flares, and a swordswoman with long white hair and blue eyes is standing in front of him. "Thank you for hiring me, boss. Where's the enemy?" "I'll fight with all my strength." "There's no enemy," Hyun-sung tells her. He hired her because there's something he wants. She actually laughs. "First time using the mercenary system, boss. It just activated," he admits. "Then please, ask away. She'll tell him everything she can answer." First question, what are the mercenaries really? They're players like you, boss? Players like him, and more specifically, players who carry the same unique skill he does, buying. His next question comes with her name attached. Then is the world you live in also being attacked by monsters, Ms. Lucia? Her world was under attack too, she says, but even she doesn't know what causes the dimensional gates. For that answer, he'd have to hire above legendary rank. Even the heroic rank mercenaries she's met didn't know. The bigger picture she can give him, 2 cataclysms have already occurred. It's been more than 20 years since a dimensional gate appeared, and things are somewhat stable now. So Hyun-sung asks the real question, could the next cataclysm come? Her read is almost comforting. There will probably not be any more cataclysms for the next 20 years. Is that true? But she can't guarantee anything beyond that. And when he asks why, Lucia stops sounding like a mercenary and starts sounding like a warning. Because the world she lived in was completely eaten up by monsters. It perished 40 years after the first cataclysm in history occurred. Lucia opens with her own job listing. She's on her knees, and the first thing she brings up is her employment description, the one that calls her a runaway and a loser. Does he know why that's written there? Because it's true. She's a loser who abandoned her own world and ran away. And before Choi Hyun-sung decides what she's worth, she's going to tell him exactly how that happened. Her story starts back in her world, swing against a horned monster. Early on, she burns her accumulated points fast, pumping stats, mastering skills, and regrets it almost immediately. Hyun-sung sums up where that road leads, so she became a level 1 player. Then the world gets meaner. Legendary rank monsters keep multiplying, and she scrapes by selling skill books and magic stones right up until the second cataclysm hits. After that, all she does is stack points. 16 years of enduring like that, and she's finally beginning to see hope. Hope does not return the favor. She runs into a fight she'll most likely lose and makes the inevitable choice, the last resort saved for emergency escapes, a dimensional teleportation item. She jumps through a purple sky mid-explosion, and her mana gives out on the way, locking away every spatial movement skill and item she owns. All she can manage is, damn it. She never arrives anywhere. She's simply lost between dimensions, in a space where nothing exists. Fortunately, one thing still works out there, a mercenary application system. And when she looks up, startled, a towering figure in a dark suit is standing over her. So she registers as a mercenary and waits. Almost nobody hires her because her asking price is strange. She'll hand the whole fee straight back to any employer willing to let her live in his world. She still gets rejected. For scale, rare mercenaries start at 1 million points an hour. 24 million a day, around 700 million a month. Then one day a play, or scrolling the listings on a glowing blue screen, offers a new condition. He'll take the deal if she moves points to him every single day. Here's why anyone would want that. The notice on her account reads tradable points over 10 billion. Hyun-sung's eyes go wide, and there's a catch built into the system. Points can't be moved to ordinary people or to other players at all. The one exception is players who share the same unique skill. Hyun-sung, career point, hoarder, asks the only question that matters to him if they traded back and forth: could he grow his accumulated points? Impossible, she says. Every trade burns accumulated points by the exact amount used, and mercenary employment eats them the same way, same as selling. So he assumes she took that play, Er's offer. She rejected it. But her situation keeps getting worse and worse, and when that same person comes back to hire her again, the answer changes. The employment notice asks if she accepts, and knowing the system skims 20% of every fee as it's cut, she nods yes. Now do the math on that life. The employment fee runs 24 million points a day. Hunting around the clock, shaving time off sleep and meals, she can collect maybe 5 million. Every single day she sinks about 4 million points deeper, and it can't be helped. By her own honest count, she wouldn't have lasted more than 3 months. She never gets the chance to find out. Her employer's situation collapses, and the contract breaks, and after that she stays unemployed. Until now, until Hyun-sung hires her. Which is why there's one thing she has to ask. She grabs Hyun-sung by the shoulders. She will move her points to him every single day. She will fight on that battlefield he talked about. All she wants in return is his permission to let her live in this world. Choi Hyun-sung's hour is almost up. The white-haired mercenary he hired smiles at him through the falling snow and reminds him there's not much time left on the contract, so is he keeping her? He asks for time to think, of course, she says. Alone in the snow, he admits he really is a lucky guy. The mercenary system is the reasonable play. So his hand goes to the glowing blue window, and he hires her again. A wise decision, she tells him. But first, he has one question: can she show him her status? She reads him instantly. If he's worried about her level and stats, she can show him the stats. Only the stats, and honestly fine, for a level 1 play, are like him. Levels are meaningless anyway. Then the window opens, and the numbers get loud. Every stat sits around 300 base with another 400 stacked on top. Main class, none. Hyun-sung runs the total, over 3,500. She's ahead of him by 700, and his takeaway is a schedule he can catch up soon enough. What unsettles him is the rest, legendary and heroic rank skills, and one ugly question: just how many strong monsters are out there, if players built like this are working the mercenary system. Satisfied? For now, and he lays out the deal: temporary employment. He'll summon her to the dungeons, Miss Lucia, and the moment the hunt is over, the employment ends with it. So whenever he goes hunting, she gets called in? Yes, and food is covered, free of charge. That's a good enough offer. Deal. Cut to a mountain at night, blowing out a burst of blue light. Lucia is mid-war. Cry as horned wolf. Creatures come up at her from below, meeting them behind a shield with a cross across its face, while a purple blast tears through a swarm of bat, things and a white rabbit-looking monster goes down shrieking in red spray. Her style is very different from mine, Hyun-sung realizes, so he leans into it, raising a hand wrapped in swirling purple energy. Nice synergy. A horned monster splits along one clean red line. When it's quiet, they're standing back to back under the stars. This is a really nice hunting ground. Looks like they cleared it. Then Lucia, shield still in hand, explains why she's so pleased other players' worlds were full of difficulties, hunting grounds that were owned, too many players fighting over them, large fees paid out in fistfuls of gold coins just for the right to hunt, which is why she has to ask, could he be one of the monarchs of this world? No, he was just temporarily asked to take care of this place. He'll call her back after some time. She smiles. She'll be waiting. He's stacking achievements at a very fast rate, and a week later, the money math turns almost embarrassing. Hunting all day used to earn him 10 million points. Now he pulls in more than 3 times that, with Lucia banking 300 million on her end. She's genuinely glad about her 300 million week, and Hyun-sung scratches his head, starting to feel sorry because he makes hundreds of millions in a day off electronic equipment. Then Mr. Hyun-sung, she wants to ask something, if he doesn't mind. She saw today that he also fights close range. Does he plan to keep mixing that with his long-range fighting? Of course, then, she says. The quiet part, he's never properly learnt the sword, has he? He can't deny it. All he's got are swordsmanship knowledge skills. Her recommendation: hire a master swordsman, a gray-haired blade, master with red eyes, flashes to mind, and properly learn the sword. Is there a good enough reason to bother? There is. Because from human form heroic rank monsters onwards, his attacks won't work. Choi Han-sung has just been told his swordsmanship is too weak, and he wants proof. Is there really that much of a gap? Lucia's answer isn't a lecture. It's a battle. Yes, she's suggesting it, because he'll understand it far better if he experiences it himself. With a broken sword already lying in the dirt between them, Hyun-sung grips his blade and gives the only answer that fits all right. She comes at him fast, sword and shield against his one glowing blade, snow drifting through the dark, and Hyun-sung reads it mid, lunge. She isn't even using her full power. Tisk! She presses in, and the level, one play, is suddenly the one backpedaling. 3 minutes later, they're still at it. Lucia airborne with sword and shield, Hyun-sung kicking out with a red, tipped weapon and shouting the question the match keeps answering: why is the gap this large? He throws one more lunge. She blocks it without ceremony, and Hyun-sung says the words, "I lose." Lucia raises a hand. She expected this. His swordsmanship skill is genuinely weak. Then comes the lesson underneath the loss. In some ways, that skill matters more than any other stat or skill, and it will never show up in the status window. Hyun-sung pushes back. These powers were suddenly dropped on them, so isn't the way to use them automatically imprinted? Sure, Lucia says, but it doesn't end just because you know how to use it. Take horsemanship, learn the skill, and you can ride, stop, and maneuver freely. But that doesn't mean you've mastered horses, and the white horse rearing under its rider makes the argument for her. Combat power varies widely with skill level, and that applies directly to the Thunder skill set Hyun-sung leans on as his main force. It clicks for him in the language he actually speaks, a pro gamer, and he could play the same game, same character, same skill set, and the damage they'd put out would be worlds apart. Skill level, the stat no window records, is the whole difference. So he asks her straight, could she help him improve his proficiency? In a real fight, it would matter enormously. Lucia's eyes go wide, then she gives him more than he asked for. She'll help him with anything, if he wants her to. A few months later, the world has moved. The dungeons threatened by the monster wave are slowly settling down, but the players stationed in North Korea have hit their limit. No experience, no levels, no items, no magic stones, just months of sleeping in camps and eating whatever can be scraped together in the snow. Demands to return to South Korea get louder. The mid to low-level dungeons get dumped on the players directly under the association, and the association itself starts to slow down. But instead of joining the complaints, some players just keep training. A white-haired fighter holding a defensive stance against a red, hooded mountain of muscle, a glowing sword arcing between them. Cut to dinner. Hyun-sung and Lucia sit side by side with takeout containers and chopsticks, and the talk turns practical. This world runs on paperwork. Ordinary people still need ID cards for anything formal and a top-class play, or like Miss Lucia, gets checked more strictly than anyone. So once his work is done, he'll look for a way she can live in Korea as Lucia, a real ID, registered as a play, or she's in no hurry, she's satisfied with things exactly as they are, and it's all right if they take it easy. Then Lucia raises the detail that actually matters. Wouldn't it be better if she looked younger? Yeah, if the ID is getting issued anyway, a younger picture on it would be good. And Hyun-sung reaches his hand out across the table, a handshake to make Lucia officially exist in this world. Choi Han-sung is about to be sized up by a professional killer, and his status readout is going to tell that killer exactly the wrong thing. But the trouble starts small, with a payment Han-sung doesn't want. He tries to hand it back, insisting they'd better take it back now, and gets refused on the spot. The teaching already happened, so think of it as a tuition fee. Han-sung blushes his way through the whole exchange, and finally caves. Fine, whatever they want, then he'll do his best to teach them to the fullest. That deal carries him a long way from home, onto a snowy airstrip where people in heavy winter gear file across the ice under a massive aircraft, two cloaked figures waiting by the landing gear. And in that crowd, a hooded man clenches his fist, like he's been rehearsing for this. This is their chance. Their, plural, which is worth remembering. When a polite hello comes at Han-sung from the side, he hands the stranger the most boring cover story in existence. Oh, he's on a business trip. It's the kind of answer designed to end conversations. Then he's alone. Backpack on, walking a dark, rocky path, and his skin prickles an enemy. Who are they? His wild instincts are awake now, and instead of running, Han-sung eases a red and gold hilt out of its sheath and offers the dark an invitation. Shall we have a go? The answer is a scythe, like blade trailing purple light, and a status readout hanging over the fight. Named Choi Hyun-sung, main class none. The same status that has undersold him his entire life, now telling a killer this is the easiest money he'll ever make. And the first exchange looks like proof. Hyun-sung goes flying backward across the frozen ground, his backpack torn off his shoulders, embers smoking in the mark his body leaves behind. He drags himself back up with the red and gold hilt still in his fist. He's tired, but he keeps pushing, because the thing he came all this way for is very close by, and he is not dying this short of it. Across from him, a purple orb crackles to life, spitting arcs of electricity. Here it comes. Hyun-sung meets its sword, first, and names the problem out loud: assassin type. A scream rips across the rocks, and the killer's composure rips with it. He's fast. How did he know? That's the thing about hunting a man with no class listed. The paperwork doesn't mention the instincts. Because Hyun-sung's own read is colder, he's definitely much stronger than this guy, but the opponent is too fast, and he even has a movement type skill. The gap gets proven immediately. The bigger man in the hooded cloak gets his hands on him, and the notifications stack up back-to-back. Poisoning. Paralyzed for 10 seconds. Poison in his blood, a clock over his head, a killer's grip already on him, 10 seconds of standing still, within arm's reach of a man who ends people for a living. Then the fight flashes purple, an energy blast tearing off an open palm, a small machine hovering just above the hand, and one very honest hangs in the cold air. And inside Hyun-sung's head, the math is turning ugly. His attacks aren't landing, and every swing that misses bleeds energy he can't get back. Let's not screw this up. The dark narrows down to the red and gold point of his weapon, held steady, waiting for one opening, because Hyun-sung has exactly one chance, and he knows it. Somewhere on a frozen mountainside, a hired killer is sprinting through the snow, screaming that the mission has already failed, while a wind vortex tears up the slope behind him. This ambush was supposed to end Choi Hyun-sung. Instead, the assassins are the ones running for their lives. The man can't make his brain accept it. What the heck is this guy? Is he really an awakener who's only been active for 1 year? The only word he has left is monstrous. Hyun-sung watches him bolt, so he's planning to run away. Then, blink. One heartbeat, Hyun-sung is standing in the snow. The next, he's behind the man, purple energy crackling around his neck as he locks in a chokehold. So fast is everything the killer manages before a purple blast swallows him whole. When the smoke clears, the looting begins. This guy sure was carrying a lot of items. A purple card drifts down through the haze veil curtain, a skill that hides the form, the sound, even the leaking magic power of the caster and whoever it marks. Hyun-sung's full review. Nice. There's a dark blade in the pile, plus the piece that explains a lot, gear that significantly raises the wearer's resistance to enemy skills. So that's what this guy was hiding behind. But the loot can't answer the real question, why were they attacking me? So Hyun-sung invokes psychometry, and the system slams the door. Skill failed. The past information cannot be browsed, as he thought. Whoever these people are, their secrets didn't survive the explosion either. Time to talk to a professional. Hyun-sung calls up his summoned mercenary, a silhouette arriving under a starry sky with a pointed "you called me later than usual," and the two sit down facing each other, a sword and shield between them, while he lays out the truth of his very bad night. He asks the obvious first, is it rare to be attacked by other players in this world? Kind of, the mercenary admits, but there is no open public conflict between players. Then why aim for me? The answer is uncomfortable. They may have formed a team without your knowledge because watching you become stronger this quickly scared them, and they may be able to figure out how you did it. So Hyun-sung asks, the only question that matters, will it happen again? The mercenary doesn't sugarcoat it. If the people who attacked you belong to an organization, and the rules of this world keep them from touching you in public, there's a good chance it keeps happening. Then, for the first time, the mercenary offers a name. I am Jeong-song Woo. Until recently, I was the vice guildmaster of the Seo-woo Guild. The advice that comes with it is simple: summon me the moment you face an enemy you can't handle alone. Hire a second mercenary if you can afford the points, and inside a dungeon, never stop watching your surroundings. Hyun-sung grins. All right. Back at the frozen ambush site, a hooded figure arrives with a bad feeling. Didn't they carry out the operation? Then, looking down at the churned snow, what's this? The answers come from skills. A dark-haired tracker's eyes well up and flare red, hunter's eyes, and glowing red footprints light across the snow, running straight toward a dark tunnel. Another searcher kneels and presses a palm to the rock, memories of the earth, a reading that only works where enough traces remain, and there are plenty of traces here. A dark-haired woman says it out loud. He ran away? So at least one of the team fled into the dark. Then they find the blade, driven deep into the rock, and the hooded searcher stares up with the report nobody wanted. Takahashi is dead. They sent a team after a one-year rookie, and all they're getting back is a body count. Tokyo, Japan. In an office with marble walls and a chandelier, the Japanese Dimension Gate Minister of Management, Tanaka, taps a finger on his desk over the worst report of his week. According to the report Kaneko posted, there's a high probability that Jeong-song Woo's words are true. Choi Hyun-sung has killed Takahashi. And Japan's answer to that news isn't a protest or an investigation. It's a kill order. Tanaka works the numbers out loud. A player awakened for only 1 year, who destroyed the law of level 20 and defeated gifted rankers on top of that twice. So terminating the law of level 20 wasn't the end. Just what unique skill does he have to grow this fast? His people judge the probability at over 99%, and Tanaka's conclusion is pure ambition. It'll be a good opportunity to take it away. He figures the Korea Players Association rushed to sign Hyun-sung's contract, then asks the question that turns this political. How many secret agents can we mobilize right now? 5 more on standby, his aide answers. Dispatch them to Korea. The aide flinches, sweat on his cheek. What? Didn't you hear me? Yes, sir. Dispatching right away. The mission itself, kill Choi Hyun-sung, no matter what. And one more instruction, saved for the case where the agents decide the mission is impossible. An instruction we don't get to hear. Here's the part that makes the whole marble room calculation funny. Choi Hyun-sung doesn't believe in the South Korean government in the first place. Cut to the man himself under a starry sky, cupping a glowing blue orb in one hand, magic missile, then pushing it further until the orb turns purple and crackles like it wants to bite him. His own verdict, he would have succeeded if he'd concentrated more. There's still time. Then it's practice time, and his blonde mercenary is already smiling about it. First attack claimed, and the snow turns into a fight, a sword strike crashing off her big black shield, a pass so close they're face to face, a kick ripping up dust behind a snarled dammit, a fist clenching tight, and finally Hyun-sung diving down at her guard with a dagger. She calls the session there, let's wrap it up, and her review is the good kind of blunt. His strikes at the opponent's open guard have gotten sharper. His answer is almost shy. Has he improved at all? More than she expected, honestly. If he wants shield art as his main skill, patience is everything, and he's already stripped out a lot of unnecessary movement. She didn't expect him to grow this fast. But then she talks him out of the shield entirely. Holding a sword and a shield is harder than fighting with the sword alone, and Hyun-sung has a tendency the moment he sees an opening, he dashes straight in and strikes. For someone built like that, a shield will only be a hindrance. The metal guard he's already wearing should be enough to block whatever comes at his left. Hyun-sung, sword in hand, scratches his head and takes the note. "See you a bit later, teacher," he tells her. "I'm not a teacher," she shoots back. But as he heads off with an easy all right, "I'll get going then," she's smiling in the snow, and there's a tear with it that he never turns around to see. Then a sharp exhale, and the plan out loud guess he'll slowly move on to the next dungeon. The last we see of Choi Hyun-sung walking into a dark, rocky place with glowing letters hanging in the air around him, and far ahead in the black, faint red eyes already open. 5 secret agents are on their way to Korea, with orders to kill him no matter what, and he's strolling into the dark like it's any other workday. Choi Hyun-sung is standing out in the open, mask still on, sizing up a red-haired man in a dark cloak, and he skips straight past the small talk, "Are you from Japan?" The answer drifts back in Japanese, almost flattered. "You're sharp." And while the stranger smiles, one more fact clicks into place in Hyun-sung's head. It's not just one of them out here. So he asks the question that actually matters. "Why are you trying to take me away?" The red-haired man doesn't even pretend to negotiate. He doesn't have to explain anything, and it'd be better for Hyun-sung to give up on resisting and quietly follow. Then the ultimatum: will you resist or give up? Decide. Meanwhile, Hyun-sung is chewing on a colder thought. Is this guy on the same side as the assassin from the other day? He runs the math. If 2 of them hit him at once from both sides, that's too much to face alone. Should he call Lucia? No, not yet. Let's give it a try. The red-haired man reads the answer straight off his stance. "So you're going to resist, and I said that in good faith." A pale hand closes around a katana. Hyun-sung moves first. A blink of space, travel, and breath of the black thunder dragon detonates out of his hand in a purple blast. Even mid-explosion, he's budgeting stamina and mana. The swordsman answers with a glowing slash that carves across the distance, while Hyun-sung is still airborne in a burst of white light. Then the red-haired man drops to one knee, sword in one hand, a black device in the other, and grins like a shopper. "Oh ho, your items look pretty good as well. Your reflexes seem very sharp, but how long are you going to be able to hang in there?" They tear across the snowy rocks. He lunges, and a purple explosion erupts right behind him. What's this? Because this fight has an audience. Off to the side, cloaked watchers are comparing notes as a glowing crescent of energy rips across the sky. Does he have some kind of similar skill? That guy was only level 1 a year ago. Has he really been awakened for just a year? It's true. A dark-haired woman in a brown scarf can barely process it. What has he done to get this far? Her partner has no idea, but he doesn't think Hyun-sung is a ranker yet. Then the quiet part gets said out loud. "I hope whatever method he's using works on other players." That's what we're here to find out. They're not just here to kill Choi Hyun-sung. They want to know if the way he grows can be taken and used. Arms crossed, the woman asks what's eating at all of them. How was Takahashi defeated by a guy like that? The tall man in the dark cloak scoffs. Takahashi just wasn't good enough. If he'd stepped up himself, Hyun-sung wouldn't be alive right now. Another of the watchers shuts that down fast. What nonsense. You'd have a hard time with him too. He's giving Sasaki a run for his money. And there's the name. The red-haired swordsman is Sasaki, and since Sasaki insisted on handling Hyun-sung alone, the rest of them settle in to watch. For now. Down in the fight, Hyun-sung lunges with his red-handled blade, and what's running through his head isn't victory, it's I still have a long way to go. I need to train harder. Sasaki is landing on a very different read. This fighting style is too dangerous. Bastard, I need to attack. Then the pressure tips over. This is dangerous, Sasaki admits to himself. I might die here. But instead of backing off, his eyes narrow and he smirks as a skill activation flares to life. This is the end. The fight is already decided before anyone gets a say. A tall fighter with long dark hair stands over a smaller opponent still clutching a staff and hands down the verdict to their face, "You've lost." Then, with an actual laugh, he adds the part that stings. He didn't expect anyone to really die in this. Off to the side, a woman in a red scarf watches with her jaw set because from where she's standing, this whole thing is ridiculous. That person, the gray-haired swordsman beside her, hand resting on the sword at his hip, isn't rattled. Their side has something up its sleeve too, he tells her, and as for the winner, it's simply that he's just that skilled. Then his voice drops into an unfinished worry. Are they even aware that the activation, and he leaves it hanging. Somewhere darker, a young man with cat-like ears stares hard into the distance and says nothing at all. Cut to falling snow. A blonde woman in a dark cloak grips her shield and looks up in alarm. Who are those guys? She can't sense any mana around them at all. So where did they suddenly appear from? Across the field, a brown-haired man with blue eyes hands down the order with terrifying calm. The goal is to capture the enemies, and if that doesn't work out, they're allowed to kill them too. His people answer Roger like he just assigned parking duty. As you command. And the mountainside answers with him. A massive white explosion rips off the top of a huge rock and throws debris into the dark. The shield woman, hooded and scarfed, manages exactly 3 words. What's going on? What's going on is a one-sided beating. 2 men in dark robes strain, fists clenched, sweat running, and one of them gasps the truth out loud. They're too strong. Their attacker is cackling that he'd honestly prefer they didn't end up dead, while a goateed man in a dark hat and cloak invites the next one to try and dodge this, then reads off the results like a checklist. Looks like this one is dead, and this one has fainted. A bald mountain of muscle with a huge weapon slung over his shoulder shrugs the whole morality question away. His employer told him to subdue them, but killing was allowed. So, well, a scarred face crumples, one eye brimming, and the laughter turns into a scream. The man in the hat surveys his work and files his review. This was more boring than he expected, though he'll give them this much. They were outstanding. Then the one in the bird beak mask clocks out like this. Was a shift at a convenience store, mission completed. Sir, minimum employment hours are over. Do you have any more work for me? And then they pick the one target they clearly didn't research. Choi Hyun-sung stands in his maroon coat, facing 2 of the masked attackers, and asks a single flat question: why are you guys attacking me? Before they can blink, a small dark bird-like creature comes tumbling through the air, shrieking on his behalf. He is asking you a question right now, so answer him this instant. Nobody answers. Hyun-sung's conclusion is simple: so you guys won't answer. And the next thing the sky holds is a bloodied hammer hanging in mid-air, red streaks coiling around it, a number 2 burning beside it, while a scream rips across the field, because the question and answer portion has just changed formats. On the ground, a gray-haired young man stares up in open panic as a far bigger figure looms over him. Is that right? Comes down from above, and he's already stammering that it's not like that, which is historically exactly what people say right before it turns out. It's exactly like that. The assassins who came for Choi Hyun-sung are now his prisoners, and the interrogation tool of choice is a massive dark hammer slamming down hard enough to rearrange opinions. It works immediately. A man in a wide-brimmed hat breaks, sweating through his coat, shouting the whole operation into the open air. The mission was to take Hyun-sung to Japan, and to find out how he got this strong this fast. So Hyun-sung gets to stand there and listen to his own kidnapping itinerary, read aloud by one of the men hired to carry it out. His response stays professional, business first, collect the items the enemies are carrying and bring them to him. A snapped. Yes, sir, and the battlefield turns into inventory. Then he goes quiet, hand at his lips, a glowing blue disc hovering at his shoulder while he thinks. That's when a bloodied captive coughs up the detail that actually matters. Their comrades are waiting outside. The sentence never finishes. It collapses into a scream. So the search starts. A woman kneels on the ground, straining through a reading, while the robed figure behind her reports the little they can pull. The estimate puts those comrades at just over level 200, and they've already moved out of range. No exact location. Over level 200, position unknown, somewhere outside. For most people, that math says stay put and lock the door. Hyun Sung does his own math. Watch the prisoners carefully. He orders. None of these people get away. He's just going outside for a minute. A minute, he gets a salute and a cheery travel safe. Employer on his way out, which is a remarkably relaxed send-off for a man strolling alone toward level 200 backup. Blink. Something drops out of the sky over the open water and lands like a verdict. Spray, mist, one short shriek, done. When it settles, there's a blood-stained cloth in Hyun Sung's hand and one dry realization on his lips, so this is why he didn't notice them. The people waiting to ambush him never even got the chance to spring it. Back with his hired crew, it's closing time. They ask if he wants to extend the hiring. It's all right, he tells them. They may return, and thank you for today. The exit reviews are glowing. One mercenary swears it's the first time in his life he's gotten such an easy mission. The masked one adds that easy missions like this are always welcome. Call us again next time. Me too. Please make sure to call me again. Choi Hyun Sung 5 stars as an employer would absolutely work for again. Then they're gone, and Hyun Sung stands alone under a fiery evening sky, chewing on what comes next. What should he do? And one question hangs in the air. Did they recover in the meanwhile? Because somewhere far from him, things are already burning. Sparks stream around a blonde woman braced behind her shield. A gray-haired man pours his focus into a glowing orange sphere of energy. A blonde fighter raises a sword to their own lips. And Hyun Sung doesn't stay out of it. Under a dark ceiling with ragged breathing somewhere in the black and 2 figures barely visible in the distance, he blinks, and a purple explosion swallows somebody whole. One voice tears out a scream. The only other reaction in the room gets as far as a startled, "Huh." Then a man in glasses turns his head, calm as anything, and asks the question that ends the night. "Did you think you could make it out of here just because it was only the 2 of us, me and Lucia?" Choi Hyun Sung just survived a professional hit, and his takeaway isn't revenge, it's a shopping list. He's come out of it with something new too, a blue-bound book hovering in front of him, and nobody else needs to know. His math is simple. The people who came for him are an organization that handles secret missions, so they'll obviously come after him again. But the priority right now isn't him. It's his family's safety, because skilled people like that can't be stopped by association security alone. So he opens the shop and scrolls past daggers and wands until he finds it. The Guardian's ring. If the wearer is attacked, the ring absorbs the damage. Push it past what it can take, and it disappears. Miniature item, heroic rank, no refunds, no exchanges. Price about 10 billion points each. Hyun Sung gives that exactly 1. Then let's buy 3. He's not done. Next come bracelets that let the wearers check on each other's condition. One signal when the other is calm, one when troubled, one when they sense death. His eyes sting at that last part, but the decision comes out steady. I like this one too. 3 of these. And of course one more thing, I'll need this too. At home, the haul comes out, a scroll and 2 silver rings, and the young woman he hands them to doesn't reach for them. Don't tell me you're going somewhere dangerous. Hyun Sung just smiles. I'm not. I'm giving you this, just in case. She looks away, one tear sliding down her cheek. Just in case is doing a lot of work in that sentence. Then Hyun-sung presses a hand flat against a glass door. On the other side, a gray-haired man sleeps under a white blanket. His dad. A hand closes tight around a glowing red sword hilt. "Don't worry, Dad. I'll find something to heal you." Then, softer, I'm relieved. "It's only your body that's the problem. You must be exhausted. I'll definitely make you better." 1 week later, in a room full of suits, the mood is far uglier. It's already been a week since our communication was cut off. Do you think that makes any sense? What happened over there? Best guess the team failed their mission. Betrayal? Very low odds, but as of now, a possibility. The boss clasps his hands under his chin and rules on it. This is a pain in the ass. The men who sent killers after Hyun-sung aren't getting them back. Then a new report lands and buries the old one. The initial response to the dimensional gate in Fukuoka has failed. The area was guarded by the Yamato Guild, and every member mobilized for the plan was annihilated. The Yamato Guildmaster is dead. Is that true? It's true. The monsters that appeared are confirmed heroic rank, the same rank as that 10 billion point ring, except walking around. One of them even has a name, Chozo, a humanoid monster appearing for the first time anywhere, exact level unconfirmed, with wings on its back that let it fly the sky freely. The order goes out: mobilize the neighboring forces. Fukuoka City, Japan. Soldiers crouch in the streets, rifles up, while under a purple and blue sky a clawed hand tightens around torn fabric and something snarls. Those damned bastards. A grinning commander gives the word, "Everybody attack." The street goes up in one blast, and a woman in a maroon robe flares with fire. "Now!" The monsters answer. A spiky, skulled creature with glowing red eyes raises its sword, yellow eyes glinting behind it, and a purple giant roars down at the rifleman holding the line. Then the sky itself turns a swarm of winged creatures pours over the city, too many to count. Heroic rank isn't a line in a shop menu anymore, it's filling the sky over Fukuoka. In a burning Japanese city, 3 soldiers crouch behind their rifles while the order goes down the line: maintain the formation, keep this up, and the victory is ours. Which is what people say right before a plan falls apart. The street answers with an explosion. A brown, furred giant stands in the middle of the road. A vaults over a detonating building, and over it all a purple-skinned monster watches with glowing eyes, staff in hand. Then a new shout. What? They're running away? The winged creatures lift off the city in a dark cloud. The relief lasts one breath because their direction is wrong. They're heading for the next city. Stop them! This is the Choza's invasion, and the retreat is part of the attack. A red, marked Choza rips a chunk of rock loose. A hunter in a blue cloak buries a flaming sword in a horned monster. Then the trap closes. A man is dragged down screaming while his friend howls for help, and 2 players look up to see like creatures pouring toward them. The rooftops are crawling with dark shapes, and the order flips from advance to everybody return. A swordsman in a red scarf whirls with a roar, these bastards, as a winged giant detonates blue energy right behind him. The purple Choza gives the whole city its answer: "I'll wipe you all out." What follows is a massacre in flashes. A shield, bearer braces as fire streaks past his face. Spear, carrying monsters advance in a wall of glowing eyes. One Choza just laughs. Actually laughs, down at the human beneath it. A play, with a coin flashing in his fist, swears the beast diving at him will regret this. A wounded woman gasps. The red scarf swordsman grits his teeth as flames close in, and something snarls at his back, and a winged figure hangs over one final, enormous explosion. Then silence over the skyline, and the one word no command room ever wants to say out loud: annihilation. How could this be? So many rankers and high-level players, lost in a single operation. The men in charge fall apart in different directions. One, tears on his face, spells out the trick. The Chozas fooled them by acting like they were retreating. Another refuses to swallow it. Are you telling me the players of Japan are that weak? The enemy's leader made smart moves, comes the miserable answer. Then an aide lifts a tablet. It was a heroic, rank monster, and there's a video recording of the disaster. Please, watch it. Cut to a helicopter waiting room, where Choi Hyun-sung stands, holding a white cup and looking over his shoulder, catching the same insane news from every direction. It's complete chaos. A new species of monster appeared in Japan, heroic rank monsters called chozas, and the players who set out to subjugate them were reportedly all annihilated. How is that even possible? Apparently these things make very intellectual moves, and Japan has just publicly asked the international community for help. Hyun-sung, fresh off an organized attempt on his life, does the math nobody else in that room can do with every strong play, on Earth about to be busy with Japan, the people hunting him just lost their free time. But he doesn't leave it there. Standing across from Lucia, the blonde top-class mercenary he summons for his hunts, he stops her right before their battle. Lucia, I have something to ask. Do you know about monsters called chozas? Have they appeared in this world? Her answer is the worst version of yes. That's right, she knows them. An entire world has perished to a herd of chozas before. And if they're neglected, things don't just fall, they disappear. The thing that just wiped out Japan's strongest players already has a body count, measured in worlds. In this world, monsters level up the same way players do, and the chozas just scored a massive win. Lucia, shield still on her arm, lays it out for Choi Hyun-sung. They live in packs, move in groups, and their intelligence is scary good. Treat them like ordinary monsters, and the damage gets extensive, fast. The sane play would be countries joining forces to clear them together, but a pack head that clever won't go down easy, and foreign countries don't have the free time to help. And chozas can grow to legendary rank. Neglect them too long, and this gets complicated. Monsters grow by hunting, just like players do. A win this big means their levels have already jumped, plus a pile of absorbed magic stones and skill books, and absorbing stones and skills is how they break past their tribe's natural limits. Hyun-sung, sweating, asks the obvious follow. Up could players absorb magic stones and grow too? As far as Lucia knows, that's impossible. Countless empires and kingdoms poured resources into those experiments, and every single one failed in her world and in his. Then the good news, he doesn't need to worry about being attacked for now. He asks why, then answers it himself. Everyone's about to be too busy with the chozas to have time for him. Lucia winks and presses a finger to her lips. You could say so. I was being greedy, and I'm being punished for it. 3 months pass. The Japanese government still can't deal with the chozas. Eventually, Japan loses Fukuoka outright, a giant purple claw planted on a city rooftop, while the country waits helplessly for international support that never has the free time. Korea, meanwhile, finishes repairing the human damage from the second cataclysm, restores the North Korean area quickly, and opens it to players for the first time. Players applaud and stampede in. Hyun-sung gives it his best up there too, but with newcomers pouring in non-stop, he decides to head home to South Korea. I'm home. The words are barely out before a voice fires back from the kitchen. Hyun-sung is here, over a pan of tofu and vegetables simmering in brown sauce. It's really hard to see each other these days, right? Come quickly. Have you eaten dinner yet? For one evening, the guy stuck at level 1 is just family, home in time for dinner. Then his hand closes around something small. All right. He looks up with a smile. Welcome, Lucia. And there she is, walking beside him down an ordinary city sidewalk. So this is the world you live in, Mr. Hyun-sung. First order of business and ID, no legal existence means major problems fast. And for a woman with zero record of ever having lived in this world, there's exactly one road to won the play or association. Here's the loophole. Every country hands out benefits to keep its players, including nationality itself. There's literally a Republic of Korea play, or passport, a crest of crossed swords ringed by national flags, and countries will claim an awakened play, or even if that play, or is technically an illegal immigrant. The catch comes underlined in red: accept a nationality after awakening, and for 5 years you can't join a foreign guild or leave the country. So Hyun-sung keeps it simple: register Lucia as a no nationality play, or first. We should be able to get through this pretty easily.
He's right. A woman in a suit walks Lucia down an association hallway first thing in the morning. The countries that couldn't stop the first cataclysm fell. Nobody's picky about a strong play, or paperwork anymore. Lucia comes back beaming, holding up a fresh card. "I got the ID issued, Mr. Hyun-sung." That's a relief. But he isn't finished. "I also have a deal I want to propose to you, Lucia." She asks what it is, and Hyun-sung just smiles against the open sky, a deal that helps the both of us. Choi Hyun-sung is out on an iced coffee run with Lucia, and before this walk is over, she'll be on her knees on the sidewalk swearing an oath that can't be broken even in death. For now it's peaceful. Lucia sips her drink, declares it cool and tasty, and Hyun-sung is just relieved she likes it. Then a student catches up about the deal from before, selling the extra goods Hyun-sung's unique skill produces. The kid won't take no please, don't reject a student's favor. There's a 10% selling fee in it, and both sides profit. Hyun-sung admits it sounds like a really good offer. Walking again, Hyun-sung says the quiet part. They've been together about half a year now. Until Lucia finds a way back to her world, he wants them to always be together, and if possible to help fight off the monsters in her world too. Lucia goes still. "You really have given me overwhelming grace." He barely gets out a worried "Lucia, are you okay?" before she drops to her knees right there by the crosswalk. As long as she is in this world, she swears an oath that cannot be broken even in death. She will serve him as her lord and repay him with loyalty. Her blade will cut down his enemies, and her body will be the shield that protects him. And a blue window pops up over the sidewalk. "Job change quest, will you receive the immortal knight's oath?" Hyun-sung points at it in disbelief. Job changes were only supposed to be possible after level 50, but Lucia cannot stand until he accepts. So he does. "I accept it. Please, stand up." The rewards hit like a truck. Job change quest complete. New rank job lord, all stats increased by 20. A job, exclusive skill created, achievement legend. Later, at the table back home, hand over his mouth, Hyun-sung admits he has no idea how any of this works. Lucia isn't fazed. The standards of this world aren't very important to her. She swore loyalty to a man whose skills and character were worth it, and he accepted her oath. That's the whole trick. The one who accepts a knight's oath of loyalty can only be a lord. To her, it's just the natural order of things. So does she have a job too? Of course, Immortal Knight, a heroic rank job earned across countless battlefields, trading blows with a red-caped knight in the shadow of a castle. Hyun-sung is stuck on the math. How did he change jobs when he isn't even level 50? Level matters, she explains. But it's not an absolute condition. Hers was decided by her life journey and battle experience, plus extra job change quests won in special competitions. Then a confession: she only ever showed him her level and stats to hide her job. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier." Even without her, she thinks he would have earned a job eventually, and her towering physical strength, stamina, and mental strength stats came from stacked job change rewards. Hyun-sung, who thought he'd never get a job at all, asks how long hers took after awakening. Around 15 years. 15 years, he just did it on a coffee run. As for what's next, the more servants he accepts as subordinates, the more advanced the job ranks he can reach, and his skills keep climbing with every change. But first, she says, master the job, exclusive skill. His status now shows a stat ordinary players don't get: leadership. A jobless play sits at about 10, every job change adds 10, and the number rises or falls with the players sworn under you and their stats. Lucia rests a hand on his shoulder. His is what it is, because she's his subordinate. That's when it clicks. That means
Lucia, you. She just smiles. Right. I'm a who's completed a 5th job change. Choi Hun-sung pulls up his brand, New Night status window, and the numbers make him blink. Lucia, his job, exclusive night, title Ogre Slayer, has every stat starting at 300 with another 400 plus stacked on top. Physical strength, agility, stamina, magic power, mental strength, all of it north of 700. And she shrugs it off as just a basic ability of his job, since a lord can only dispatch his subordinates properly if he knows what they can do. That's how his exclusive skill, Hire, works. It recruits a subordinate, it costs leadership, and it grows with the number of people under him. So Hyun-sung sensibly asks about the fine print. What's the penalty if somebody quits? It's a big one. Withdraw, and for the same amount of time you served, you can't become another lord's subordinate. And it gets worse. Every level, stat, and skill gained while serving gets reset. Hyun-sung nearly chokes on that word. Decrease? Lucia softens it. It isn't permanent. You can level back up and relearn the skill books. But the hit lands the same whether the lord dismisses you or you ask to leave. Then the ambitious part, his lord's flag doesn't even take effect until he has at least 10 members. Hyun-sung runs a hand through his hair and figures that'll take a very long time to be useful, maybe forever. Lucia doesn't blink. That's not true, she says. He's someone worthy of leading not just a squad, but thousands of knights. She means it like a fact. Cut to a city that stopped belonging to people. A horned monster snarls. A huge green brute with a staff looms over modern rooftops, a smaller one at his back. Somewhere above it all, a stern-faced official takes his report. The cooperation results with the UN are almost complete, and unless something changes, Fukuoka will be selected as the first target for subjugation. America, the EU, even the Asian countries, a fortune already spent, and the monsters have simply built an ecosystem of their own out there. So the standing order is almost embarrassing, even if the creatures widen their territory. Avoid conflict and back off. Hold on a little longer, and it will all be over. His man bows. He'll do as commanded. And the streets show you what an ecosystem of their own means. A fanged monster crushes something in its fist. A muscular, spiky-haired one flies over the city carrying a spear. 3 bat-winged creatures crouch in the road with staffs, ready for a fight nobody is coming to give them. The Yamato Enterprise Magic Stone storage sign lies cracked on the asphalt. Nobody is contesting this ground anymore. Back home, Hyun-sung steps out of a dungeon at dusk with a backpack and a sigh. Today wasn't effective either. Lucia refuses to let it sit. He can get stronger little by little. No regrets, my lord. Then his phone lights up. Shin Yoon. Ah. She gets straight to it. Did he just get out of the dungeon, and does he want to go to Japan by any chance? The Japanese government made a very generous offer, too good to miss, which is exactly why she called. Hyun-sung passes. For now he's just planning to rest in the south. He thanks her for considering him, tells her to travel safe, and asks her to always put safety first. Then she springs the real question he didn't forget. Did he? The meal he promised as thanks? And he's not just saying it as a formality, right? Hyun-sung tells her that once she's done over there, he'll treat her generously. Yoon, goes bright red on the other end, says she'll be looking forward to it, and hangs up with a see you next time and one long flustered breath, because she's headed straight for the one country the monsters have already claimed as their own. Choi Hyun-sung just got an invitation from the play. Association come to Japan and strike down the people who have been targeting you. A polite request to walk straight into the enemy's nest. He said no. On a night drive, his blonde ally isn't fully sold on that rejection. Sure, he doesn't have to make the move himself, my lord, but you can only catch a tiger by entering its cave, and if his safety were guaranteed, going wouldn't be a bad idea. She even puts herself on the table, use me, and your enemies are easy to remove. Hyun-sung's read the mercenary system, you mean. But the verdict comes out calm. No need to punish them right now. No need to be impatient. If they keep sending people after him, it's almost profitable. Either way, it won't be a loss. That is a man who files assassins under income. A few days later, Hyun-sung stands under a wooden sign with an antlered turtle carved into it. The antlered turtle dungeon recommended level 60. This type doesn't exist in North Korea. If it did, he'd have cleared it ages ago. He hopes Lucia is attending her classes properly and heads in. Inside the dim cavern, red and gold weapon in hand, he's already grumbling to himself that searching for these things is taking longer than hunting them then, huh? He's not alone. Another party is here. 2 armored turtle monsters floating in the teal water with red wounds in their sides. They're stalled, the treatment will take a while, and one of them is down to half mana. Then they spot Hyun-sung, and the judging starts. What's he doing without even using a shield? He doesn't even look like he's at the level to be hunting here. Then they turn on their own tank, and it gets genuinely ugly. Why the hell couldn't you get the required stats? At least he got a job change. Without that, the useless bastard couldn't even hunt here. Next dungeon, they're finding a new tank. He should be grateful they worked with him at all. And the tank, stripped to the waist, his back a map of old scars, just keeps repeating the same line, "I'll hunt together with you. I'll hunt together with you." Hyun-sung watches from the side, doing quiet math. Did they make him take his equipment off over repair costs? He'd clearly be better if he just got the required stats, so why isn't he able to? Then, right as one of them spits out piece of trash, veil of darkness release. Hyun-sung is suddenly standing right there, and behind the party blood sprays. The wounded turtles they'd been saving are already dead. The shouting starts instantly. Who stole it? Say that again. Those were our kills, you crazy bastard. Then the kill shuts everyone up, the residual mana condenses, and a skill book drops, a rare rank. Now the party isn't just angry, they're greedy. It dropped from their monster, so it's theirs, and they don't have to back down. Hyun-sung doesn't argue. He turns to the shirtless tank instead. Why were you hunting without armor and a shield? Is your body okay? And then the question that actually detonates, are you receiving the right settlement amount, the one agreed on before the hunt? Can I know how much your cut is? The party loses it. Stealing their kill wasn't enough. Now he's digging through their payout. But the tank, the scarred human shield they've been kicking all day, looks up with a single tear sliding down his cheek. What's bothering you? Hyun-sung asks. If you don't want to keep getting the dirty treatment, that is. The others snarl at him to stop bothering their party. But the offer is already on the table, and everything hangs on what this crying tank says next. Choi Hyun-sung has one question for this hunting party, and it's the kind that ends careers. He walks into the middle of their business in a black and white uniform, sorry for interrupting whatever your party has going on, and introduces himself as part of the play, surveillance team. The party tries the usual math. Look at the dropped items. It's just a level difference, and he's not here for their math. He's here for the kid in the armor. How much is the settlement he gets from hunting once? The kid blinks once, then gives the answer he's been trained to give a lot. Behind him, one of them is already muttering that he's screwed. Hyun-sung doesn't push. He won't tell the truth even if I ask him. So he skips the asking and uses psychometry, and the tank's whole life opens up. The name on it is Baek-woo Shin. The memories are ugly. Good effort, Mr. Baek-woo. Shin is the kindest thing his party says to him, and it's sarcasm. The rest, is that all you can take? And how many times will you make me repeat myself, with the same slur stapled to every sentence? They split his pay in front of his face and agree even that is too much for a tank who can't reach the required stats, and somehow it's all his fault, so he'll be held responsible. They don't even let him wear his armor inside. Repairs would be a waste of money. The tank's bare. The reason he swallows it all is kneeling on the floor at home, smiling up at him. Don't push yourself too hard, Oppa. She's taken a weekend part-time job to help with Mom's hospital bills, and she can't have him falling sick too. He tells her all right. That's who the settlement feeds. So when the party lays down its rules, never tell anyone how much you get, never mention the armor, or you'll never hunt with us again. Woo, Shin hands over the only answer he can afford. I won't tell. Don't abandon me. Back in the rain, the party is scrambling. What wrong have we done? We've treated you well, haven't we? Tell him yourself, right? And Wu Shin, cornered, recites it on command, never mocked, never shorted a single settlement. See? He says it himself, so you can leave. Hyun-sung, I don't think I want to do that. His terms are simple. Everyone comes outside and gets investigated, if they're as clean as they claim. Meeting the Inquisitors shouldn't be a problem. They bluster about officials. He suggests choosing the investigation while it's still a choice, unless they'd rather see something bad. The leader picks option 3, low, to his own men. Are you seriously planning to just get investigated? If that bastard disappears, nobody would know. Then a heavy hand lands on Hyun-sung's shoulder. Your equipment looks pretty nice. We'll make good use of it. What? Scared now? You think he's going to help you? Hyun-sung talks straight past the hand on his shoulder to Wu Shin. Then you'll be able to cure your mother's sickness. And buy your little sister a new bag, Mr. Baek, Wu Shin. Close your eyes and wait here for a bit. Fuck him up. The rush lasts about one swing. The biggest of them reels back, screaming about his arm. Hyun-sung already behind him with the sword responsible. A staff hammers down into the flooded ground and blasts the rain back up in a shockwave, and through it, "Why aren't you coming at me?" The only answer left is a stammered plea to take the investigation instead. Then the rain gets one more scream. Steel bursts out through a man's chest. Brown hair, a scarf, and that scarf looks an awful lot like the one on the man who was told to close his eyes and wait. The masked crew behind all this is getting folded into a police car, hands cuffed under flashing red lights, and the man Choi Hyun-sung just saved is about to turn one terrible night into a brand new career. Baek Wu Shin won't let it go. I'll definitely repay you for your grace. Hyun-sung tells him he doesn't have to, but Wu Shin doubles down. No, I will, for sure, because he's heading straight back into the dungeon. He has to earn a lot of money. That answer makes Hyun-sung curious. Can you show me your status? Up it comes Baek Wu Shin, level 64. Main job shield soldier, common rank. The reaction is instant. That's amazing. Wu Shin just blinks. Huh? The blonde woman at Hyun-sung's side, the one who calls him her lord, reads those numbers like a scout who just struck gold. His qualities are good enough to make him a knight, not a mere soldier. His early stats are extraordinary, and his job, exclusive skill, indomitable body, is said to match heroic grade effects if it's grown properly. Raised right, he could stand among the top of the top rankers, miss the required stats, and his growth hits a wall forever. So she asks him straight, "Do you want to become a ranker?" Wu Shin's brain buffers. Ranker? Her solution then become my lord's subordinate. Hyun-sung wants to know why the conversation is going that way, but right there in front of door 603, the pitch holds up. Nobody has to worry about secrets leaking, and it helps them both. Ooh, Shin lands exactly where a broke shield soldier would land. I want to become a ranker. Shall I give it a try? So Hyun-sung makes it official. Will you become my subordinate? Yeah. The system stamps it. Play Baek Wu Shin has accepted the offer and charges the fee leadership consumed by 20. Onboarding begins immediately. First, the basic stats. You just have to put this in your mouth, and Wu Shin swallows a small red something while new skills land on top. Learn this too, he says thanks. Blissfully unaware the starter package he just inhaled ran about 7 billion points. Then the plan gets drawn up around him. Solo hunting beats party hunting while his level is still low. Stamina stat first, before anyone sends him to the hunting grounds. They'll test his abilities, and he can scoop up a few easy achievements he'd need anyway. Then the actual training starts, and the mood changes. The position of your stepping foot is wrong. Woo! Shin is crying real tears over footwork while his new instructor beams. Great, it's fun teaching him. 2 hours later, he's still at it. tear streaked, staring up at a big shield like it personally betrayed him. The verdict, though, is glowing. A little more practice, and he can fight in real battles. His body learns through muscle memory, which makes him scary quick. She isn't shaping him into a better soldier. She's steering him toward knight, because his second job change is coming soon, and job changes follow how you fight in the moment. He's rested, his stamina has recovered. Mr. Baek-woo, Shin, please get up. He scrambles upright with a shaky okay. Meanwhile, in Japan, the day is going very differently. A figure with long white hair stands in the open, and beneath a looming tower a knight in silver and blue armor braces behind shield and golden sword. Then a shriek tears the sky, and 3 spider-like creatures come streaking overhead. It's a sneak attack, and the first reports already say people have been killed. In a control room lined with monitors, a bald man watches it unfold, exactly as he expected, and gives the order, execute the plan. And from a dim industrial room, the last sound is a man in a dark suit screaming one name in pure fury, Wisdom House. A city block goes up in one enormous explosion, smoke climbing past the skyline, and roaring inside the blast is a horned monster with glowing eyes. This is humanity throwing everything it has at a hero, tier threat. A dark figure rockets straight up out of the city, trailing white, and the answer comes screaming down missiles. A lot of missiles. They change nothing. One glowing eye takes in the fire, even missiles don't work. In the command room, a man in a white shirt and tie stares at his console. The target escaped. The full force siege failed. The whole operation failed. A missile doesn't drop a hero, tier monster. You'd need something legendary. The order goes out, the UN allied forces are to withdraw. 3 weeks slide by in a blink, and the war zone gives way to ordinary traffic until a brown-haired man in glasses leans out of a car and starts pitching Lucia like a salesman. It's been a year, he says. She's passed the tutorial and practical exams comfortably. She wouldn't have to enter dungeons secretly anymore, join his guild, and he'll back her with everything he has. Lucia's answer is a flat line. She rejects the offer. Now move aside. He promises she'll deeply regret this later, and she doesn't blink. Even if she does, she'll be the one doing the regretting. Then a hand closes around an arm, and Choi Hyun-sung steps in with the sentence that ends negotiations. She said, "She doesn't want your offer." The scout sputters, "Who are you to interfere?" while Lucia tells Hyun-sung, "It's nothing, let's go." But Hyun-sung wants context. "Who is this?" "A scout from the Jinhan Guild," she says. Did she do anything noticeable? The opposite. She deliberately kept her academic results in the mid to low range, which leaves Hyun-sung with one question: why is the Jinhan Guild trying to scout Lucia? The scout reaches for rank. "Do you know who I am? Have a death wish?" And a much larger man in a light blue suit hands it right back then. "Do you know who I am?" He's from the play, Association surveillance team, and his verdict is one breath: stop bothering people who already told you no. Leave. The scout spits one last, "You'll regret." This, and Hyun-sung's review, is instant regret. "My foot. Let's go." Lucia falls in with a crisp "Yes, sir," but as they walk away, the scout's real orders surface. He was told to make her a guild member, no matter what it took. Cut to somewhere far less polite, a hero, tier Crocodile Man dungeon, level 280 to 320. Baek-woo Shin stands in full armor, fist pressed over his chest. It starts now, this freaking dungeon. Behind that confidence, Lucia assures Hyun-sung that after all her harsh training, he should be able to solo it. If he falls into danger, she'll know immediately. Her philosophy: a drop of sweat in practice is a drop of blood in a real fight. So she knows the training was harsh, Hyun-sung notes. Of course, then survival isn't the worry. Let's go in. While they talk, the man himself hauls his way up a sheer cliff. Can he actually reach the required stats? Since taking the elixir Hyun-sung gave him, he's already changed a little. Hard for now, possible later. And the ceiling is absurd. Mental strength stacked on all those undistributed stats could make Baek-woo Shin the strongest tank in this world. Then the mood snaps, an enemy up ahead. Faceless, round creatures drift in the murky green water, and before anyone gets a proper look, a massive purple and blue blast detonates with a body at its center. When it settles, a spiky-haired figure in black and white armor is on his knees, head down. All he manages is a stunned this is, because whatever just went off is lying right there at his feet, still sparking purple. Baek Woo Shin is soloing Crocodile, men in a hero, tier dungeon, and the people about to have the worst day of their lives are the ones who just wrote his group off as easy work. Red and yellow energy erupts from the spiky undergrowth. Something dark drops out of the sky, and Woo Shin calls it before it lands caught it. The screech that answers says the catch disagrees. One crocodile man turns just in time to meet a spear already flying at its face. Woo Shin's verdict mid-throw, this is even better. The debrief is honest. The one they faced off against last time was the strongest among the hero, tier ones, and it wasn't easy. These crocodile men feel like the weakest of that tier, shark-jawed swimmer in the murky water included. One of Hyeon-sung's people adds the part that matters. This is just the beginning, my lord. The dungeon is tricky, but it's the best place to train passive skills like instinct of the wild, grind here, and Woo Shin gets much stronger, much faster. Meanwhile, at the Jinhan Guild, the scout who tried to recruit Lucia is getting dismantled across a desk. What is he even good at? He failed at recruiting a newbie. His defense, the association surveillance team suddenly interfered. The guildmaster stops cold. What reason did those bastards have to disturb a newbie recruitment? The scout's best guess makes it stranger. It looks like a friendship. And the girl? He explained the benefits multiple times, and she rejected the offer even after hearing them. Near tears, he floats the sane option, just give up, and the guildmaster detonates. Does he know how much money this is? The financier said to bring her without fail. Does she already have a sponsor? He can't refuse this job, so he swallows the rage and gives the only order left: find out the identity of the man who got in the way. Understood. Back with the winners, the money is flowing the wrong direction. Any problems while hunting? No, and Woo Shin immediately tries to hand over everything he earned. Hyun-sung pushes it back. The magic stone money is all Woo Shin's, and the skill, book money, only arrives after the auction ends. Then the sentence that flattens him, keep it for your mother and little sister, repay me slowly later. All Woo Shin can manage is that he will repay this grace. A follow me down a tiled corridor turns out to be gift number 2, a new house in the same apartment compound as theirs, comfortable and good for preparing against sneak attacks. Woo Shin's review, it's good in this crew. Even the housewarming doubles as a defensive formation. Night settles over a glass tower with one window still lit. Nobody knows how long those Japanese bastards will stay quiet, so they have to be prepared at all times. Woo Shin just has to keep doing what he did today. And the Jinhan homework comes back reading like an invitation. The man who interfered is a little chick who awakened only a year and a half ago, nothing more than a direct subordinate at the association. His missions are so scattered, his skills must be hopeless, and no close backing either. The conclusion around the desk wiped them out in one strike. All right then, get to work tomorrow. Tomorrow shows up on time. A dark van waits by a bus stop, then slides onto the road behind them, a second closing in. Inside the car, the assessment is instant. That black van? Yes, and the magic power says players inside. They are being followed. Too sloppy to be those Japanese bastards, but they can't be ruled out. And the plan is beautifully backwards, no running. Head first to the dungeon Mr. Baek Woo Shin will be hunting in. 2 black vans think they picked up a target. What they actually picked up is an appointment. Choi Hyun-sung leads his group deeper in under a sky churning with blue energy, and he already knows they're being followed. In fact, the stalkers are taking so long to close the distance that his own side gets impatient. Shall we slowly get started then? Yes. This is an ambush where the prey is the one checking the clock. The hooded thugs finally step out, and they're feeling great about it. To them, this little group looks bold and badly equipped. One of them laughs that the kid's guts must have fallen out of his stomach to act this brave. Can't you tell how dangerous this situation is for you right now? Then one of them actually looks at the targets and falters. Wait, they're not Japanese? Hyunsung's side fires back the obvious question then, why are you doing all this? The thug boss doesn't feel like explaining. Guess there's no choice. He smiles and orders his boys to tear the loudmouth's snout apart a little, teach him how to behave. So his men charge the one guy in armor, Baek-woo Shin, Hyun-sung's bodyguard, who has exactly one thought as the blades come at him. Why is he targeting me? And here's the joke: while Baek-woo Shin fights for his life, Hyun-sung's retainers stand off to the side, grading his performance like it's a fitness test. Well, I guess we don't have to worry about Mr. Baek-woo Shin's safety. It's good training for a real situation. It seems he thought his whole job was just protecting us. Did no one explain in the car what would happen this time? The blonde retainer takes the blame personally. A man who can't properly understand his lord's orders can't do great things in battle, she says. It's good the enemy's levels are low, because if they were high level, this could have been dangerous. She promises to train him until he absolutely obeys Hyun-sung's commands. Meanwhile, the thugs are unraveling in real time. Why is that bastard so strong? Their boss decides to skip the armor and grab the expensive-looking one instead. Get those two and it's over. He grips his sword, lunges, and gets something jagged slammed into his face mid-sentence. If you had stayed quiet, you would have made good teaching material, but his men scream that Hyungnim is down, and the screaming doesn't save them. A sword is already chasing down the ones who try to run. Then the interrogation. Why were you targeting us? The downed boss can barely process the question because his brain is stuck on the math. My level is 220. Even my subordinates are players at around level 180. What the hell is going on? He sized this group up as poor and a level 220 play, or just got dismantled by them, and that horror loosens tongues fast. We only followed the guildmaster's orders. We attacked because he told us to attack. And that confession drops the real bomb of the day. Their guildmaster has been using the subspace skill for human play, or trafficking, kidnapping players. That's the work this crew was doing. One of Hyun-sung's people can't believe a skill like that got wasted on something this filthy. The thugs cling to the only defense they have. They were just following orders. The answer they get is colder than the ambush they planned. If you've committed a crime, you should be punished for it. Don't you think? Blood goes up. Nobody is sitting through an appeal. And far from the bodies, in a quiet office with a nice chair, a man in a brown coat is already planning his next move. He should finish that work before leaving, he tells himself, because if he can just get Choi Hyun-sung in his hands, he can make a comeback. Whoever he is, he just wrote down the worst name he could have picked. 5 cloaked men are gathered in a briefing room, adding a second name to their target list, and the first name on that list is Choi Hyun-sung. The new target is a woman. She graduated from the play academy just this year, lost her country, took Korean nationality, and she's been confirmed entering hero, tiered dungeons right alongside Hyun-sung. One of the men can't help himself. Isn't she a beauty? But her file has stranger problems than her face. If she's fresh out of the academy, she's barely awakened, so how is she walking into hero tier dungeons at all? One agent floats an item that can nullify a 20-level gap. Another points out that entering a dungeon doesn't prove you actually hunt in it. Maybe Hyun-sung can share his experience rewards. Maybe the rewards split by each player's contribution. Every theory just makes the pair stranger from a normal point of view. His actions make no sense. Then the room goes quiet, because there's a fact: nobody wants to touch the team dispatched before them, for the first target has gone missing. Maybe the targets just ran. The leader shuts that down. Running would be foolish, and these two haven't run. So he names the worst case out loud. That team wasn't lost, it was annihilated. Is that even physically possible? Even a ranker can't wipe out an entire team alone, let alone a player who awakened barely a year ago. But that's exactly the problem. This target's rate of growth cannot be predicted, so the order comes down. Assume the worst case is true. Stay ready to be dispatched, and the second the information team calls, they move. Immediately. And where is this terrifying first target while a strike team preps for him? Lying on his bed, squinting at a glowing device like a kid counting allowance. Accumulated points just over 700 billion. 300 billion more, and he can finally buy his elixirs, but the earn rate has clearly dropped. His game content still sells very well, so no need to be impatient. He just has to crack this problem from another angle. Then his mom calls him to the table, and the man an entire unit fears trots out for kimchi stew. It's his favorite. She heard he'd been living on kimbap and hamburgers. He tells her her cooking is the best. She tells him to eat more, and for a minute, nobody at this table is anyone's target. Across from him, Lucia, a girl from a whole different world, is glued to American TV shows, and Hyun Sung's mom is openly envious. She'd watch every foreign drama the moment it dropped if she could, but she has to wait for Korean subtitles. Players understand foreign languages like natives, and since movies and dramas are her only hobby, that's the one power she actually wants. That lands somewhere in Hyun Sung's head. He asks Lucia if she really likes this stuff that much. She admits there are parts in the middle she can't understand, but the more she watches, the more she comprehends, and getting a feel for a whole new culture is genuinely fun. You can watch the gears turn. Hyun Sung puts it to the table he's thinking of selling video content, selling dramas and movies. The verdict comes back fast. It's a great idea. There's nothing in particular to worry about, and even if they do happen to fail, nobody here seems worried. He turns to Lucia and tells her this is all thanks to her. She was so engrossed in that drama that she handed him his next business without even trying. She grabs his wrist, hard she didn't even do anything. Hyun Sung has his new venture, and somewhere out there, 5 cloaked men are sitting by a phone, waiting for the one call that sends them straight at him. In a hall of traditional architecture, a silver-haired woman gets the notification she's been waiting on the seller has registered a new item. Her first reaction is pure trauma. What did this guy upload this time, and it had better not be another useless one. Then she reads the listing. A TV and DVD set loaded with the movie Transformers. Price 399,999 points. She buys it. Cut to her sitting cross, legged in front of it, mask on, a giant mountain painting looming behind her, and all she has to say is, "Oh, oh." By the end, she's on her feet, fists clenched, demanding to know how they even pulled off those robot moves. Safe to say the review is positive. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun Sung stands in his warehouse as the notice rolls in. Your item has been sold, and gives it the full weight of one word: nice. It was quiet for so long, and now the rewards are pouring in, and the reactions are just as good. Mostly good, anyway. One buyer writes that the movie was very entertaining and left quite the impression. So if Bumblebee counts as a sellable item, would he please register him? Another buyer is personally offended. How can you think that after watching the movie? Bumblebee is an ally, not an item. Hyun Sung scrolls through the feedback with the one answer that settles it. Creatures can't be put up on the seller window anyway. But cars? Cars he can sell. Requests for the robots from the movie are stacking up. And if the robots are off the table, the cars aren't. An avalanche of points waiting to happen. Lucia reports the preparations are complete, my lord. Though she does flag the fine for riding one without insurance. Hyun Sung isn't worried. He won't be the one riding. Then Lucia casually outdoes the whole plan. Can't he just sell figures instead, the ones that can even transform? All Hyun Sung can manage is an thanks. A few days later, the counter is doing things counters should not do. 100 million, a billion, 10 billion. The notices stack up. He has surpassed 1 trillion total accrued points. He has become heroic rank, which unlocks legendary rank items. And the seller window itself expands to 1,000 pages. which puts the thing he's been saving for finally and reach the elixir, legendary rank, a consumable that completely cures all wounds on the body and spirit, for nearly 100 billion points, no refunds, no replacements. Unsung confirms without blinking, and just like that he's holding a small blue bottle that ate 100 billion points. "It's all because of you, Lucia," he tells her, and she congratulates her lord like the outcome was never in doubt. But he isn't in a celebrating mood. He has to go right away. He goes straight to a hospital room where a man lies asleep in the bed. Hyun-sung tips the elixir out over him, leans in close, and asks the only question that matters: is he fully cured now? Then it's back to the storefront because 1,000,000,000,000 points doesn't spend itself. Anything new? A mythic rank listing catches his eye. If the information is right, it could let him borrow a portion of the Thunder God's power. So how long would it take to afford a mythic rank item? Someday. But someday is too far in the future. What's in front of him today is much smaller high-grade strength, raising medicine, legendary rank. It raises the strength stat by exactly 1 and does nothing for any play, over 400 strength. Hyun-sung stares at his total 1,543,154,562 points and says the quiet part out loud, all of that, to raise a stat by just 1. But he can't not buy it either. No refunds, no replacements. Purchase confirmed. The Thunder God can wait, because Choi Hyun-sung just paid a fortune to get stronger by exactly 1 point. Did he really get better? That's the question a family is almost afraid to ask. And the answer is yes. A man who was supposed to be dying has started doing the opposite, and his own doctor can't explain why. Same amount of inhibitor as always. Nothing new, nothing experimental. And yet the cells that were dying are coming back to life. Complete the rehabilitation training well, and he gets to live a normal life. The family can't stop saying thank you. The doctor keeps waving it off, because he genuinely has no idea what's going on. Meanwhile, in a much less heartwarming room, a group of cloaked men is planning a hit. Their target's dungeon entry pattern has suddenly turned irregular, and the commander refuses to move until it settles back to normal. As he's said before, they operate on the worst-case scenario. One of his men has to be physically pinned down by 2 of his comrades while he screams the obvious question: can't they just attack the moment the target walks into a dungeon? No, because the commander says no, and the commander is not a man anyone pushes twice. His own soldiers can't stop whispering about him. They don't understand why such a great person is even with them, a blood-soaked veteran of the Japan Self-Defense Forces, on a roll back then, on a roll during his play, days too, and brutally strict now. When they wonder what sin dropped a man like that into work like this, the rumors get ugly fast. The politest version is that he was a serial killer. And the target with the irregular schedule? Choi Hyun-sung, who is currently broke because the legendary hidden medicine behind that miracle recovery just emptied his wallet. He's deep in a dungeon with his party, admiring everyone's new legendary equipment and suggesting Lucia buy some for herself while she protests that it's too much, my lord. Then the shopping talk dies mid-sentence. They're surrounded. Could it be the Japanese? Chances are it's them, and there are quite a lot of them. Hyun-sung doesn't even raise his voice. The enemies are about 100 meters out, so before the circle fully closes, he lays out the plan like a grocery list: chip away at them first, then exterminate the ones on the left. His mage answers with an understood, my lord, and blinks straight into the middle of the enemy formation, staff already glowing. They get exactly 1 curse out before Ice Storm detonates on top of them. A shout goes up to gather. An armored man swallows hard as here they come, and after that it's mostly screaming. Men shrieking, cursing, asking what is even hitting them. A knight in silver armor clings to his shield like it's a lifeboat. The orders flip from gather to scatter and run away, and Lucia is somewhere in the blood and debris trading blows with the most heavily armored man they've got. When it goes quiet, the report comes back to Hyun-sung. All the survivors have been gathered into one spot, my lord. And those survivors are not processing what just hit them, panting, muttering that people like this are monsters. Hyun-sung's response is to have their belongings collected like loot, confirm what everyone already guessed, these are Japanese, and offer the survivors exactly one option you'd better agree if you want to live. Agree to what? Hyun-sung's eye ignites red, the air around him splintering into floating red shards, and he names the terms out loud: contract of truth. The men who came to kill him are about to become his best sources, and whoever sent them is going to be discussed very, very honestly. Choi Hyun-sung stands over a beaten assassin and wants numbers. How many of you are left? The man doesn't know the exact count, 20 to 30 more, he thinks. Then the question that actually matters: how many people know Hyun-sung exists? The answer: Tanaka, the Minister of Dimension Gate Management, and his close associates. Tanaka never reported it to the higher-ups. He's keeping the credit for himself and choking off the information before it can climb any further. So the man hunting Hyun-sung is also the man hiding him. He looks at the captive, bruised, thrown across cracked stone, still answering every single question, and reads him in one line. "You really want to live, don't you? Is it because of your daughter?" The assassin's composure finally breaks. How did he know that? Hyun-sung doesn't explain. "Tell me your story," he says. "Make it as brief as possible." 5 years ago, Osaka. The man awakens, and a gray-haired official in a suit tells him he's heard about his heroic tear skill and has high expectations of him. The new hunter promises to try his best, and he means it. A dark-winged creature over the city, a knight in heavy armor, a spear raised against the skyline, and finally the shout everyone was waiting for: "It's been defeated." Then the hospital takes everything the heroics earned. His daughter has magic possession syndrome. Fatality rate 100%. There's no drug, no inhibitor, just life-sustaining treatment to hold it back until new medicine exists. And the cruelest part is the girl herself, smiling over a strawberry dessert, asking why Dad isn't eating his ice cream, like the countdown over her head isn't real. The bills bury him, and right on schedule, a man in a blue cloak arrives with the pitch: "I heard about your situation. I'm sorry about your daughter. You have a lot of debt from the hospital, but work for me and you'll never worry about it again." He says okay. That's the whole story of how a heroic tear awakener becomes a typical assassin. Back in the present, Hyun-sung hears magic possession syndrome and starts digging because he's pretty sure he's seen something like that before. He has a consumable item that cures magic possession syndrome, only 10 million points. Only. He decides they can make use of this while 4 cloaked prisoners kneel on the broken ground and wait to find out what they're worth. First, the inspection. "Show me your stats window." "Yes, sir." The numbers stop Hyun-sung cold. This man's agility is 1,000, so he asks it straight: "Can you kill them all, everyone in the Japanese Dimension Gate Management who has information on me?" And the assassin gives the most honest answer of his life that might be possible. It might also be impossible. Good enough. Hyun-sung lays out the deal, accept it, and he'll let him live. Out comes a rare contract that only works when it's signed of the signer's own free will, no forcing allowed, and breaking it means extreme pain. The contract costs more than the cure, which tells you exactly how serious Hyun-sung is about this. The assassin bows his head to the dirt. "I'll do whatever you say, tell me to." So Hyun-sung holds out the glowing purple document. "Here, sign it. You can see the item's effects for yourself, a cure to magic possession syndrome. If you don't do this, you and I will both die." The man barely lets him finish. "Can you really cure it?" "I'll sign it. I'll sign it right away." The other prisoners hear cure and live and start scrambling. "Please spare us. Please give me the contract. I'll sign it too." Hyun-sung's answer is 3 words: "Not you guys," basically. "You guys are," and he never finishes the sentence with words because a knife is already in his hand. Choi Hyun-sung is pressing a fancy purple vial into a beaten man's hand, and the gift comes with instructions: return to Japan, report that the operation failed, then kill anyone who has information. And since the man might fail at that with his current stats, here, take it. A notification seals the deal. The soul contract has been activated. A window pops up asking if he'll accept, and Hyun-sung doesn't wait. Accept it first. I'll help you out a little. I'll explain it to you slowly. It sounds kind. It's a leash. So the Japanese captain returns to his squad, 4 men in dark suits, and runs the rap, up like a professional. Has everyone gathered? You've properly erased the traces, right? Yes, sir. The Korean Play Association made their move, so he's returning to their home country immediately, and he'll report the details once he's back. All that's left is to go home. Nobody goes home. A woman in a gray suit barely gets out the words. Why would the captain, before the screaming starts, "Please, spare my life, the captain's gone crazy"? He hasn't. He's under new management, blade in hand, calmly erasing everyone who has information, exactly as ordered. And Hyun-sung checks the news on his phone and grades the whole operation in one word: perfect. His blonde retainer wants to know what comes next. How is he planning to make use of the man? For now, Hyun-sung says, just letting him be and gathering information, though it'd also be a good idea to form a force. Empire building can wait. Let's go hunting first. Then the hospital, and the best news this family has had in years. Hyun-sung's father is awake, his wife gripping his hands. Honey, can you hear me? The doctor said the disease is completely gone. You just have to recover now. The family reads his mumbling as a thank you, and it's all warmth right up until he starts groaning, Dad. But they definitely said he was fully cured. Hyun-sung feels what's actually happening before anyone can spiral magic power, coming off a man who has been ordinary his entire life. The possibility gets said out loud. Maybe he's awakened as a play, The blonde retainer can barely repeat it. Awakened as a play, There's one way to settle it. His father shares his status window with Hyun-sung. And there it is. Name Choi Hyung-gyu. Main class none. Passive skills none, and 1 active skill sitting right where a miracle should be. Fire spear rare. He really has awakened, and that solves the medical mystery too. The disease was cured because he awakened. His mother finally smiles. How did something like this even happen? That same question is chewing on Hyun-sung, except his version has teeth. Could the medicine he gave his father have the power to turn an ordinary person into a play? Or is it pure coincidence? Hyun-sung? It's nothing, he says. It is not nothing. 1 week later, the hospital room is the happiest place the family owns. His father looks better than he did yesterday. I can feel myself growing stronger every day, he says. His mother heads home for some proper rest since Hyun-sung is here. He's worn out from hunting, but he'll spend the night anyway. Today is father and son time. And in the quiet, his father says it. Hey, Hyun-sung, thank you. It's all thanks to you that I was cured. Hyun-sung deflects on reflex. He didn't do anything. It's all because his father awakened. His father just smiles, eyes closed, the way parents smile when their kid is lying badly. I was cured because of the medicine you gave me. I know that it's thanks to you. So Hyun-sung settles in for the night with 2 things he can't put down: a father who knows exactly who saved his life, and a bottle of medicine that might mint players out of ordinary people, with a rare fire spear as Exhibit 1. Choi Hyun-sung cured his father's incurable disease, and the old man's idea of a thank you is announcing he wants to walk into a dungeon at 57. Over coffee, his father lays it out with unsettling calm. He won't ask anything more about that medication. It cured the incurable, and nothing good comes from telling other people about it. He just wanted to say thank you. Then, same breath, about entering a dungeon. Hyun-sung pushes back hard. He's making more than enough money. Dungeons are dangerous. He'd like his father to stay home. His father isn't shopping for permission. He has no plans on living off money his child earns risking his life. People still work at 57, and his mind is made up. He even got Mom's sign-off. Then he flips it. You've already made enough money, so you should stop entering dungeons instead. Mom agreed? Hyun-sung groans. What a headache. A few days later, he's still chewing on it, and the math is annoyingly reasonable. Ordinary humans die to monsters. Players can do just about anything but die, and their odds only improve as they grow. Awakening in times this dangerous really is a blessing. Lucia makes the same case to his face. He asks her, "Dungeons are dangerous, you know this too. So am I supposed to just watch while my father tries to enter one?" Her answer, "Rifts will keep opening, and dangerous monsters will appear endlessly, so the stronger his father gets, the less of a burden he'll be, my lord." Besides, his father already knows the elixir exists. The secret is half out anyway. So Hyun-sung walks into the hospital room with a completely different plan. "I'm not here to stop you, so don't worry. Instead, listen. I'm your senior as a player, father. He's a special kind of player. Mom and Hyun-ji don't know, and whatever happens next stays secret from them too. Then he makes his offer, and a window makes it official subordinate. Will you accept?" Yes. Hyun-sung just recruited his own dad. Then come the perks. He holds out a blue crystal and says, "Eat it," and his father's hands come up in pure self-defense. "You're asking me to eat this?" He eats it. Text floats up in front of him and his magic ticks up by 1. "It's a hidden medicine that raises stats," Hyun-sung explains, "and since he's the only one in the entire world who can obtain it, it's not really worth much to him." The dots connect fast. Is this what cured me? That's right, though the details stay off the table. If people find out this exists, it will cause an uproar, which is exactly why Mom and Hyun-ji can't know. "Take it before anyone walks in," Hyun-sung says. "He already bought the stuff, and he can't return it." He's not done. Out comes a black book. "You're normally a range damage dealer anyway, so learn this too. The terms dungeons only with a partner Hyun-sung designates a strong tanker who can keep him alive. His father catches on instantly. Are you talking about Sia? Go with that person. I'll do just that, privately. Hyun-sung is running a quieter experiment. Can ordinary people even take hidden medicine? He's never tested it, but they can learn from skill books, so they just might. His father, gripping his wrist over a little pile of blue crystals, is already a believer. He feels 30 years younger, and he thinks Mom should have some too. And the brand new subordinate is already straining at the leash. When can I enter one? Can I go tomorrow? Hyun-sung has to pump the brakes. Hospital discharge tomorrow, then the player's course, one thing at a time. 57 freshly cured, stat, boosted and skill, booked the moment the paperwork clears. His father is going into a dungeon, and the family secret goes in with him. Japan's government is dying from the top down. High-ranking officials keep turning up dead, Minister Tanaka among them, and the men briefing Prime Minister Akunabe have exactly one solid conclusion: this is definitely the work of a play, with a heroic rank. Which is where the good news ends. Players are reluctant to reveal their skills right now, so nobody can even say how many people in Japan hold a heroic skill, let alone which one of them is the killer. Akunabe seethes at the idea of a mere play, carving up his government, orders security tripled, and starts eyeing everyone at once. Is it the opposing party? A different faction? He doesn't know who it is, but it's definitely one of them. With his high-ranking officials dead, he reaches for the quiet option. Who currently runs the secret agents? The hero of Osaka. There's something Akunabe wants to order him to do, so he has the man called in secretly, and Inukuso ends up temporarily in charge. And here's the part Akunabe never gets to hear: the moment that secret meeting ends. Inukuso is on the phone to his master. Master being Choi Hyun-sung, perched on a ledge in a t-shirt, taking a report about state assassination like it's a delivery update. Because the mission is filthy. Akunabe wants allegations forged against the enemy factions inside his own party and the party opposing him, then everyone disguised as a suicide and eliminated. Hyun-sung's whole review is that Inukuso's been entrusted with a pretty big task. When Inukuso asks how he should go about it, Hyun-sung hands him a longer game instead. If possible, grow a force inside the Players Association or the Dimension Gate Management Team. Understood, Master. Then the call turns human. Did everything go well in America? It did. Thanks to the medicine Hyunsung gave him, Inukuso's daughter has completely recovered. He's not bringing her to Japan. She'll keep living in America with his wife, and Hyunsung tells him it's better to hide that she recovered at all. So Inukuso will keep wiring the same large hospital fees month after month for a girl who is already healthy. The cover story pays for itself. Then Hyunsung cuts the leash entirely. Don't contact him going forward unless it's an incident big enough to reach Korea, or Hyunsung himself. Inukuso is free to make his own decisions. Keep up the good work. He hangs up figuring Japan is one problem he won't have to worry about much. Hold that thought. Meanwhile, at a guarded gate site, a hand holds up a play, license, Park Jin, Yeon, rank common, and he's waved through. Jin Yeon strolls in thinking it'd be nice if he worked here too, and the day answers him with a shriek. Orange flame crawls up his sword as he plants his feet. Come. It doesn't matter. A green-skinned monster's massive hand slams a man clean off his feet against a wall of fire, and a play, in white, goes tumbling like a thrown doll. Farther back, two agents in dark uniforms, one still holding his spear. Get the news and can't process it. What? He died? How badly did he screw up to get hit? Then they see the answer for themselves. A huge orc roars right in their faces, and behind it a smaller one with braided hair just stands there, staring them down. What are those orcs? There's only one order left worth giving run, and the panic doesn't stay inside the perimeter. Out on a crowded sidewalk, a kid with a backpack is scrolling on his phone. A blonde woman in headphones stands with her hands clasped, and then the shout tears down the street. It's a monster wave. Glowing eyes and a single yellow fang shove right up into view, and the last thing anyone gets out is a scream for help. A blonde hunter in a white hoodie is staring at her phone like it just betrayed her. She's been handed a mission straight from the association. A monster wave has broken out, and the one call she makes gets a machine instead of a person. The one you're trying to reach is currently unavailable. Of all the days for that voice not to pick up, it had to be this one. The news is already running it wall to wall, and the expert on the broadcast lays it out like a countdown. Monsters aren't just coming through anymore, they're growing, getting stronger. Orcs are monsters that resemble humans, and they come in a ladder. The non-combative ones are common tier, warrior class orcs, and beyond are rare tier. Warrior chiefs and chieftains are heroic tier, and, very rarely, a war chief sits at legendary tier. Is there anything above that? Yes. He's witnessed them firsthand, and while he says it behind a cracking surface, a single burning eye is already pushing through. Humanity answers with hardware. Soldiers in camouflage form up around tanks, rifles ready, and the order goes out, begins suppression. A robed hunter leaning on his staff even scoffs at the whole deployment. How strong can mere orcs be? The plan is simple. Charge and wipe them out in one blow. The orcs did not read the plan. A green-skinned giant throws its arms up, and blue blasts of energy arc into the sky while the smaller ones flood forward underneath. Shockwaves and debris rip across the city skyline, and where the dust settles, an orc stands over the fallen with one word on its lips: die. A commander screams to get back to formation, but formation is not the problem. The problem is the blue-skinned orc with long hair and fangs raising an axe over the city and roaring, a war cry that hits minds, not bodies. Hunters seize up where they stand, and the only ones left thinking straight are the ones built for it. A man in purple and white armor stays upright, strained and furious, as his passive skill, unyielding spirit, resists the scream. His read on the situation is exactly right. This is the worst. After that, the street dissolves into a dozen fights going wrong at once. Cries for help go up. A black-haired hunter presses her hands into a heart shape over her chest mid, skill, sweating, eyes wide. A gray-haired swordsman stands over a downed opponent in a blood-slick street as it begs to be spared, and the kindest thing he can spit out is this bastard. A younger swordsman trades full, force blows with an orc right outside a pizza, steak joint, because that's where the front line is now. And the tears from the broadcast start showing up in person. A horned orc in golden armor plants itself in the open street wrapped in white energy, shrugging off everything while hunters choke out the only honest response. How is a mere orc this strong? A swordsman in silver and blue armor grips his blade as purple energy streaks past his face and admits the thing you're never supposed to admit: I might even die here. On a rooftop, a man in a dark suit lunges with a red-tipped staff at an armored orc in a white helmet. And his battle cry is just "huh," followed by a very sincere shit. A brown-haired hunter, face smeared with grime, can only scream at it all to stop. So the call finally comes down: you must retreat. A young hunter in a hooded jacket answers "got it" and triggers blink, and nothing happens the way it should, because the flow of magic power in this whole area is unstable. His voice goes flat, so they've prepared for everything. This isn't a stampede, it's an operation. And then, out of the orange flames, steps the one running it, a hooded orc with glowing eyes, a long white beard, and a massive dark sword, old and utterly calm. The expert said war chiefs are legendary tier, and that he'd seen something above even that with his own eyes. Now the whole city gets to. Choi Han-sung is staring down another legendary rank monster. Everyone around him is screaming to run before they all die, and his response is to calmly decide this is the perfect moment to try out what he learned from Lucia. His own head is doing the honest math in the rain: if he doesn't dodge here, he dies or spends the rest of his life bedridden. Right on cue, his passive skill, survival instincts, activates, and red streaks flare around him. He answers with a blast of glowing energy that rips toward the rooftop, and the horned thing snarling back at him is already soaked in its own blood across the chest and shoulders. Nearby, armored players can only look up and gawk. A golden blade flashes through the chaos. The order to run away gets a shaky understood, and then Hyun-sung simply calls it, "Let's end things here for today." Survival instincts winds down, and the only review the stunned crowd can manage is he's really strong. A knight in a red cape glances back over his shoulder. "You're here." Yes, and the fight gives way to the Sinshan Station temporary shelter, because this monster wave isn't over. It's just between rounds. Which is where you find the strongest man on that field sitting alone on a bench, bottle in hand, staring at the ground and grading his own performance. I'm still too weak. He doesn't get to brood for long. A silver-haired woman in purple armor and a cape plants herself in front of him. "Do you remember me?" And he does, name and all, which delights her far more than it should. "You even remembered my name then, with zero warm-up. Do you have a girlfriend?" She's no random admirer either. Her unique magic spearman class makes her exceptional even among the rankers, and right now she's clasping Hyun-sung's hands and thanking him, because without his help back there, they would have been in serious trouble. Two more from that same raid group step up, a man in a maroon jacket with his arms crossed, and a knight in full plate. "I don't know if you remember us. We were in the same raid group. It's good to see you again," though one of them is quietly wondering if Hyun-sung might belong to some secret organization, honestly the most reasonable theory anyone here has. Then the real headline arrives. A red-haired man in a black suit introduces himself. "Hello, Mr. Choi Hyun-sung. I am Kang Sun-young, president of the Play, Association. Could I have some of your time?" Hyun-sung gives him an of course. Walking inside, Kang Sun-young admits the obvious. It's their first meeting. He's read reports on Hyun-sung but doesn't actually know him. So yes, it feels a little awkward. "Natural," he says with a laugh. They can get familiar as things go on. Hyun-sung skips the pleasantries. "So, what did you need me for?" Over tea, the president lays it out. The great orc chieftain and its shaman have appeared, and the orcs are holding captured citizens, which means bombing them off the map is off the table. This will be a harder fight than the last one, and that, he adds, isn't even the bigger problem. The bigger problem is what the orcs are doing with those captives. They aren't really being treated as hostages, Kang Sun-young says, more like emergency rations. So the plan turns brutally simple: form two kill squads of soldiers and players, and take out the great orc chieftain and the shaman at the same time. Then he leans in. "I'll be blunt," and Hyun Sung asks the one question hanging over this entire conversation. "So what's the reason you're telling me all of this in private?" The president of the association finally has Choi Hyun Sung alone in a room, and the first thing he asks for is the one thing Hyun Sung will never hand over: the skill he used to face off against the great orc chieftain. Hyun Sung shuts that down flat. "I can't give you the skill details." Kang Sun-young keeps circling it until Hyun Sung asks what's actually on his mind. "Why me, though?" The answer is honest to the point of embarrassing. The president isn't confident the other rankers can do it, even with a mana buff behind them. Then he gets to the real agenda. He puts a small wooden item in Hyun Sung's hands. "Are you telling me to use this to defeat the great orc chieftain? I believe you will be capable of defeating him, please." If Hyun Sung's buff skill and this item's effect activate in tandem, even an enraged chieftain can go down. Hyun Sung's own appraisal: isn't this just a straight upgrade to the Werewolf King's heart, borrowing a fraction of power? There is fine print: a 10% decrease in stats. What the president doesn't know is that 10% can be bought back for around 36 billion points. Not a bad deal, for one side of this table especially. The sweeteners keep coming. Agree, and Hyun Sung gets legendary rank compensation plus first priority on one raid drop, free. We'll be able to win for sure. Hyun Sung raises him one. He also wants to buy drops relative to his contribution. They shake on it. "Truly, thank you for making such a difficult decision." "Likewise." Then, finger in the air. "Ah, right, there's one more request I'd like to make. If it's within my power, go on." A new team built around him, and the woman in the black suit carrying in a 3-tiered stand of desserts is told the team manager position will suit her. She laughs that it's too much praise, and he admits he was honestly scared of what he'd do if she refused. The item's activation condition is tricky, but there's a way to push its activation rate up. So, Hyun Sung, cup at his lips, says it like it's nothing. "I'll try facing off against him alone. I can risk at least that much." Kang Sun-young warns it could be dangerous, then folds. "Understood." Preparations begin immediately. Privately, he corrects his file on this man, an individualist who only cares about profits. Gravely mistaken. Then the country finds out. The orc subjugation team was defeated, the cause pinned on 2 legendary rank monsters, and the truth is relayed to every citizen in the nation. Panic. People in Seoul and Gyeonggi abandon their homes and move south, while out under a gray sky, a hooded orc swings a blade wrapped in flame. At the UN Army headquarters, a curved table full of suits chews on one question: can anyone block the mental type attack skill the great orc chieftain uses? There's talk of recalling the legendary rank forces stationed in other nations back home. Then the room splits. "Are you saying we should leave the orc horde alone?" One side wants the danger mitigated before anyone moves. The other snaps that avoiding the fight guarantees countless casualties. Nobody can answer the real problem. If that mental attack lands even once mid-battle, who beats a legendary rank enemy? And 4 men in dark suits end up staring at a closed door with one verdict: this is a mess. Outside, 2 of them let the grudge slip. No guarantee the orcs sit still, so they'll have to meet again. He acted like this during the avian subjugation too, and it only led to more civilian casualties. He's dragging this out on purpose, that damned play. Back among the formal crowd, the guests who came such a long way are told to go rest in their rooms for today, which is exactly when a voice catches Hyun Sung before he can slip out. "It's been a while, Mr. Hyun Sung. Could I have a bit of your time?" Before this day ends, Choi Hyun Sung will be dropped out of a helicopter to kill a legendary rank monster by himself. But the morning starts smaller: a desk, a cup of coffee, a smiling brown-haired woman, and a conversation that is quietly an interrogation. She's heard the news. He played a big role in the first subjugation, and even through the second one, his growth speed has been absurd. "Are you saying you've grown at an insanely rapid pace?" she presses. Were you hiding your skills back then too? Hyun-sung offers a mild "I'm okay," which answers exactly nothing, and she knows it, because she's also heard he's about to take a big loss this time. Anyone else, she points out, would have been eaten by the blue drake. Then she puts her cards on the table. A permanent decrease to your stats can never be recovered. No reward pays that back. So she offers to take his role and fight in his place. Hyun-sung doesn't blink. I've already made up my mind. She yields. If he ever changes it, just tell her. She can only be grateful for that steel resolve. But she has one more question, and she apologizes in advance for how impolite it is. The Amugi raid. She ranked second there and walked away with 2 legendary rewards. So who beat her? She asked every ranker on site what placement they got, and not one of them ranked first. Hyun-sung finishes the thought for her. So you think I ranked first in contribution? And he admits it. Yeah, he did. Thank you for being honest, she says, then gets angry on his behalf. The association made a big mistake, handing the smallest reward to the man who contributed the most, and she'll go straight to the association president to fix it. His answer: reject them. She just stares. There are more things he's hiding from her, right? She can't figure him out, even when it feels like she almost has. So she settles for one promise, that he'll fully complete his duties as a member of the association. Of course I will. The next morning, that promise gets called in. A herd of orcs has started moving toward Hongdae, and the red-haired association president is shouting into a microphone, while officials who expected a full day of conference meetings get a war instead. The order goes out: gather. Suits and cloaks line up with serious faces, and not everyone in that lineup is a hero. One of them mutters the real plan: act like we're fighting a bit, then leave. Then the assignments come down. The shaman assassination team follows Play, Shin Yoon. The war chief assassination team moves behind Play, Choi Hyun-sung. Take the buff, then board the helicopter. At the staging ground, Hyun-sung collects that buff and gives it an honest review. He's never seen a buff skill like this before, and it is genuinely good, and yet run the numbers however he likes, this whole deal is still a loss for him. The man headed off to solo a war chief is losing the accounting battle. Everyone boards, the call comes. All right, let's move, and a black helicopter cuts low over the city. Inside, a teammate says what the entire operation is thinking: this is honestly crazy. A legendary rank monster, solo. Hyun-sung's private take on his shiny new buff: he doesn't think he'll even need it. He'll go down first, and the moment he lands, survival instincts will activate. His black and gold gauntlet starts crackling with purple energy against the night sky. Full output then. Shall we start with style? And down in the streets below, something green, skinned and horned, lifts its weapons, eyes glowing between the buildings. The orcs aren't waiting to be hunted. They're already here. Choi Hyun-sung is mid-air with his boot wrapped in purple lightning, and the thought running through his head is the one no sane raider has about a war chief: he might be able to kill this thing alone. The kick cracks home through a spray of debris and sparks. His golden blade follows, crackling with purple electricity against the night sky, while black tendrils coil in around it like the attack itself is alive. And the thing on the other end doesn't flinch. The purple-skinned monster lunges straight back at him, eyes glowing. The horned brute leaps. Hyun-sung meets its sword in hand under a storm black sky, and he's honest with himself in real time: if I'm lucky, I might even be able to defeat this thing on my own. Then the correction lands a heartbeat later. Taking it down solo is a very big if. This thing is strong. Behind the lines, 2 casters in dark robes raise their hands together, and glowing sigils bloom in the air around them. All right? The second round begins. Because this is the Orc War Chief raid, and round 1 didn't finish the job, it just made the War Chief angry. The gray-skinned monster swings its spiked mace through shattered glass and sparks, then roars at close range, its face already slick with its own blood. It roars again and more blood spatters the ground under the dark sky. Wounded, yes. Dying, no. And it clearly intends to make that distinction everyone's problem. The raid answers like a machine. Separate, a warrior in heavy armor and a horned helmet bellows the order as impacts blur past him. Firm barrier, shield of faith, a dark-haired woman, and the man beside her throw their skills up in the same breath, defenses snapping into place between the monster and everyone soft standing behind them. And here's the part that should worry you, this isn't the only fight in the city. Across a plaza, a white-haired fighter in armor is being swarmed by attackers in dark cloaks, sword swings, energy blasts, a helicopter hovering overhead like the whole city is holding its breath. Back at the war chief, the rain has moved in. The monster wades through multiple opponents at once, and a caped fighter drives in at it with a spear. Then comes the shout no raid wants to hear. He's heading towards the tanks. Watch out! A tank in silver plate and a horned helmet catches the charge head, on, boots skidding, grinding strength against strength with black armor bigger than he is. And right then, with the timing of a bill collector, a notification flashes for Hyun-sung, his passive skill. Survival instinct has ended. His entire reaction is a click of the tongue. Tisk, the danger sense that has been keeping him alive, just clocked out in the middle of a warchief raid, and the warchief did not get the memo to slow down. A hooded fighter hammers a swing into an enemy with one glowing red eye and sends it reeling from the impact. Then the plaza fight stops being a brawl and becomes an execution. Please die. A sword comes down in silver, armored hands, and a man in dark clothing is driven toward the ground. A gray-haired fighter in a torn purple cloak tears through another attacker as he falls, and an arm no longer attached to its owner spins through the air above them. One last man in a dark jacket is still dropping, blood trailing off him, and out of the sky above, a white-haired figure in a golden helmet is already diving, blade first, to make sure he never gets up. 2 battles, 1 city, and the most frightening thing on this battlefield might not be the orc. 2 kill squads went out at the same time, one for the orc warchief, one for the orc shaman. Choi Hyun-sung's half of that plan worked, the other half is screaming retreat. The man giving the order is crouched low while impacts hammer down around him, howling for everyone to fall back. Horned monsters slam into each other in flashes of glowing energy. A cry for help gets swallowed and a gem-studded gauntlet reaches through the dark red splattered across it. Then it's over. A dark helicopter skims low over the rooftops, and the only mercy left is the line that follows it all: survivors are on board. Back at base, a man in a brown jacket is standing over the intelligence officer, and he is not in the mood for a preamble. Tell me quickly, did the orc shaman raid succeed? She can barely get it out. It failed. And it wasn't a simple failure. More than 90% of the extermination squad is dead. The good news is thin. Yoon Ah, the Inspector General, survived, seriously wounded, already evacuated to the rear. And the ugly question is already on the table. Did the shaman use some teleportation skill and just run away? The survivor list makes the rounds like a casualty report, because that's exactly what it is. Did Ma Jin, Guang, guildmaster of the Daeguang Guild, make it? What about the TS Guild's Team 1 leader, Li Jin, Guk? Off to the side, a figure in purple hooded gear and silver armor sits hunched over, head down, not asking anything at all. And what came back with the survivors explains the number. The shaman, a hooded horror with glowing eyes and skulls strung at its throat, raised its purple staff in the rain and swelled with gigantism, and bodies went flying backward wrapped in orange flame. The verdict on that bastard: he definitely has a skill similar to wild instinct. He feels attacks coming. Cut to Hyun-sung, hands clasped, while Kang Sun-young, the red-haired association president with the cybernetic eye, leans in to ask if his body is feeling okay. The external injuries are healed, Hyun-sung tells him. Kang isn't reassured. Even healing skills can't fully heal internal injuries, and the remnants of mana from a serious wound linger and interfere with his body's mana circulation, so be careful. Hyun-sung has his own questions. How is Yoon-ah doing? Her external injuries are fully healed, but the internal ones are serious. She'll probably need a week or so to recuperate. And the battle? The orcs' momentum has been halted, Kang says, thanks to Hyun-sung and the extermination squad eliminating the war chief. With no war cry left on the field, managing the troops has gotten easier. Which is exactly when Hyun-sung says the thing Kang was hoping he wouldn't. I'll help too. Kang puts both hands up. It's best Hyun-sung just focus on recovering for now. Hyun-sung doesn't budge. He's all right. And if he lends a hand, even just a little, their allies will have to sacrifice less. Across the room, a muscular man with a headband clenches his fist and quietly rewrites his whole opinion. He'd assumed Hyun-sung must be eaten up over his stats being permanently damaged, but the man doesn't show a flicker of it. He was greatly mistaken about him. So, since his own mana has recovered, he says it out loud he'll go too, and avenge his fallen comrades. That cracks the dam. Around the big conference table, the volunteers start stacking up. I'll lead the way, Association President. Let's all go together. Me too. I'll come, until the whole room has signed itself onto the hunt. Just remember the math. The last squad that went after that shaman lost 9 out of every 10. Now everyone at this table is volunteering for round 2. For once, the math is running humanity's way. The orc lines are collapsing, and Choi Han-sung has already picked out the one monster that does not get to walk away from this. All across the field, the counterattack is landing. An armored hunter buries a massive axe into the horde through a crossfire of energy blasts, and the honest read from the front line is that this is going a lot better than before. Hyun-sung stands in the middle of it with power blazing straight out of his chest as the order rips across the field. Wipe them all out, teach them a lesson. And he isn't even the flashiest thing out here, because Kang Sun-young, the Association president himself, extends one hand and a blade of pure fire erupts at his side, sparks sheeting off him. The power he's putting out overwhelms. Even the rankers of the magic realm, and the odd verdict from the ranks is a flat he's amazing. The orcs do that same math, and the answer is run. The orcs are running away. Chase them down, a hulking brute in spiked armor bolts with 2 smaller ones flanking it, and that's when Hyun-sung uses blink. One flicker, and he's standing in their escape route, asking the exact question you'd want asked: where do you think you're going after creating a mess like this? Behind him, the order comes down hard: don't spare a single one. Hyun-sung takes stock. The situation is better than before and decides to spend the advantage immediately. Breath of the Black Thunder Dragon. Sparks storm off him as the skill tears loose, and that's when he spots the real prize. The orc shaman, horns, a long white beard, glowing eyes, a staff crowned with a skull, is snarling curses and hunting for an exit, and Hyun-sung's entire plan compresses into one thought: catch that guy. This is the same shaman that already teleported off one battlefield and left most of an extermination squad dead behind it. So the moment it moves, Hyun-sung blinks again, lunging in with sparks bursting around him. I don't know about the others, but I'll never let you go back. The shaman's answer is to wrap itself in a cyclone of flame. Human command reads it instantly. A bearded officer glued to his binoculars calls that gigantification is a fixed skill type, so the UN allied forces will support from the back only. Yes, sir, which is the polite military way of saying everyone without superpowers should not be near what comes next. What comes next is the shaman reborn as a flame, wreathed giant, purple eyes glowing, chest detonating with raw energy as it charges. Attack! 2 caped rankers meet it head-on, one airborne hammering it with a blue blast, the other swearing to avenge their fallen, and then one of them falters mid-swing. The flames are, something in that fire is changing. Because the burning giant doesn't stop. It barrels on toward the city itself, explosive energy shedding off its body, and hovering just above its head, tiny and dark against all that fire, is a lone figure that refuses to be shaken loose. Then the transformation finishes the job. Blue, skinned now, horns and white beard lit by its own inferno, the shaman heaves a massive axe overhead, roars that this is the end, and brings the entire burning weight of it down. It never lands clean. A young hunter in pink and white armor plants himself in its path and catches the strike head. On, flames and sparks detonating around him, the only thing left standing between that axe and everyone behind it.